Happy Saturday, everybody, and welcome to the Valentine's Invitational hosted by Stay Plugged In. I'm your host, Bearlight, here alongside Camel, a good friend of mine from back in the day, and we're excited to get some Valorant action here going on. The Open Tournament featuring 36 teams here today. We're going to see all sorts of talent here. Camel, tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into Valorant casting, and hope you're having a good day today so far.
Yeah, I'm having a great day, and I started obviously with Rocket League, did a lot of work with you and a couple other members in the community. Worked my way up doing Rocket League, got all the way up to RLCS, did the APL Nationals, which was a pretty big event a few years back, and then moved into Valorant and was actually able to work really hard and get an esports scholarship specifically for casting Valorant. So I'm now at Oklahoma Wesleyan University over in Oklahoma, doing this, full time, basically doing the casting and having a great time. That's how I got into Valorant, did that, and continuing to do it right now.
That's amazing. Number one, here at Stay Plugged In, if you don't know, visit staypluggedin.gg to check out what we do, which is facilitate these esports scholarships, but also maybe schools that are club level too, that are looking for players and you just want to fill in a role and you just want to find the right college for you and maybe they don't offer scholarships. The platform is there for you to find the right school for you and enjoy their esports program and contribute any way you can. And so, I say it all the time, right? So I'm going to hit it again, which is you don't have to be the best player, right? In fact, we've seen silvers, golds get scholarships all the time. Not to say that you're silver or gold, but there are other avenues, right? Casting is one of those ways. So it's really interesting that you've been able to capture that and go to, of course, Oklahoma Wesleyan for the scholarship. Talk about how that conversation started a little bit. Did you know somebody connected through anybody in particular?
Yeah, actually, so Jono, pretty well known around the community. Jono was able to reach out to me on a Twitter DM, just said, hey, I have this idea. I want to bring you out here and do this casting thing. You're going to cast our esports teams. And, he basically gave me the reins and said you were going to lead the production. And one point that you did bring up is that there are so many different avenues to go within esports. You don't have to be a player. I think that's becoming more of a thing, scholarships for casting and for producing and observing and all these other things that'll eventually become the normal, I think, in a few years' time. So, like you're saying to all these people who are watching that, you don't need to be the best player. You also can find other avenues that maybe are more suited to you or more favorable to you that you're more drawn to. So that's always important to keep track of.
For sure. We talk about club level programs. Maybe they're not offering scholarships right now for the esports portion. Those schools, they still offer scholarships academically, and sometimes if you get in touch with some of those club-level programs, those esports directors there, they actually know the individuals who give those out on an academic basis. So obviously, grades are important no matter what when you're in school, but you always want to pursue all avenues and still be part of an esports program or community. That's definitely possible too. But I'll get done with all the dad talk here, and let's talk Valorant right now. Valorant Times has been awesome enough to come and partner and team up with us here for this event here tonight, which will feature a $1,000 prize pool, which I know a lot of these players are after here. $500 goes to first place here in this competition, and then $250 to second place, and $125 apiece for third and fourth, respectively. So, if you're into the pursuing college routes, maybe that'll help a little bit with tuition as well, or at least some Valorant skins if you're into that too.
Of course, everyone wants to waste their money at some point in their life, and that's the best way to do it. So find those Valorant skins, but it looks like we have our first matchup. It's going to be Brusa versus Leave No Witnesses. Should be a very close game, and best of one to keep everyone reminded at home. So you have to put your best foot forward here, especially in the group stages. Only the top two advancing through into that second round, so every matchup is going to count, Bearlight.
That's right, and think about the ban process. It becomes even more important because you have one map to get it done, right? So that automatically changes your perspective there too. As far as the banning process goes, we know that we want to avoid a certain map. You better ban that early in the process and make sure it's not kind of lingering. You're left kind of choosing between a couple. You want to make sure you get that off the board. Ones that you really focus on, try to leave those unnoticed towards the end, so that way you might end up on that map too. Also, Lotus is a part of the map pool selection as well. So Lotus, that new map coming out, and maybe a lot of players are still trying to figure it out, trying to figure out those strategies. I know teams are for sure, as that map just recently released, and also Split back in the rotation as well, which was one of my favorites back in the day.
Yep, couple changes to split, but I don't think we're going to see Lotus unless a team really is just trying to get in their inside their opponent's heads. I doubt anyone knows the map. I personally despise it. I think it's awful. That's just me. Maybe in a more organized setting with more communication, maybe there's a couple more options for those teams to get things done. But I'm expecting a lot of Ascent, a lot of Haven. I mean, it's these are the teams that they're comfortable with. It's comfort, like you said, best of ones. They want to pick a map that they know how to play. They don't want to take any risks. At least I wouldn't if I was one of these teams.
Yeah, I agree. And that also goes into your team composition, too. Which agents are you familiar with? Do you go the comfort route and play an agent that you're familiar with? If you end up on a map that maybe you don't have a lot of reps in, so kind of balancing between which agents do I stick on, even though it may not be the meta currently, versus do I try to incorporate the meta? Do I know this agent well enough to switch over and play it? Does it work with the team comp a little bit better? Let's combine our utility, right? And see what we can find to help you out on each individual map. So that's definitely a consideration in addition to what you were saying too. So yeah, a lot of things to kind of run through your mind, especially when there's 36 teams, a lot of which maybe you're not familiar with. I'm sure a lot of these players know each other running into them and maybe ranked, right? Or maybe even at the higher level, right? Trying to push towards challengers and things like that. So, but still a bit of unfamiliarity going in, especially when you're randomly placed in your groups too to kick it off. Remember, we start off with the three round robin as teams were split into groups of 4 here, and then the bracket also will start today too. The top 2 teams from each group will be advancing to the bracket. So relatively cutthroat. That makes these games even more so important.
Absolutely. It looks like this first game, at least the map is decided. It will be Haven.
All right.
It will be Brusa starting on the attacking side first, and it will be Leave No Witnesses, obviously, defending to start things off. I'm excited to see what the compositions will be once we head into Agent Select. Should be there momentarily. Yeah, Haven will be the choice. Definitely some things that you're obviously expecting. The Jet, everything pretty standard. An Opper, to really hold those long extremities over in CNA can be very imperative for these teams to gain that control and then allow themselves to get more site control or space in general. That's really what these teams are fighting for.
Definitely. A chamber along those same lines, right, too, and especially with the mobility, right, with the rendezvous to get across sidelines. So a Jet is perfectly fine here, and we'll see plenty of times because you still have the verticality that Jet brings with the updraft to, find boxes and place yourself, especially on the B site, where basically if you have that upper advantage, you're pretty locked and loaded there. So you can cover that area pretty nicely. With chamber, that's kind of a switch back and forth between the C and A sites to go long. So we'll see who picks chamber in these instances and really can incorporate that off play. I think that's super important too. And with Haven, obviously the mid play is very important too. Expect a raise maybe to clear out Garage. That's never a bad idea with the Boombot too. So many different ways that you can approach this map, but I think chamber is definitely locked and loaded here too. Obviously the 3 spike sites here on Haven as well will be a big factor. You have to have an agent with mobility. Otherwise, you can't make it from site to site. But if you're on the defending side, you don't have that mobility. You have to basically plan for a retake because these players, these teams are so talented where they can get between sites and rotate so quickly on the attack.
Yeah, Bruce is smart. Bruce knows how to play this map. They're on the rotations, and Leave No Witnesses doesn't draft accordingly. That is definitely something to watch out for. The rotation game can really start to become a problem, start to become an issue for defenders if they're not on top of it. So we'll see if Brusa has any sort of ideas, any sort of tricks up their sleeve. But it should be starting momentarily, I believe. We're at 10:59 right now. The game should be underway. Brief moment. Anything you want to add before? We're just waiting on one player. Just got the word. Waiting on one player to give the ready check to get into the game. Anything else you want to add, Fairlight, about the tournament, about VAL Times? We haven't talked about already.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a big shout out to VAL Times, and they've done a great job of capturing a lot of humor and capturing the imagination of a lot of people in the Valorant scene. I know it's a satire Twitter page, and it's grown like leaps and bounds, has 20K plus followers on that, and they were just great people to work with overall. All the interactions to set up this have been super killer. Big shout out to them. And make sure to go and check them out for sure. It's at the VAL Times. So that's at THEVAL Times. Hit them with a follow. I mean, they were here to support us. The least you can do is check out their amazing content in the meantime. So definitely want to give them a shout out and thank you for working with us and putting on this amazing event for the 1K, which will start here momentarily. And we'll start here in just a couple minutes. I do want to go over a controller play in this. I saw maybe even just under a year ago, a lot of Omen play here. Obviously, with his teleports, can be very effective to cover the ground on, on this 3-spike site. But I've seen a lot of players switch over as controllers to a Brimstone, try to get the orbital strike, maybe take him out of heaven on A. So I've always thought that was an interesting concept too. A lot more Brimstone recently, and maybe we'll see the same here today.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely not going to see Viper on this map. Viper just not really great on Haven. Never really has been. Astra is definitely an option, but Astra is, I'd say, one of the hardest characters to play in this game. You really have to understand and really have to communicate well with your team to make that agent worthwhile. Harbor, probably not. Let's be real. I don't think anyone even knows that character exists. So probably no Harbor today. If we do see a Harbor, maybe the PayPals are going to be out because that's... yeah, Harbor's not great. Harbor's not. I mean, maybe there's a window, maybe some type of world that the ultimate is good on B to really lock down that site, but it just doesn't seem like it's worthwhile. Like you said, the Brimstone, the Omen provides so many more tools, so much more value for your team. The stimmies, blinds, the flashes, etc. So many different ways that you can use those different controllers. Harbor just doesn't really provide as much, in my opinion, at least. So yeah, the Brimstone, like you said, if you do have the lineups, that could be something watch out for. And again, I mean, just, seeing where these teams go, it's going to be comfort. It's going to be, what are you most comfortable playing? We have one game. We have to win. What do you want to choose? Maybe we see double duelist. Maybe we even see Arena come out. Arena not really considered a great organized pick, but if you have someone who's confident on that agent, it could be something that you look forward to. Getting that space, getting sight for free. It's always something that these teams are striving for, and catching those rotations, like you said.
Definitely. It's definitely a risky pick, but if you have that fragging ability, I mean, just the pure util that you can use after a kill and just completely chain those together. If you have somebody with that high-level pop-up potential with the high ceiling skill, that's definitely what you want to that's when you see Arena come out. It's very... I would assume it's very rare at this level, but then again, you never know. Like you said, comfort picks are a real thing. So we'll see if Reyna gets some love here. Obviously, you want to give that in the hands of your best fragger and kind of take it from there. We also want to thank all of you for coming through and watching here, all the viewers here in chat as well. Toss into chat who you're looking for, who you're watching here today, and we'll keep eyes and keep you updated with the rest of the bracket as it goes down. Remember, we have the 3 rounds of the group stage going on in the beginning here right now. Just started up 2 minutes ago, the rounds did, and we'll, Camel, you'll be with me throughout the group stage. So that's 3 best of ones that we'll see here, and we'll kind of break down the standings, see which maybe are the teams to follow. And kind of take it from there. If you're looking for the brackets, you can always check it out at events.staypluggedin.gg. You'll look through the competitions and find VAL Times. Once you click on VAL Times Invitational, you'll have the bracket, you'll have the teams. Everything that you would want to know about the event is there as well. It's on the Stay Plugged In events site, so go and check that out too. So Camel, again, we'll keep the viewers up to date. Right, we'll keep the teams here in our eyesight. We were able to collect, some of these skill levels and see where these teams are. Now, the average rank here is around Ascendant 2. So talk about your experience with Valorant and where an Ascendant 2 might land in your eyes. I mean, just around that average is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that's my peak in this game. That's the highest I ever got to, was Ascendant 2. So obviously these players definitely going to be legit. No scrubs here. And like you said, I think we mentioned in the pre-show before we went live, a couple of Mortal players here and there. So definitely some sprinklings of some top talent we can keep our eyes out for. But yeah, Ascendant, definitely a very well-respected rank. Definitely means you know how to shoot back at people. That's obviously important in this game. And yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be especially about the communication. Everyone here can shoot. Everyone here can aim. But the real question is, do you drop the ego and do you play with your team? Because a lot of these players have an ego, and that's okay. It's okay to have an ego. It's okay to be confident in yourself. When do you draw the line between having an ego and being a team player and wanting to win? That's what really matters most in this game, especially in collegiate, especially in high school level play. Yep. You need to be able to pick for your team, play off of your team. And, sometimes you're not going to be top fragging. Sometimes you're not going to be the center of attention. But if you play your role correctly and properly, That's what matters. That's what gives you W's. And I mean, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a team player? Do you want to be a winner? Or, do you want to top frag and lose? That's kind of the whole situation we have.
It's not a bad point. In fact, I was gonna kind of add to that too, and say that at the collegiate level, that's 100% true. Even more so when your team falls behind, right? And I think that's an important distinction here. Do you need more team play, or do you need to be the one to step up and be the difference maker? Maybe you are lacking a fragger. Maybe that's the time to really become a little bit more selfish in the way of trying to find picks. But more times than not, whenever your team's behind, it can be more important to really team up. And a lot of players lose sight whenever they're trying to play from behind. Their team's down 3 or 4 rounds, and your econ's not on your side, and everything just doesn't seem to be going right in an instance. And that's sometimes when players can be a little bit more selfish, and sometimes that can hurt the team more than it can help. And that's what college recruiters look for in players, number one, but also at the pro level, right? So how can you incorporate your gameplay and really tie it in together? I think that's super important quality to have. And how these teams bounce back when, number one, they're playing from behind, but also when they've lost a map in a group stage where, if you start off with a loss here in round 1, you're talking you have to basically win the next 2, or at least keep it really close, with round differential being one of those tiebreakers alongside head-to-head.
Absolutely. Keep harping on it. Every single game counts. Every single round matters. And it looks like we are about to start. Just got the okay from producer. So hopefully that means we get into agent select. Hopefully I'm not being baited currently by my good friend Blasky.
He would never do that, man.
Never. He would never do that. He's got it. So I think we should be starting here. Just a moment. But if we don't, we got all the time in the world. We'll be okay.
Exactly, dude. He's got the sense of humor behind the scenes, too. Just a reminder, it'll be Bruce on the attack and Leave No Witness on the defense here at Haven. So, again, for Leave No Witness on that defense, got to start strong. Got to play default to kind of figure out where the tendencies are on the attack. I think it's important to recognize and stay in the play here. So, we are going to be eyeballing that, right? The defense needs to recognize what those tendencies are, and you kind of get the advantage though from as defenders starting off, because then when you go on attack, you'll kind of those tendencies will show themselves when you switch sides too, right? When you see an aggressive team that likes to push site together, right? They're going to be stacking sites defensively typically, so it's always a battle of chess, right? And I think for these teams, obviously it's important to recognize the tendencies both ways, but as a defender, you can kind of hang out, play a default, and kind of see and feel out the rest of the map accordingly.
Absolutely. You mentioned it. It's a game of chess, and especially on Haven where you have those 3 sites, you're not going to have as much utility on each of those sites as you would normally if it was a 2-site map. So yeah, everything is going to matter. Communication is going to be key. Where are you going? Where am I rotating to? Do you guys want to go here? They're arguing about the ping. So just to keep everyone, posted, keep everyone in the loop. They're arguing about what ping to go on, which server they're going to play for. I'll let you know. It probably doesn't matter. They're not going to hit their shots regardless if it was 10 ping less. So maybe they'll figure it out. We'll see. I don't know. Hopefully Blasky can give him a little nudge, tell him to, let's just pick a server. Let's get into this, guys. It'll be okay. But yeah, once they figure out the server, we should be good to go.
Yeah, the 1K is definitely the most important thing that they've ever done in their lives, so they need to make sure it's good to go. We can't fault them, though. I mean, I guess it is what it is. You want the cleanest experience possible, but yeah, definitely, definitely very picky on their instances. But we'll start here momentarily. We still haven't seen you in chat. Come alive. Where are you at? Chat, we want to see you. Who do you have winning the whole thing? Maybe you're here to support a team. We want to see that in chat, right? Who are you cheering for here, too? Is it Brusa? Is it Leave No Witness? We're interested to see who you've got here on this one, too. So, what else is there to talk about? These 2 teams just back and forth ping, right? Ping check right now, and looking to get onto Haven here momentarily. They'll be obviously bouncing into the next round too. When we talk about their groups, this is Group G that we are in right now. So if you're following along in the bracket, across their groups, Clayton Valley and Pandas, which are teams that they'll have to face off with too. So maybe instead of arguing about ping, maybe they can be keeping an eye on that game as well and seeing which team is the team to really attack here and be ready for whenever the time comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Should hopefully get this one sorted out, but if we don't in a brief time, we will, of course. We got the stalling power. We can fill.
Got this.
Procrastinators.
I had my waffles for breakfast. We're chilling, dude.
You
We're
had
absolutely chilling.
waffles for breakfast? Okay, I'm more of a pancake guy myself. Do you still want to be friends with me, or is that okay?
That's absolutely okay. See, I'm not going to choose one or another, like hardcore. I think they're both good in certain situations. For me, I'm more of a waffles guy this morning. Maybe it's pancakes tomorrow. I don't know. We can't see the future.
Do you like syrup on those waffles? Do you like syrup on those pancakes? That's a strong thing for me because I used to not like syrup, and then I slowly graduated into my taste buds, and I got on the syrup wave. Are you a big syrup guy?
You know what? Syrup is delicious, and so is butter, and so are breaks too. We're gonna toss into a quick break here while we wait on some of these players to get things figured out on their end. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. Well, they've done it. They've figured it out. We found the server that's right for them. If you're just joining us, welcome to the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. We're going to get into the action here momentarily. Again, Bruce on attack, Leave No Witness on defense here to begin the map at Haven. And Olin, I see you in chat. Love you, buddy. Thank you for being here. And for everybody else who's joining in, finally some Valorant action, Camel. Let's get to the agent selection process here momentarily. Again, let's reflect on some things that we're looking for here, including controller. Do you anticipate a Bram? Do you anticipate an Omen? You said Astra as well. Now, she lost one of her stars a few updates back, and that's pretty impactful too. And one of the reasons why we don't see Astra as frequently as maybe we like.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot harder to make those stars work, especially with one less in the toolkit. But it looks like we're just going to get our answer right now. It's going to be the Omen on one side here. And, I mean, Omen on both sides. So, yeah, both these teams, Brusa and Leave No Witness, will be going for the Omen lock-in here. And, you know, not really a huge surprise. We did see the Killjoy as well there for a brief moment before we didn't. Now I do again. But yeah, so Killjoy, another great pick for Haven. A lot of ways to bait out utility, a lot of ways to bait out your opponent. And that lockdown can be used on over towards A. C, not as much. B, not really. Maybe. So yeah, we'll see where those agents go, where the utility does end up. But yeah, we're at least an agent.
For sure. I think for me, Killjoy is one of those agents that can lock down an entire site by yourself. Obviously, the util goes without saying with the turret coming up, obviously, with the alarm bot, too, to check multiple doors. So anticipate seeing her on B for a little bit, but also kind of bouncing back, too. So, again, a Killjoy there on both sides, too. We talked about Jet and Chamber. Now, Chamber did get that that nerf, and so we don't see Chamber at all, and maybe we won't see him quite frequently. But the Jet, like you mentioned, for that verticality, number one, but also for the op presence. We'll see if that's the case here as eventually, you know, we'll get to that econ. That's why defense early could be very helpful. Imagine how quickly you can get that op in your hands as the defenders here. That would really impact the game completely, especially, you know, that's what Zinsi's going to go for here. You know it's going to be the case here. It's just a matter of how many rounds does it take us to get to the econ we want, where we can afford to buy her one of those.
Absolutely. Here we go. Brusa versus Leave No Witness here. The first game of the group stages. Fairlight and Camel on the cast, and it's going to be a pretty aggressive push by Leave No Witness. And Knock is going to anticipate. The blind is so perfectly done, and the domino effect falls. 3 kills instantaneously for Brusa. Or excuse me, for Leave No Witness. Brusa now crumbling with 2 players left.
Yeah, that was a quick and aggressive push defensively, but it was a great job to hang in there, stack one site, and kind of feel out the default approach from the attack. We talked about it from the defenders here too. The aggressiveness of Leave No Witness is something Bruce needs to definitely take into effect here and know for future rounds that perhaps the 3-stack will be there continuously as they have the C site locked down. So no way to go that way too. Let's look as now try to push on the C sites. It's going to be a 1v1 here. Theozon going to go down though as Sniper able to get it, and Soldier Boy rather is able to get that trade and one through the smoke. Was able to find them beforehand. So with 3K now, and Soldier Boy is going to try to turn this around for Bruce and doing a good job to do just that.
Ace alert here for Soldier Boy as he slowly trembles forward.
30 seconds left.
The cross here. Gonna go one by one. Great there from Skirt. Hits and fires a pure shot there for the Sova. 1-0. Leave No Witnesses. Got a little dicey towards the end of that game, but even after Brusa completely terrorized over towards C Long, they didn't get ahead of themselves. They were still able to get a couple of kills for themselves regardless. It was on the back of Soldier Boy finding 3 all by himself.
Yeah, and you can see the econ impact of just those 3 kills, right? With 2,600 in the bank, and they're going to go full save here, so that way next round they'll be in good shape. In this case, Leave No Witness, though, on the defense, strong start, number 1. Number 2, they're able to full buy here, and they want to take full advantage of it, too, to get those kills. And so Soldier just able to get those first ones was so incredibly important here too. So they have a completely different approach here in this instance. They're gonna hit Garage first. You see Sniper doing a lot of damage, but flashed out by a great flash, and now Peel's able to get that kill too. They'll push on to C-site just like before. They found it effective in round 1. Why not in round 2 as well? But now the blind coming out, so they return the favor there as Spurko able to get the paranoia to land and trying to do some damage, but knocking Rams going to answer directly back. Knock with a couple of kills too, and it's left to just Cincy, and they have the full site here. This will be a difficult retake, so I take it back. Attack on the save, and they did excellent work to dissect the defense there.
There's still a possibility with the Marshall. Only good for 1 is Zinxie. Rams will fall. Soldier Boy again on top, and yeah, that just completely fell apart for Leave No Witness. Brusa able to bully their way through Garage and work through that space. They take C for essentially free. They get the kills on the site. Just precise gunplay, running around, making it look easy. And now the economy of Leave No Witnesses is in the gutter. You can see there, Bear Light, just nothing to buy, nothing to play for. They're just going to have to play back and hope for the best, hope for these close angle fights. And Brusa, smartly, they're going to go towards C Long and play that long extremity like we've been mentioning, like we've been harping on in that pregame. It's going to be so influential to gain control of this part of the map.
Definitely, and that was devastating for Leave No Witnesses. You cannot get complacent just because you know you have the weaponry, right? You have to use that util to help you out. You can't just try to rely on gunfights alone, especially with the util as powerful and impactful as it can be, through the breach flashes, through the omen paranoias, right? We talk so much about staying in the play, and having that advantage doesn't mean that you're always going to win it. So that thrifty round from Brusa was ever so important. And they'll take the C site with ease here as they are chased around. The flanks, 2 on it. Right now, since he already down to about 10 HP, and a whole trying to turn that corner, but I mean, Peels had that locked down, and now Soldier Boy trying to bait them in for another kill for Peels. On the other side of the map, we had Theozen fall to Spurka and Soapy, able to knock one down too, but Rams and Theozen will clean up business here, and as we anticipated, it'll be a Brusa win here to take the 2-1 lead in rounds.
Good stuff there from Brusa. Not too many casualties, only 1 falling there for the attacking side, and this will be where Leave No Witness can really start to bounce back in this game. The op is going to be alive here for Zinxie. Gonna move that over towards A, and you know, the op is so important, but it doesn't get any value if you don't peek into it, if you don't find players in front of you, because retaking with the operator is so difficult. So it's gonna be important for Zinxie to move around, find the right spots to be at. Soldier Boy, though, already prepping. That's revealed going forward. Again, though, splitting the map, taking every single site possible, and the drone will spot out Zinxie. He's forced to dash away, dip out towards safety with the rest of his team, and now they've spotted the op, but they're actually going to push forward into the op. I don't know if this is best idea. I mean, actually, just in case, they're going to jiggle it. Now they know for sure where it is.
Yeah, the jiggle peek, anticipating them to fall back through sewers and just double-checking to see if they didn't rotate around, perhaps, and that will leave us just all basically trying to figure out what's happening. Where is the op? So maybe we can take C, because you know it's not C long now, so you've eliminated that possibility. So now you see them kind of grouping up towards C Long. They're going to push this eventually as you see them group up. That's all the intel that they did need, but Sobi was able to take off one. Theozen was kind of lingering behind, trying to find more intel there, but got outnumbered there on the 3v1. So now on the back of sight, as you see it being taken now by the attack. The spike has been planted, and now the rotation around defensively. Although Leave No Witness, they know that they can play retake. They will happily do so. That flash is going to let them jump in, especially when they were all grouped in one place. So they all fall back. They were able to pick off one. Now they have a 4v2, and this will be a lot easier, especially when Sniper was doing just that. Spurka gets the last kill, cleans it up. And they'll get the defusal to bring it back within 2. So devastating round in round 2, but they've made up for it here with the flawless round in round 4.
And again, I mean, it's so strange. I've seen this happen so many times. Teams plant for long, and then they get way too greedy, way too aggressive, and just throw their life away. There you have lineups, you have mollies, you just play for fun. You have the breach stun from the fault line over from C Long. It really is interesting, all these teams doing the same thing. They try to push up, they try to get at least 1 or 2 kills. Garage was exposed. We saw there, Leave No Witness, the KJ flank was just too much to bear. Sniper came out lurking forward, got about 1 kill, and the rest was history. The flashes made it easy. We'll see if there's adjustments here from Brusa, but you saw there, Bearlight, how important the rotations were as Soldier Boy. It's a clean, crispy shot there on Zinxie. Start off round number 5.
Absolutely did. And so now you see Soldier Boy with a good little peek there. Saw in Garage just through doors and able to take out Soapy off the bat. So that's a quick strike, 2 down early in this one. As Rams will use Paranoia. Nobody there, though, trying to anticipate somebody maybe coming through Garage or in that area just behind box. As the one-way Cloudburst now set up to try and find somebody coming through. But obviously the Cloudburst is relatively short, so it fell before any real impact could be had. Still holding him off. It's Cloudburst after Aftershock, right? And Flashpoint, too, again from the breach, just holding off. As Theozen now getting the kill through B site. Does find the alarm bot, though. That'll at least tip off the Killjoy, who will be left by themselves. Able to get 1 kill, but it's an uphill battle with this 1v3 on C Long. The battle, especially when you get hit with the Aftershock. Now holding back, waiting. Rams will try and get them to go back and forth, but the crossfire wasn't exactly perfect, but it'll still break through. And Rams able to get the last kill. It'll be 3-2 Brusa.
Good stuff there from Brusa. Now they're going to have a lot of options, and you can look for Soldier Boy dashing in with that Rolling Thunder on top of it in conjunction with one another. That could be something they turn to. Fortunately, though, for Leave No Witness and their fans, they have the lockdown available to be used on that Killjoy, on Sniper to deny and maybe allow Brusa to reevaluate their options, look for a rotation if they so choose. Again, though, we see this 3-stack over towards C Long. They're committing to this and want more space, and that's where the action is. SRT is going to be able to find one. Rams stunned up, locked down. He'll be good for 1, looking for more shots, looking for more aggression, but he can't do it there. Looks for the flash, but it's actually just a bait and switch. Bearlight, as A's the real target.
Yeah, lots and lots of distraction there on the C site, but now we transition over to the A site, where you see them on site now, just double checking every single corner, making sure they miss nobody, and that way they can get the spike down. That down Q, though, will tip off the Killjoy on the defense for Leave No Witness, so you see the rotation coming around now as Breach will try Heaven. Nobody up there, too, so that's actually not a bad idea, too. It's Soapy up top, trying to get the flashpoint, too. Jiggle Peaks try to go long, down to 3 HP, as they were able to tag him for quite a bit, and the advantage here on the attackers, as you see them in front of sight. Aldrone trying to find somebody here from Peels. Now they're trying to defusal right off the bat. They have it, but now Peel is able to find that exact point where they're trying to defuse. Another spike, another defense tried, but the spike was defused before they could get off the shock dart that tried to shock them off of it. And so it was the defense being risky there, but holding off and knowing where the attack was trying to play, hold off the retake from. And they were able to hold and get that defusal before anybody could do anything differently.
Like within that entire fight, Nock uses the Rolling Thunder a little bit too early. I mean, he used it as soon as they got off site, tried wasting a bit of time initially, but yeah, I had to save that a little bit longer because, like you said, they got half so early on. They were able to get the second bit of it. Spike is defused, Leave No Witnesses, gain round number 3 and tie this up at 3 apiece. Round number 7, still plenty of ultimates on both sides to turn to. And again, now a slow, methodical pace by Brusa, turning it back a notch, waiting for utility, waiting for players to peek out into them. And they're going to play off that rotation if they so choose, as Theosin will hawk down on top of this B site, waiting, anticipating for a player to arrive. And they're going to remove that alert bot with the Sova dart. Continue to press on, marching into the site as Bruce says. They're going to look for the plant, look for the mollies on top of it. And they have the lockdown from Theosin if they so choose. But the Rolling Thunder on top of the Hunter's Fury being used one another. Everything in the kitchen sink being used to deny Bruce the plant opportunity. And they get completely mopped off the site.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, you already know the Hunter's Fury gives you some intel, but why not have it already so the first shot can land at least one and then maybe find multiples? And sure enough, it got 2 kills there, so definitely effective. But they're able to strike back a little bit and got some more damage. Ram's going to try and round this box, knowing where they're at, and that's one step in the process. And Soldier Boy checked one box, the other side was Rams, and they were able to hold off with a great job to work that together as a team. Talked about teamwork prior to the broadcast, and that's one clear example of it. Soldier Boy was able to sneak out and find that owl drone, so only a minimal amount of intel gathered. Far side, what a snap from Soapy, all the way down C long to get that kill and give the defenders this 3-2 advantage.
3-2 advantage, pushing back into the site is going to be Leave No Witnesses, a 3-on-2 assault. SCRT gains 1, Spurka snags the other. Knock will fall. 2 remain alive for Leave No Witnesses. The defuse will be taken. Looks like they're going to try to retrieve the operator. They get it back in their hands. Spurka goes to the defuse to give it back over. 4-3 in favor of Leave No Witnesses. They continue on this momentum building process, looking to build a cushion against Brusa. But Brusa out with 2 ultimates to play off of the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury if they so choose. But the money is a little bit awkward. It's not going to be a full buy. It's going to be like a half buy. Pretty weird.
Yeah, it's they're in the in-between stages for sure, trying to figure it out too. And obviously with the Stinger, with the buff, looks like it might get some love here coming out as well. And we'll see if they continue with that one. Yeah, it's not a great place to be in, but the way the momentum's been going, we've seen Bruce before in the past play down a little bit with their weaponry and still be able to get the thrifty, right, in their save rounds. So weaponry not exactly their main point of focus. They're able to get it done regardless. So as awkward as it might be, you're kind of looking in the later rounds. Obviously, you don't want to go for save rounds and have to thrifty consistently. But right now, I think they're in decent shape. Still a little bit awkward in the buy, like you mentioned, but nothing really harmful done. As you see the attack maybe inch towards B here. I mean, as far as the defense goes, they're pretty confident and patient here, as they have their sight lines locked down, playing more of a default here too, as you see the defenders on A getting a little bit antsy here, sneaking back through. I'm not sure if it was because of the sound cue here by Theosin on the site itself, but he'll make plenty of noise to try to distract them and pull them back, so that way they can try to hit. No, they're going to go full 8 anyways. You see them take through sewers now, and so it'll just be the sound cues for the defense, and eventually that will trigger them, but since he goes down in the process, as now they will hold on to site, and Spike will be planted here eventually, and they'll have to play a 4v5 retake here.
Very winnable now for Brusa. There's going to be a flanker that gets spotted and taken out. Actually, Soapy adjusts and somehow peels. Loses that 1v1. Soapy will move his way back over to B. The lockdown doesn't find too much success. Time is not on Leave No Witnesses' side as they meander back into the site. Slowly but surely, a 4-on-4 battle going to occur as there we go. The flash is going to be there. Another one, making it difficult. Sniper, though, is able to grab 2. Soapy grabs another. It's all on Soldier Boy's shoulders. The defuse will be stuck here by Sniper. They charge into the smoke. Oh, my word. Soldier Boy grabs 4. Easy pickings there. The main man of Brusa, somehow, some way, he locks down every head he finds. Bearlight, explain it to me. Tell me what happened.
Pure just fragability. I mean, with the Guardian, too, which means one after another popping heads is very possible, but very difficult to pull off. To have that level of frag skill and just know exactly where they are completely. The intel was everything on that play. Otherwise, you don't snap onto heads like they did. Incredible work on the Guardian. You don't see that very often, but when you do see it, you know that it's a sign of a great player. We said that Bruce's buy was a bit awkward, but I said it before the round even began, Campbell. I said, yo, this team, they can frag. They know how to use weaponry to their advantage, whether they have the advantage or not, and that's exactly what we saw in that last round.
Great stuff there from Soldier Boy and the Brusa fan base. Clearly firing on all cylinders as Zinxie step forward, the stinger in hand, spots the feet of Nock, the timing not on his side. The breach will square away. He's good for one from about 10 yards out through the wall as Rams intuition. From there, abs that second kill of the round, and Brusa following in Soldier Boy's footsteps. Everyone now starting to hit shots for this attacking side. And again, you have that late lure coming in from the KJ over towards C just in case this A push doesn't work out. But look at the space already being gained. But the respect is being shown. They're not fully committing, and they're waiting for that rotation. And they have the Omen TP to go to C and just get that for free.
Yeah, just easy pickings now. And the attack, again, based off of the confidence building like you mentioned, they needed something strong. And that's those two early picks are one way to do it. The spike already been planted pretty quickly here in this round, so I mean, that's a job to recognize that that was available. Soldier Boy gonna get one on the other side as well and catch a flank. Maybe two here trying to hold up as well, but Spurka gonna hold back to you. A save round from them, and it definitely felt like it. So Bristol being known to take advantage of these thrifty rounds, leave no witness, just not able to, and that might be a difference down the road. It's not something that you want to be known for, but at the end of the day, that's something typical. Leave No Witness has done a great job to kind of hang around in a sense, but Bursa looking like the stronger teams in times in desperate rounds, and that's the sign of a really good team, especially Soldier Boy, who's been absolutely popping off here with that 15-5 and 3 KDA. I
think the one thing to keep track of, the job's been done for Leave No Witnesses. They got 4. This is definitely, at least in my eyes, more of an attacking team. They have the double initiator for a reason, that Breach Sova, a lot of intel gathering tools, but right now, nothing really to speak of as the op again will be spotted. They already know where Zinxie is. That's huge information, Bearlight, and they can play off this. They can go towards B if they want to. They have the Blade Storm, and again, a flash from Zinxie forcing off this operator, and they should play this slowly. They know exactly where this op is. They just don't have to peek.
No need. Why rush it when you have the position exactly where you want it? Now, Bruce has done a good job to sniff it out and figure out where the op is without getting tagged. Unfortunately, this time around, they will lose the Ozin, at least unfortunately for them. It feels good if you're Leave No Witness, who's been struggling to try and figure out where it would come from. So they're able to at least get a pick in the meantime. So great job from Jet to hold them off too. And it'll be Peel is going to try and challenge this, and I'm not sure why. You know exactly where they're going to be. Maybe the Jiggle Peek did check to make sure that they're still there. And in fact, you'll see that Jet kind of creep through and maybe play B here instead. But the attack is thinking A. That's good news for the attack, seeing as the defense mostly on that C side. But the thing is, Leave No Witness has not been afraid to play a retake, and it shows here as they continue to play default. They trust the fact that they don't have the intel right now that they need, and they're going to receive it before they make any kind of decisions here on Haven. As now the attack, they will find their mark here. They will get the spike planted, and Zinxie will give them the cue to come across in rotation. It's just a matter of where they want to go to. And for them, it looks like maybe Heaven up and down below will be the approach here. As Zinxie does get one with the operator too. Now watching, trying to hold him off his knock. Holds down, but he's going to be detained. That Killjoy lockdown was able to get them and pull one down. And that's the retake approach that I was talking about. As Sophie does pull one. Soldier Boy able to get one, but that's all. As now he goes down two. And just like that, Leave No Witnesses continues to stay in this one despite the Bruce's sure willpower. And they'll even this game here at 5.
It's really strange. I mean, they know the lockdown is available for Sniper, yet they go to the one site that the lockdown is useful. I mean, you can go towards C, you can go towards B, and as soon as they found out where the operator was, it was like, oh, this is awesome. They know where the operator is. They're not going to push into this. They're not going to lose anyone. They can rotate. But instead, they continue to go down long. Very odd position to play for, because like we said, I mean, you knew where the operator was. You had such great information so early on into the round to not rotate. A little bit interesting to make that call, but again, Zinxie having a field day stuck on automatic with this piece of weaponry. He's good for one, good for two, streaking back and forth, making it look easy now, Bearlight, as he's got the dash equipped at the helm, ready to go, and Brusa crumbling here, looking like a Nature Valley bar on offense. Nothing to speak of, but Nock, maybe a chance here to get this kill, and he does. Good trigger discipline, but he gets punished at the end. A 4v1 situation for Brusa.
Yeah, it would have been so much better for him if he had somebody trailing that Killjoy. It would have been a lot more fulfilling if he gets you before you fall down and try to sneak through. But that's just great positioning, great FPS knowledge and timing there on the other side. But Brusa down to 1, and Skirt will take care of business there on Rams to pop through and give Leave No Witness the 6-5 advantage here, and just excellent execution and dissection of what the attack wanted to do there.
Well, this is it. We know exactly what's going to happen here. Two Rolling Thunders on both sides. This is going to be an absolute barn burner of a last round situation. Rolling Thunders on both sides means you're going to be playing for that retake scenario. If you are leave no witnesses, the goal is you want to be the second breach to ult. You don't want to be the first one ult unless you're absolutely certain you can play off of that timing, play off of those stuns. It's going to be an early drone. The operator moves now towards Garage, but Soldier Boy anticipates and hits. A crispy shot the Colonel would be honored to sponsor, as now it's going to be Bruce in a man advantage, a 5v4 situation.
Yeah, excellent work. And again, just that discipline to pull when the timing's right and get that pick. Just quick timing too, as Soldier Boy again able to just take care of business. It doesn't matter. He snaps on head so quickly and is able to take out care of anybody else. It doesn't matter if you win the sightline battle where you see your opponent first. If Soldier Boy's the other one down the barrel, forget about it. He's got it. He's got it locked down. Just great anticipation and great aim. Constantly able to snap on heads. But the spike down and you see the attack. They're going to fall back down C long and try to play it this way instead. The last time we saw this happen, Leave No Witness was able to hold him off at a distance, but right now it seems to be working for them.
Well, exactly. This is what we wanted to see. You back up, you play like a rat, and you win. You want to win the game. This is what you got to do. You got to play smart. You have to play secured. They have the mollies on top. They have the lineups as well. The smoke is there. They're going to have the op shots as well. The Rolling Thunder primed and ready, pushing back, Leave No Witnesses, and they just get absolutely destroyed. Soldier Boy good for a 3K. Clearly alive and well. This Jet is on top of his game. Pinpoint accuracy from the main fragger. 19-7-3 for Soldier Boy.
You discussed the importance of the Rolling Thunders and when to use those. And I thought Bruce, they just didn't quite do a great job to figure out when to pull that. But that was because Leave No Witness was able to really hold him off and keep him at that distance there too. So, their defense really strong. They kept with it and so after all, he was the first one to pull it, right? Which you said maybe is a no-no, but when you've held the other breach to a point in place where they're not able to use it at all, and then now it's time to retake, easy job from them to get that done. And so Leave No Witness, pretty effective there towards the end. I think Bruce did enough damage on the attack to justify perhaps a solid start here, but definitely going to be an uphill battle here as Leave No Witness has a majority of the momentum here moving forward into this first pistol round.
Zinxie, a precarious situation, looking to use his dash effectively. Smokes on both sides of Haven on this B site. Actually, they're going to push towards this flanker. They're going to push towards A-Link. They're going to kill Knock, and they're just going to take it right around Theozen. Going to look right open this B site for the C and sniff out where these players are. Sniper from the back half is going to be good for one. Theozen's just sticking the defuse. We'll go for half, and he already gets half. That's massive here for Brusa. The push back in for Zinxie. He's good for one. Shifts back around, tries to adjust for Theozen, but he can't do it. Still half, though, as Theozen goes for the second half. He's just going to get it. Oh! Doesn't get it in time. Fraction of a second off. And it's going to be Leave No Witnesses who barely eke out that victory 7-6.
I can't believe that. It was a risky move, and we all knew that going forward, right? And, you jump on it, try to get that defusal, but that close. And that's how detailed these players are. They know exactly how much time they have in the back of their head, but they want to make sure they check all the corners before they go and get the defusal, the defusal attempt and take that out. So they know they have a little bit of time to work with. In their head, that timer's always going off, and because of that, they use just enough time in their back pocket to get them off of that one and make sure that they're able to kill off the rest of the defenders there. Leave No Witness with just that timing in the back of their head, and it was a thing of beauty there to start off this round.
Looks like Bruce are taking a page out of Leave No Witnesses book, attacking C long, but it leaves A exposed. They know that. They understand that. This is their save. They're trying to look for kills. They spot Knock, and they know that's the lone player on this A site. So Leave No Witnesses going to take this one for free, and we'll see how much respect they do give them. They do play off the site. They do play these close corners. Just play this one slow. Cool, calm, and collected as Spurka looks for the fake TP, trying to juke out these Brusa defenders. Continuing to press forward, but Bearlight, this is exactly what they want. Taking pressure off the bomb, but it looks like Spurka's going to be in trouble. He gets overwhelmed with ammo and barraged, assaulted, taken down.
Spurka thought that maybe the paranoia could hold them off, and it looked good, except for the fact that they were behind the blocks. He knew that the Omen was there and that was a potential possibility, and so the flash didn't hit, and it's been different ever since. Cincy with a couple there, with the Spectre there, weaponry definitely helps out. Knock gets a couple back, though. which could
Wow.
prove important there on the Econ front. So, I mean, well played there. They do drop the round, but at least they got something out of it.
Yeah, the damage was done. I mean, that's exactly what Brusa wanted. They got 4 kills out of that. When you're looking at a save round, especially in Valorant, you're looking for either the plant, you're looking for at least 3 kills if you can. 2 is okay, 3 is really good, 4 is exceptional. So great job there from Brusa. If you're a fan of them, you'd love to see that. And right now, Soldier Boy, he needs some help. He's looking like LeBron, and he needs some assistance. Someone else has got to step up on this team. He's dropping 21 kills. It's barely the second half. Someone else on this Brusa lineup has got to step up and give Soldier Boy some help. He can't do it all. He really can't. Valorant's a team game. We know that. We were talking about the communication. We're talking about the teamwork. Somebody else has got to help this man out.
Yeah, looking like LeBron in his early stages with Cleveland and perhaps the Lakers now for some reason, even though they have the talent around him, but just not any results from anybody else quite yet. So yes, quite frankly, definitely need some help there too. Just the pure balance of Leave No Witness. You'll see the fact that the assists are much higher on that front too. Leave No Witness like to play together. They like to play grouped up, and you see that here as maybe you have one flanking and trying to gain intel here, maybe 2 here as they look to split and maybe pull down B, but they work such wise plays when we talk about the team play grouping up, and it's been working for them for sure. But now they have that information. The Ozin just kind of hiding, peeking back. The Odin rather able to take care of business in one instance. Now Leave No Witness are going to try to swing A, even though they know that they are outnumbered the other way. Perhaps they can catch one in Soldier Boy here. But if anybody's able to clean up the 3, it would be him. And the trigger disappointing to get a couple, and the distraction from the backside allows him to work his magic. And Soldier, Knock, and Theozin each get a kill there at the very end, and will give a round back, a much-needed one, to Brusa.
You saw that very timid Leave No Witness. They got towards the site, but they didn't want to clear short fully. It cost them pretty big. Soldier Boy makes some pay, and you see they're continuing to perform, continuing to hit shots, and I think he probably understands that in his mind. If he does not get at least 2 kills, they will lose. So for Brusa, it's about keeping this man alive, keeping Soldier Boy in a comfortable position, not letting him get harassed, swarmed with utility. That's going to be the game plan, as Leave No Witnesses will be able to buy up here, have a decent economy going into this round. Again, they get some good intel off of that dart. Again, Zinxie pushing forward, confident, scattered push, a scattered start for Leave No Witnesses. Everyone really looking at each side.
Yeah, it's a very bold move here. Then maybe they get the sound cue on the way out. The jet fell back now and holds off. You see they've dropped the sight down between Bend, so that way they can choose which way and direction they want to go. Apparently they've made up their minds already, as you see the breach backed out and grab the spike and now try Garage. Turret gonna locate them now. Skirt knows he's been found. We'll have to try to rotate around, try B perhaps, but that one's pretty locked off too. Soapy able to get killed through Garage. That was a bold move, still able to get to it. And now thinking Flashpoint here. No, it's gonna be the Aftershock instead. Rolling Thunder able to get through. Perhaps, as they still hold a back pocket, and the spike's still in hand. But Sniper going to snag one through window 2 to try to hold off the flank. In the meantime, Soldier Boy doing what they do best now with another kill here on Zinxie. Now Peel's allowed the chance to swing around, and a couple of these blades have been pulled from Soldier Boy, and that's a dangerous thing going into a 2v2 situation. Leave No Witness is going to have a tough time here, as Brusa already on site trying to get that defusal, and will get it halfway, but still be able to come through, get that last kill, and Leave No Witness back on top.
I mean, that's how you do it. That's how you play the game right there. It's very, very smart Valorant from Soapy. Plays off the Rolling Thunder, understands his teammate is going to be there with the trade regardless. Sniper wisely moving towards Garage. Knows that if they attack on multiple fronts, they can get that pincer maneuver and make their life a lot easier here. So now, Brusa, 9-7 disadvantage. They're going to have a Rolling Thunder of their own, along with Hunter's Fury to get aggressive if they so choose. It's going to be heavily emphasized on the defensive side for Brusa, going towards Garage. 3 posted up in this area. They are really banking on Leave No Witnesses moving towards this area, or at least gaining space in through mid.
That's definitely the key here. Garage is locked down, B is locked down. You don't have that option anymore, and so now you're kind of left between 2 long, hallways always, or you maybe try sewer on A, which is definitely the right way to go here. You see the defense cheating towards C here, but really the attack is leaning more A. This might be an advantage here for Leave No Witness again. Brusa recognizing that they have had a little bit of trouble as a full team to try to hold off Leave No Witness whenever they're here on the attack. So they do want to kind of stack sites, right? And for them, right now it's looking C and B. They do fall back default after realizing they don't have the intel necessary to make a decision. And so I think that's a good sign of a good defense here from Brusa, knowing that they have to find that first before they take any chances here. But they have to be careful. They cannot be caught out in a 1v1 situation. They have proven that they are unable to really come up with those wins. Besides Soldier Boy, who's been doing really well, which is a good sign that he's at least the one on site, and the push here will come through, as Zinzi will clear out below Heaven. And now holds off in the time being. Now you'll see a bit of the util come out. Hunter's Fury peeled here from Peels. He's going to try to push through. Does get skirt in the process. Now we'll try to locate the rest. As you see that intel dart out, we'll try to collect them as they work their way through. And it's a great use of that intel in order to pick out everybody who was here on site. And Brusa able to get another one back in now within 1 round.
Oh, man. I mean, obviously, we knew more information than them, but they had so much time to plant. The Hunter's Fury came out a little bit late. They were on site for a good while. I mean, we remember Zinxie was there first. He could have been the one planting. Someone had to get that down, but credit to Peels. Having that ultimate ready, the timeout for Brusa. After that round win, they're going to be on a bye. Leave No Witnesses on the save. A couple of ultimates to speak of. Really, the main ones, lockdowns on both sides here for Brusa and Leave No Witnesses. In this timeout, definitely probably discussing, what they can do differently in terms of absorbing a lot of this Leave No Witness aggression. Because, I don't know, it's been very interesting, this game. It's been very close, very even. But, I mean, it could just go either way. I don't know. It's up to Soldier Boy. It really is up to Soldier Boy. He is the one that will win Bruce of the game. If it is anyone, it's going to be him.
That's correct in so many instances, which is crazy to me. And we talked about Eco, and I was leaning towards the fact that, when you are behind, typically you want to lean towards, we need a little bit more team play, but it could go either way. And I think I mentioned that earlier, too. It's like maybe you do need to lean on somebody who's been killing it. And right now, when Soldier Boy's been allowed the chance to really be that fragger, especially with the Blade Storms out and available here momentarily, I believe just 2 stars away, they're definitely discussing how he can be more involved. How can we get him to the places where they seem to stack? And right now, for Bruce, it's very rare that you see a timeout when you're the ones that are actually gaining ground, right, and winning round after round. Typically, it's the other way around, where you don't want to get that momentum or stop that momentum when you're winning. But right now, I think that's a good choice because they are still down in this one and looking to find ways to get him more involved. And maybe they recognize something that was going right, and they'll try to continue to figure that out so they can continue that same process and find the same success they found over the past couple rounds. Speaking of Blades, it's going to be the other jet. Zinzi has the Blade Storms out and ready to go on a long, and they're going to try to get that intel first so that way he can kind of snap on the heads here as they hit the A site.
Gotta be quick. A swift start for Leave No Witness as Zinxie look for a timing play through the smoke. They have the flash ready. Good bit of team play for Zinxie. Grabs 1, grabs 2, looking for 3. But they get completely melted on the back half of it. Brusa remains cool, calm, and collected, staying alive with 2, giving themselves the 9th round of victory. 1 step closer to the Rolling Thunder for Knock. All tied up after 18 rounds here, 9-9. It's getting very close, very tight. This is what we want to see, though. Best of ones. Every game counts. Every round counts. These 2 teams clearly want to top the group.
Yeah, and Bruce, it's kind of, it might be a little bit misleading because we came into this half dead even as well, right, at 6 apiece, and then, now we find ourselves at 9, and Bruce kind of had to dig out of a little bit of a hole that they built, or kind of dug, as Leave No Witnesses were able to kind of hold them off, in a sense, and really push sites with ease. That's changed ever since. I think Bruce has done a great job with recognition, but also able to pretty much dissect where the attack wants to go and catch some of those stragglers, right, some of those flanks that are looking for the intel. They're able to take them out in an instant, and whenever they get the gunfights, they're so good at coming from different angles. They attack you from all sorts of different ways. But right now, Leave No Witness, they must have heard me talking and saying, hey, we can do the same thing as well, as they have this 5-3 advantage, and with the spike down already, will force Brusa into a difficult situation and retake here.
And again, I mean, you don't have to stay on the site. You don't have to push them back. You can just sit back here. You have that late lurk in from Sniper over in Garage. You play this correctly. You play this smart. You just burn time off the clock, dwindling away Bruce's chances gaining control back into this round. The smokes are going to be laid over, and Sniper is going to be the X factor along with Soapy. This two-man game, the dart is going to reveal so many, and Zinxie blows the head off of Peels. Knock is good for a trade. It's a 3K for Zinxie. Massive situation here for Soulja Boy in a 1v4 situation. But there's just nothing he can do. He's going to go for the save with the op, but he gets surrounded, hounded, and taken down as Soapy grabs the last kill. 4 remain alive for Leave No Witnesses, and looking to run away with this game.
That's a clever play by Soapy as well, not showing the hands, right? You're on site and did not give it away for an extended period of time. So that way when you try to dance away with the op, forget about it. He's right there in your face. You didn't expect it. You thought you could just hit the knife and roll out, right? And try to maybe save towards defender spawn. Either way, even if you did, you had a strong presence there anyways. So a bit of a tough go there, trying to get that save. And so Econ hit pretty heavily there too, and the op in the hands now of Bruce. Or Leave No Witness, rather, as they did a good job kind of dissecting there. As you see, a classic spot there for the Intel Dart, as now hiding in their own cloudburst, but being snuffed out was Zinxie, as Theosin was able to read that easily. But Skirt does get Rams there on the other side as well, and therefore the attack right here on C site will get the spike down again. They like this C site. There's something they see about this C site that's been really influencing them to head that way. But this time it'll be a little bit easier for Brusa because of their positioning, or will it? Soapy able to pick off one, and now on the other side, Sniper in the perfect position to knock 2 more, and they will have the advantage here. And not only that, but they have 3 ults in hands too for the future rounds too. Leave No Witness in a very good place.
And again, it's up to Soulja Boy to make magic happen. Will be good for 1, but the trade is instantly there for Sniper. It's a sensational, sizzling shot from long range. 11-9 for Leave No Witnesses as they're slowly dissecting this defense of Brusa and understanding that C's their safe haven. B is really what they use to go towards those different sites. They haven't really touched A. Initially, they use that as more of a rotation piece, and now they're going to have the lockdown to play for. They can just go to A and use that lockdown, take the entire site for free if they so choose. They have the Rolling Thunder along with the Hunter's Fury as well, so a plethora of options, Bearlight, for Leave No Witnesses to go for. Brusa, really only a lockdown to speak of. Yes, the TP is nice from the Omen, but it doesn't really give you a round win unless a flank is there, but Leave No Witnesses have been wise to it. They've been watching for a good while. So let's see what they do off the Owl Drone peak. They're going to go for A.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea either, and kind of stuffing it out. They knew they got hit boxes the last time. They cleared that at least that far out, and that gives them enough confidence to at least push forward to this point and maybe look towards the other parts of the site, which are pretty empty, by the way. And so now they're going to push that way. So after C push, you said that's their safe haven, and now they're going to switch over to the A. Instead, where the defense was not expecting it whatsoever, but they're also not expecting Soulja Boy to be here in heaven. I don't think that they have the intel on them, so they're just hanging out, finding the right time to strike. That is a lockdown, though. That'll force them back. A perfect time to pull that. As you saw it, we knew it was in hand, and it was going to be played as a matter of fact, and so the perfect time to pull it. And that, you just saw the impact firsthand, and now those knives are a little bit farther back, and now they are allowed the chance to get a couple of kills. They also detain one. They should be able to find them pretty easily, but Soulja Boy taking out Knock on the other side too, and Leave No Witness with the flawless round here heading in to map point.
It's just getting so difficult now for Brusa to deal with this aggression. It's overarching power from Leave No Witnesses. A hurricane rolls through the A site, and like you said, Sniper with that lockdown timed beautifully doesn't allow Brusa to get their say into that. They just basically have to hope for the best from that flank. They both lose their ones. That gives Leave No Witness full autonomy, full control over the entire site. And now they're just playing with their food. They didn't have to use the Rolling Thunder. They didn't have to use the Hunter's Fury. They have that for this potential game-winning round. See how they play it out. Again, slow, waiting, seeing where that utility falls, and then choosing their battle.
So methodical, and such a presence of mind, knowing where Brusa tended to be on attack and translating that in their minds. And overall, it's just been an effective way to snuff out where they like to be, where their sightlines have been, and more importantly, they haven't been predictable either. But Theosin able to get one at least. That is a strong start for them. They need their ult usages in the right rounds here, because they have 4 of them in hands, including the lockdown should they need it on a retake. But, I mean, I would pull the trigger sooner rather than later, of course, when you're on map point against. We'll see if this is the occasion now. But when you have numbers advantage earlier, perhaps it's less in this round. Maybe you want to hold on to him. But at the same time, you can't really give away much because you've known that. Leave No Witness has been able to strike back in instances and just clean wipe so quickly. So it's a tough battle back and forth as Sniper going to even things here at 4 as they look here to A site now 2. You see one in heaven. They kind of figure one might be up there as you saw the spawn, a spam rather, through that site. As now the dark cover went down and Knock goes down with it with that perfect timing to pull through, but wasn't able to locate Sniper as they get the kill, make it 3 now at 3K as they pull on now down to 13 seconds left. They need to plant this spike, but Brusa doing a good job to try to hold him off, but the spike will be planted here. And now a difficult time from Brusa as they'll have to play this 2v3 and they're jet down to basically no HP.
Rams gets taken down, 5 HP in a dream for Soldier Boy. A gust of wind will take him down. He'll slowly wander forward, a 3v1 situation. As soon as he's out of the smoke, they take him down. Zinxie, the last one to get the kill, 13-9 for Leave No Witnesses. Brusa, they don't deal with Sniper on that flank. They knew he was there, but they didn't know how close. They get punished for it. That is the game going over. Leave No Witnesses. Soldier Boy tried his best. 27, 16, and 4 was the MVP of the game. Wow. Just could not get enough done. Did not have the supporting cast around him to make it work. Leave No Witnesses divide and conquer and take that first game for themselves. Feeling good in this group. It's a great start to start with a win. They do it here 13-9. Yeah,
no, Sniper. I mean, the excellent work in the second half, right, on the defense. And I guess that's pretty typical of your Killjoy, right? He's very confident on the defense, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't pick such a defensive agent. But at the same time, the 24 and 14, I mean, they were, I think at one point, they were at maybe it was 18 in 13. So lots of kills in the row, especially late in that instance. When we talk about great players, they strike at the right moments. And towards the end, especially when Bruce has started getting a lot of that momentum back, right, after the timeout and before the timeout, really, and got one round after that, right? Bruce was figuring something out, but I think the adjustments of Leave No Witness, left no prisoners, right? And they were able to just destroy and kind of tear through, and one of the big reasons why. The adjustments are everything here, and they will be number 1 here in their Group G right now, as Clayton Valley was able to win. They're 1-0 right now, but the round differential was a +6. So actually that leaves him in second place, I believe, as this was just under that 6-round differential, but still in a good place nonetheless with that big win.
Absolutely a big win for Leave No Witnesses to start off the day. But we still have 2 more group stage matches to go, 2 more best of ones here for you today. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action.
Welcome back to the VAL Times Invitational hosted by Stay Plugged In. Again, I am Bearlight, joined in the booth by no other than my good friend Camel. And we wrapped up round one, of course, and Brusa could not quite hold off Leave No Witnesses as they take their first win in Group A. And that's always the start you want. You want that first win. And for our next matchup, we'll kind of break that down too. But Leave No Witness, to reflect a little bit, just got it done by teamwork and being able to have a more balanced team overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Communication and the teamwork is going to be influential here for both these sides. And we're going back on to Haven. Great stuff here. A lot of diversity in the map pool. So, yeah, I love to see that. Haven back. It's going to be Starless GG on defense. Reflect will be starting on the attacking side. We'll get to see different styles here if that does end up coming to fruition, how these two teams want to play it out. Starless GG coming off of a win, Reflect coming off of a loss. Will that change how they play? Reflect obviously going to be hungry for a victory, need essentially a victory to stay alive in this group. You don't want to go down 0-2 because then it really becomes difficult to get back into contention to move on to the next round.
Yeah, it'll be tough for them too. It'll be an uphill battle. According to rank on paper, at least, they are not the favorite team. So again, to be down one and then you're not the favorite team, hopefully that's exactly what they need, is that fire. Otherwise, you know, from skill alone, if you talk about in-game rank, if you want to go as far as to say that that's going to be the determining factor, typically, obviously, it's positively related, but it's not everything. Right, and I think that's my argument. When you have a little bit of spark, inspiration, knowing that you lost round one, you have to be able to ride that high and get to the next level via that, especially when you are underdogs. I mean, some teams, they'll thrive under that kind of pressure, and for me, I think if that's the case, if they have that fire and it's enough, I think they are talented enough at least to give them a little bit of a challenge here. As we get into our agent selection now, we do see right off the bat a couple of agents locked in that we didn't see last time, as we see Sage on one side there for the attackers for Reflect, and on the other side for Starless, we see right off the bat a Fade for the very first time as well.
Okay, interesting stuff here from both sides. The full composition there for Starlight GG. We get the Omen, Killjoy, Raze, Fade, Breach. Again, a double initiator composition, really looking to give Suga the space to perform once they do land over to that attacking side. On the opposite front for Reflect, I'm going to be interested if they do end up locking in this Reyna. Nothing set in stone yet, but yeah, that Sage on Haven is a weird one. You know, usually the only person I'm seeing running that is Grim. So, you know, hopefully Renjun has watched as many Grim videos as he can, knows the walls, knows the cheeky situations he needs to put himself in to make this agent worthwhile. And it will be the Reyna for Muns. I talked about it before, Bearlight. It's got to be the confidence. It's got to be a lot of tools given to Muns to allow him to have space onto the site. Because Reyna isn't really an agent until you get a kill. Until you actually get that first frag, you get to dismiss, you get to overheal. That's really when that character becomes unlocked, and you get to see the full value of that pick. But until then, we'll see what they do end up going for, as we'll see what the defensive lines look like for Starlight GG to start this one out.
Yeah, months of Reflect did end up, you know, locking in Reyna here in this instance. So, I mean, that's obviously a bit of a wild card always, no matter what. Obviously confident in the fragging ability there too. But we do see raises on both sides. Now, this is more of the team comp that I was expecting from the last one too. But a couple curveballs both ways. Again, on one side, you have the Fade here on Haven. Not utilized here on Haven as often, but that's one of those comfort picks perhaps that we've seen on multiple occasions. I mean, it's not always, it's not like you never see Fade here. I mean, she can always be impactful with her Haunt, with her Prowlers as well, able to come out and locate and get those stuns too, in addition to that, but also with Sage on the other end too. So you have those heals, and that's something that you typically don't go for. But look, as now they look one way but not the other. They did not check that corner, and Zerona's going to get away with the 3K.
Wow, the crossfire off of the Season A. They're going to look back for more as Dysphoria, a dysfunctional bit of shots as Kwang Nam will take the kill for himself. Now into a 2v2 situation as Neff pushing forward, looking to isolate this 1v1. He does get that first kill, looking for two, and he does. Neff grabs a duo there. The domino effect falls for Starless GG, and they'll pick up the first round off the back of that wonderful crossfire. Start off round number one.
Yeah, that was definitely set the tone for the remainder of that round there. To get that hot start, to get that, you know, to get in the minds of your attackers, right? Your opponents, rather. who are on that attack, and you say, hey, we have the positioning necessary in order to throw you through loops already. We're trying to play with you right off the bats and kind of play with their food early and show them and try to establish dominance here early in this one. I don't think they really accomplished the dominance piece per se. I thought Reflect did a good job to hang around as the attack and get a couple of picks that they needed overall. Remember, they're underdogs coming into this one, but overall it just wasn't enough to kind of hang in there. And in their 1v1 battles where they needed to win it the most, it was a dominating performance there from Starless in those particular instances. So definitely a hot start there from Starless. It's not exactly, you know, the numbers advantage they wanted here for econ purposes, but they'll definitely take it here too. As you see the mid push here for Reflect, they're going to try and maybe take this B side early, and the comms have already come through. They'll stay on C side, but that's it, as Zerona with the 3K to start off this map here in round 1, and already have 2 right off the bat here in round 2.
Gonna farm up these kills, but look at the space over towards A. Munz has done a great job. Can he get this first bit of contact? That's really go signal. Kwang Nam takes down Zerona. Now brawling with Neff here, using the recon dart for a bit of separation, a bit of space. Can't get the second kill. Dysphoria swings out. Good for 1. 3v2 situation. The plant is down, and Munz, will he be good for 1? Will they do their due diligence and check this corner? It looks like they're not going to. The right clicks are there, but it doesn't matter. Munz can't get more than 1. Oh, that's a heartbreaker bear light. Oh no, the trigger discipline was there, but not good enough. Oh.
That's so unfortunate to see the fact that you lined yourself up perfectly and you're only able to get one of those. That's a mistake that you want to look past, right? You have to get that out of your mind because, I mean, you did everything right except for the aim. And that's so unfortunate. And you practice. Obviously, it's the first thing you do when you load up Valorant, right? You go to the range and you make sure that that's at least on point. Prior to getting into any kind of practice and strategies, and so you wait for this moment and you finally get that corner. Nobody checks it, and unfortunately you can't do enough damage to hold them off, so just wipe it off the shoulders, right? You don't have to linger on that type of mistake. It's a difficult one to make, especially on stream, but you have to bounce back here too, as that with that 2-0 disadvantage. I mean, they didn't have the weaponry anyways after losing the pistol round, so I mean that would have been a huge little gap. At least they got a kill in the process, but they'll look to wipe that off their shoulders.
All things considered, a great save round here for Munz and the rest of Reflect, as they will look to take a bit more of a cautious approach towards this B site, recon dart to track and lurk out any of these potential players. The Killjoy is set up, and a good kill and a good frag for Checky. Takes down Zerona, who's been the hot hand for this team, as Shuga blasts back Renjun. That's the spike down in a horrible position now for Reflect. Munz tries to leap and grab it, but he can't do it, and now the spike is just deserted on this B side.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the attack trying to wall off that one side. It's just an awkward placement for that. You kind of trapped your teammates right up within that B site, and so you didn't leave yourself much room to work with overall. So I don't really necessarily know the reasoning behind that. Obviously, you want to cut off the left side, but I don't think that's exactly ideal as far as where you want to be. But now you see the intel dart out. They will locate one with it at least. So now they know they're on the backside, maybe potentially leaning left, but the fact that the defense is still there on the right side too, it's something you have to deal with here. Kwang will try to do just that, but does he know that Hammy is up top waiting for them to come through the smoke on the top side too? They have him up, they have him down here on the box as well, but Kwang able to take a couple of HP away through the spam alone, but Neff was able to do enough to keep off a couple with the 3K, and time is going to run out on Reflect anyway, so they have won this round already just by simply deflecting, playing a little bit of distraction game as well. The defense looks strong for Starless.
I'm even going to worry about Checky. I'm going to let him live. 3-0. Huge bonus up there for Starless. Now looking very comfortable in terms of both the economy and the round score. It's going to be a very awkward bye. Checky does save that Phantom into the next round, but other than that, it's going to be some ghosts, some stingers perhaps, just really weaker weaponry for this side. And on the attack, especially on Haven, still very difficult to find openings, to find gaps, cracks in the armor of this defense. Starless has done a great job at limiting the options that Munz and the rest of Reflect have. As good tag onto one, Hammy will be spotted, but nothing more than that. The rebound play there from Munz is going to be good. Zerona can't adjust. It's going to be a free gun for the Reyna.
It's great for Reflect in order to get that kill, especially the pick on one of the top fraggers through the first couple of rounds in Zerona, who has been effective in taking that away. And now Dysphoria trying to cause some chaos, but Munz with great positioning there too, and the 3K as well. Great job to get Suga as in addition to that, and pulling in forward. Now Checky going to get one too, and looking better and better after that bonus they got on the Econ. Now they're able to afford weaponry, and they look pretty strong now in the process, as although down to a low HP, it was Munz again to really initiate everything too. Have the Empress in hand as well in case they want to use it here this round. They'll probably hold to the next one anyways. As it spikes down, they only have Neff to deal with now.
Neff. Or and a dream. Reorients, adjusts, will hit for one. VV will fall, but Kwang with a good trade and a good kill. The first round on the board. Finally here for Reflect. It required Munz to really force the issue and grab 3, but he does it there. They needed it. They need this Reyna to pop off and perform. It's why you pick this character. And starting on attack, you got to get these kills now. It's when it matters most. So we'll see where they divert their attention to, if they keep going for the slow, methodical pace, or if they try to ramp it up a notch and go a little bit more aggressive with the double duelist composition they do possess.
Especially when you have the Empress as well. I mean, that's definitely going to be the case, too. And a good balance, too. If you're going to pick Reyna and you have 2 duelists, you want somebody like Raze that has that util, right? The ping shells to really pull players out of position so Reyna can be effective, right? You want more of an assist-heavy fragger, if you will, so a duelist. So to have that Raze right next to Reyna is definitely the right call here, especially when you can free up some space there for Reyna. Did you see the Haunts locate perhaps one around this bend? Is Zerona Checky going to know this? But the timing is going to be everything here, as they do hesitate. Doubted themselves in Zerona. It was just enough for them to hop in at that exact right moment in order to take them out. So now a good, quick, early first blood there for Starless. After they surrendered the first round in this one, they look to bounce back. And that's definitely an excellent start here, as the Spike now going to move backwards, a bit reluctant after having seen that the dark cover is going to cover A long, and so they have to try sewers perhaps if they want to try A. But they've already located, again, Munz, seeing here that a lot of them are holding off that sewer push, and so they will elect to rotate towards the C site.
It's the right call. But if they do go towards garage, that's going to be where Neff is held up to create a stalwart defensive anchor in this garage area. In June, the rest of the team trying to decipher where they want to go, and that kill towards Munz, that's the late lurk from the Reyna gone. It away. Kwang Nam good for 1. As they'll push back into the B site here. Where are the trades? Where's the crossfire? A tremendous blind gives Zerona the kill. There's the 3K. The 4K is pure. Easy pickings there for Zerona. They come in and absolutely destroy a grotesque couple of shots for Zerona. They're going to get their 4th round victory on top of it.
Reflect played, decently well. I mean, this team is definitely not somebody to sleep on by any means. Like, Reflect is playing well. I think they have a mindset going in of what they need to accomplish, and I think they've hit all their goals. But unfortunately for them, they have Starless on the other end, where Zerona is just finding everything. The DPS, the FPS timing from Zerona has been incredible throughout. You see every single time that a split second you make a decision to go through a different door instead, Zerona was on the other side, right? Just knowing positioning, knowing the tendencies of players on the attack, finding the right place to hide, number 1, and number 2, the exact right time to come through and get those 4Ks, to get to a place where you're through 5 rounds now and you've already gotten a double-digit kills on the board.
Again, Seasonade over towards A. No luck. They're going to know, though, that nobody's in this area. Look at all the space being clear. That's a good bit of knowledge as Neff takes a couple of blows to the skull through the wall, as Munz will have no regard for human life, continue to push forward, continue his assault, but Neff blows his head off. That's the Reyna gone. The Sage, the same fate. Kwongnam trying to alleviate the pressure. He grabs 2 for himself. The shots are there for Dysphoria, shooting through the wall. Wow. Just gets everything he needs and more. A couple of presents wrapped ever so perfectly for Starless. 5-1, and they're going to have 3 massive ultimates to play for as well. Same with Reflect. They're going to have to use this Empress at some point. I think now is the time. Bearlight, pull the trigger and get aggressive.
And I think that was the idea going in, but they got a little bit too aggressive. Like you said, no really no thought of human life there, right? Just
No
completely
intel.
disregarding. Exactly, no intel, just hopping onto site and trying to challenge the back of site, right? Which is okay and fine if you know exactly where the defense is, but that was just dangerous. And so you get aggressive, but that was a little bit too aggressive, right? You have to hold back unless you know exactly where at least one individual is, and then you can cut off other sightlines to get to that one pick that you know and you're confident in to get that Empress and really start running things there. But the good news is they were able to hold in their back pocket prior, but they are holding on to it way too long. Is Zerona going to take out Munz? So that's yet another round where it's not going to be used, and because of that, well, at least it's even here in the meantime, as Vivi is down in HP, but did a good job to at least even things, and there's where the healing comes into hand here, as Sage going to heal them back up to 100.
June. It's expelled from the game. Suga with the trade. It's a decent try from Vivi, but again, it's the communication, it's the anticipation, overarching, insurmountable aggression for Suga and the rest of the team. Starless GG on full display, creating a showcase for us here, 6-1. And yeah, I got a little dicey, but they're always that extra bit of effort. That's that showstopper coming out from Suga. Confirm the round, get rid of Renjun, and it makes everyone's life easier. The trade was there. So now, where do you turn to? Where do you look? Is it back towards A? Because you know this Seasonade combo is present. They're going to have to wait, not go too aggressive. They do not want to get caught by that. That'll be deadly.
B. I don't think B is an option here, and the reason I say that is there's so many ways that you can attack B, and right now you have Resurrection in hand, you have all 5 ults, and that's something that really I think is hindering Reflect in this competition right now. It just seems to be, and I'm just making a blanket statement because I don't know, I haven't seen Reflect's first map, but overall, when you're having you know, all 5 ults in hand, it means you're not using them as often or frequently as you should be. Now you do see the fact that they do use the teleport, and so that's going to be it here though, is Neff going to clean up on this side, has a 3K already, going to try to make it 4 as Vivi eventually will come through. It's an inevitable fight. Vivi does get 1, but it will be the 4K for Neff in order to hold them off and move to 7-1.
Huge rolling thunder there, saving Neff's life. Wow, Dysphoria coming up big there at the rolling thunder. That's what you want to see. And now you have the Nightfall on top of it, just cycling ultimates here are Starless GG. And this is the exact thing you don't want to see if you are Reflect. The snowball effect, only 1 round gained in the past 8. And just look at Neff, Zerona already in double figures here, moving into the 8th round, clearly firing, and just everyone's hitting. And this is the scariest thing about this team. Anyone can cut you, anyone can break you, not even the duelist is top fragging so far. And again, it's the space being taken. The eye's going to be good for Zerona. He's going to push forward and just doesn't care. I mean, that time he's going to get destroyed. Maybe a little bit of an over challenge for Zerona, but he has Suga to back him up. First shot is pure. Looking for another, looking for a third. He'll get 2 for his troubles, but the res is there to counteract this. It's a 4v3 advantage here for Reflect.
Yeah, and I think that was just a result of this this Starless team saying, how far can we go? Right, exactly. How dangerous can we get here? Because if we can just wipe them off round after round, that's even more of this game in your hand. It's already been favoring that heavily, so why not try it out? And plus, you know, even when they're struggling here, they had numbers. And, you know, Rejun finally using, oh my goodness, after using the res, and they still go down because Dysphoria is going to pop off. And when your Breach is landing 4Ks, and with that intel in hand, and using it properly, it's just a thing of beauty here. As you saw the Rolling Thunder earlier in rounds, a couple rounds ago, and now popping off there in the frag department, this team is unstoppable.
2 kills, the classic. I mean, just everyone is hitting right now. Everyone is popping off, and it's just going from bad to worse. Where does Reflect have? Where can they find a crack in the armor? Where is the defense? Not. They really need to figure out. They need to use the Sova more efficiently. They're going to use this recon dart to gain some insight, some knowledge in towards that garage area. They're going to drone as well on top of it. So really enforcing this garage play barrel and trying to gain some control, or at least gain some space. They're going to use the Hunter Shuri to deal with Neff. He was tagged, but now just a couple of pop shots. Don't find much luck. Renjun does get Suga for his troubles. Another trade, and now it's just a brawl occurring. Dysphoria thought he killed one, will step back. It's a 2v3, now a 2v2, a 2v1. Neff continuing to fire, continuing to hit. It's Munz. Gets the heal. Doesn't know where the second player is. Pulls out his knife at the wrong time. Caught with his pants down as Zerona takes full advantage and scores the 9th round victory for Starless GG.
I mean, shooting yourself in the foot. The Empress has been in hand since basically the beginning of the game, and you got to use it. I mean, Munz started off hot too, and you know you have that fragging ability, and you have this Empress in power. It's in hand. It's such a strong power. It just hasn't been used yet, and neither is the Showstopper too. They've been in hand, so you know you use all the other util. The Hunter's Fury doing quite a bit of damage. Reflect getting ahead of the game on so many rounds, and then yet it still turns the way of Starless because you just don't have that last little push. And then to be in the doorway and switch over to the knife, unfortunate mistake there for Munz. You know they're kind of holding on to that and getting in their own heads here, but they have to put that out of their mind if they're going to want to break through. I think they found the chink in the armors that you were looking for, Campbell. The problem is they haven't been able to execute when it comes to the other side. As a Showstopper is going to pull one here for Suga. And you see it used on one side, and that's the reason why you take a 1K when you can. Listen, it's not always going to be an ideal ult usage, but you have to use them at some point.
Absolutely, and I mean, especially with, you know, the Reyna pick, you're always going to be getting kills if you are playing in that confident role. As Hammy will be good for one towards this garage area as he dips and dives, slides, gates around garage. Kwang Nam will be good for one more, but the trades are there, and somehow, some way, another round that just looked disastrous for Starless is now turned into a 2v1. Renjun in trouble. Paint shells will force him into an awkward spot, down to 46 HP. The heal will give him a bit more of a topping off, but nothing too crazy. Remember that nerf coming in. Sage can't heal herself as effectively as before. Will wander in. Suga right in front, right into the crosshair. The 3K for the Rays on top of it. And again, it just feels like they can do no wrong. They can make these mistakes. They can push and be as aggressive as they want, Bearlight. And there's just no pushback from Reflect. And you know what I think they need to do, Bearlight? Maybe they should reflect on this attack. It's not over yet. Comebacks are possible, even 11-1. But maybe they should try to get this round. They should try to get something back, because it's just going really bad. It's going. If Munz does not press the X button, I'm gonna be a little furious. I'm not gonna lie.
It has to at some point, right? It's now or never, right? It was 6 rounds to go. Let's be honest, but yeah, you want to see it flipped. You want to see at least a couple more rounds here for Reflect, and that's the one way that you can do it. Otherwise, you might be out of luck here. As Zerona already got the first blood too, so Reflect forced backwards. They're just doubting themselves at this point. Unfortunate confidence is a little bit of an issue here as Zerona takes out another one by being aggressive, already up towards attacker's spawn. Doesn't really have any kind of care in the world at this point at 10-1. They're going to try to just 1v1 them and wins that battle with Munz to make it a 3K. Suga's already got a kill on Renjun and down left to just Kwang at this point, and stuck in the corner, stuck in that cubby. Easy pickings for Hammy, and a flawless round to head to 11-1. Will they go to match point without that Empress being used? They can't, because now it's the end of the round, so not used in the first half rather. And so, wow, I mean, at this point, Starless is definitely deserved this win overall. They are the better of the two teams, and I think they proved it here, Camel.
You know, this isn't an episode of Hoarders. You know, we're not on TLC, right? You can definitely use it. It's just one button. And I think it was just, again, I think it was like you were saying, the confidence factor. Maybe Munz just not feeling like he could use it at any given time. Just really unfortunate. Sometimes you just have the W key and hope for the best, especially with Reyna. It's very difficult to make that agent work if you're not fragging really the whole essence of that agent. So yeah, to go into this one 11-1, it is an uphill battle. It's not over yet, obviously. Still time for Reflect, but they're going to need to win this round. They have to win this round. They're not going to play for the OT, obviously, and the space being created here by Zerona. Making the first bit of contact as Checky will get one. VV good for a second. Here we go. This is the start you want to see as Checky moonwalking back the other way. Does not want to deal with that player in front of him. It's a 3v2 after it's all said and done.
Yeah, and Checky holding back. They have the advantage. Obviously, you took a lot of the HP out of the hands of the Rays too. So in addition to having numbers, you have the HP advantage and a heal in hand from Sage. But we've seen Reflect in these, positions where they should went out in theory, and then we've seen them unfortunately fall a victim to Starless and their ability to create as Suga came through with the Ghost, able to get one, make it two, as it's a 3K. Now it's left in a 1v1 situation. You have the HP, but Suga's been known to win these 1v1 battles, plus they have the spike. They will be able to rotate around to A. They already know where Sova's going to be, so they have the advantage to go through sewers without any care of the world, without with them knowing that nobody's going to challenge. They'll get the spike down, and now they can hide wherever they want to, and it's up to the other side to try and find where Suga might be hiding. So all of the cards now flipped, and from the hands of Reflect directly into the hands of Starless with that spike being planted.
No utility to speak of here for Suga. Apple Drone will clear out. Does that give Kwang Nam the false sense of security that nobody is in that short position? He spots the elbow piece of Suga as the recon dart to play for. That's a quick maneuver. Kwang Nam readjusts, hits, and fires. Destroys the head of Suga. Pierces the heart of the Rays and takes the second round victory for Reflect. And that's exactly what you want to see. 11-2. Kwang Nam firing, gifting his team that second round. You needed it at some point. And he's got that buddy for a reason. He's no slouch. So now we'll see if they can use that. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if there is a force from the side of Starless just saying, you know, we're better. Let's just win this game now. And okay, the Stingers will unite. Here we go. Let's see it.
Yeah, all together, holding hands. It'll be Stingers versus Spectres here in this potentially the last round before map point if Starless is able to pull it off. Reflect, I give them credit for being able to pull off that first pistol round win, because that's one thing that we noticed was they were losing 1v1 battles, and in this instance, you know, with that pistol round in hands, you give them credit, especially when Checky, now on defense, a little bit more confident to use the showstopper and gets a kill from it as well. So one of the Stingers out of their hands, Mon's able to get that kill too. Obviously, in this range of battle here on Haven, you want a Spectre over a Stinger, and that's been showing up. But Neff going to try to change the pace here with a couple of kills, but Vivi able to clean up on the other side, and that'll be the third round win now for Reflect, as they gain a little bit of momentum here, and you love to see it, but the bonus is going to be in the hand of Starless, so you know they're going to go right back out Stingers most likely, but how many rounds in a row do you think they're willing to kind of force into that? Sure enough, we will probably see a save round here as the first Sheriff has been purchased.
Yeah, this will be a save for sure. Sheriffs will be there, but nothing too crazy. I don't want to buy anything too much for this situation. And I think once they get guns, I mean, we know this, you know, exactly how this is going to go, but 11-3, still time. We'll see if a round just goes awry, though, because, you know, Sheriff shots can just start hitting. We've seen how these players perform, and already Zerona onto the site, onto B. He might catch out Vivi, moving right into him, and he does. First kill for Zerona, and if he gets Kwang Nam, that could be disastrous. Waiting, perched up on top of the smoke. It's going to be an uncomfortable situation. Kwang Nam waiting, looking for more. There are three players right in front of him. He doesn't know it. It's Zerona with a disgusting flick. He takes down Kwang Nam, and now it's a 4v3 situation. A 4v2 Zerona with a 3K. He's just firing. He doesn't give a damn. He wants more. He wants the 4K. It's a 3v1 barely. It's just gone from bad to worse, and now it's just suboptimal. A 4K for Zerona. Insanity for the Fade.
Just no panic, no disruption whatsoever of the gameplay. It doesn't matter what situation you're in. Oh my goodness. Just to have that advantage too coming through, just the patience overall. Not to mention it's things as simple as the fundamentals, like crosshair placement when you have the corner. That made that headshot around the box on B site so easy for him. Just a little bit of movement versus you see Reflect, sometimes they have to go across their entire screen in order to find the pick that they're looking for. And I think that, first of all, that matters. But then when your crosshairs aren't exactly in the right spot, we saw Zerona adjust and with some incredible flicks onto head. So it doesn't matter far, long. Make it easy for yourself, and even in the difficult of situations, Starless has proven that they've been able to get it done so far, and we'll see if they can close out here, as Mun's going to go down to Dysphoria, able to get that first pick. And now first blood has been drawn. Neff makes it 2, and Checky now gonna get one back, but it won't matter. It's that quick as the showstopper combination with the rest is going to make Starless a 13-3 victor here at Haven, and it moved themselves to a 2-0 line here in their groups.
Really dominant showing there from Starless. And again, like we've been saying, like we've been harping on, just complete domination. Not much you can say about this one. I mean, you know, even Shammy at the bottom there, 15 assists for that Omen. The blinds were massive. The smokes were in the right spot at the right time. Dysphoria as well with some Draymond Green numbers. Everyone getting involved here. 13-3, a great showing from this team, and definitely one to watch out for as this tournament progresses forward and we get into later stages of play. Bearlight. But again, you know, a decent effort there from Reflect. Just we're not able to unlock that arena. We're not able to unlock that utility. And just got really blown off this map. Haven will go the way of Starless. GG. And one more group stage match for us here.
That's the side of a good team too. I don't know if you peaked. Hammy was the only one below 500. When we talk about the KDA or KD rather ratio, so it didn't have the fragging ability, but what they did have was 15 assists. So when we talk KDA, it's a whole different ballpark. So if you're not fragging, you're contributing to the kills, right? You're finding a way to be impactful for your team, and I think that goes a long way when you have the depth of this team, like you have with Starless and their ability to create play. It's not only with the fragging capabilities, but on Omen, able to get that many assists, obviously through paranoia and through shots and almost perhaps taking out some of the opposing agents. I mean, just excellent play from start to finish, from top down. From a fragging standpoint and assist standpoint, this team definitely came to impress, and overall, I thought they did a great job to hold on, and they'll have a clean lead heading into round 3 of their group.
Absolutely a clean lead indeed. Remember, top 2 advance out of these group stage matches. We have one more to go. We're going to get that situated and get that to you as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant action coming your way. Stay tuned.
welcome back to the VAL Times Invitational hosted by Stay Plugged In. Again, alongside Cannibal, my name is Bearlight, and we head into round 3 of the groups. At round 3 is about to take place. Remember, all these teams, only the top 2 from each group are going to advance to the bracket here, which will also start later today. If you're joining us, thank you so much for being here. Camel, your thoughts about the first 2 rounds here?
Well, the first 2 matches so far, pretty decent. We got one close game, one not so close game, but I think this one coming up between the Bald Babies and Lead will be the closest we've seen all throughout the day. A couple of really known names, at least from me and from you. You've seen a couple of these players in a couple of these tournaments before. Tell us about that and talk about who we should watch out for as this game starts.
For me, I'm familiar with the Bald Babies. They've been around the Stay Plugged In network for a long time now, playing in the weekly tournaments consistently throughout. Also, we talk the summer series last year. So this team's been around and together for a while. I know Feeds, Sinbad, and Wham specifically have been playing together. I believe Kev's been a part of that equation too. And Say So, I know they've played together at least once or twice, but those 3, the core players, Feeds, Sinbad, and Wham, have been absolutely dynamic, deadly, and are very impactful for sure. When we talk about Feeds, what we're looking for in Feeds is going to be his ability to create plays as an initiator. But right now, you see Sinbad on Killjoy as well. Wham going to go with his classic KO. An agent that hasn't gotten a lot of love today, but it's definitely part of that meta. Just the flashes, just the nades overall can definitely be impactful here on this new map Ascent as we see a KO both ways.
KO both ways, the Killjoy both ways, the Sova definitely I'm expecting from Raf here. Just fairly common picks. Not going to get a mirror composition. The change is going to be Local Janitor looking to clean up with the Reyna and Rebex on the Jet. So one side favoring more of an aggressive duelist that can really get themselves into a site. The other one looking at that Reyna. I mean, again, we saw the Reyna last time around. Didn't work out as well. Local Janitor, obviously a little bit more of an elevated player, has a lot on his resume that he can look forward to, and he's going to have a lot of flashes to play with. He's going to have the Sova drone, the KO flashes, the Omen flashes. He'll have a lot of ways to get into the site. Hopefully, if you are a fan of this team, if you are a fan of the Bald Babies, you want to make sure they're using that utility properly in conjunction with one another. You don't want to leave Local Janitor on an island just wandering around the site with no flashes, because then you can't unlock that Reyna and give yourself that space on the site you so desperately are looking to acquire.
For sure. Well, for the Bald Babies, they're know to kind of feel out their opponents at first, and so we maybe see a slow start here, especially against a team that, like you mentioned, is up to par, right, up to the level, ready to battle out in Bald Babies. I mean, Lead is definitely around that immortal timeline when we talk about or skill level, as we talk skill in ranked. But I mean, Bald Babies overall, they'll definitely take their time, feel out the situation here, especially on attack. You'll see them move relatively slowly. And in the first rounds, maybe a little bit more aggressively, so it just depends on how they want to attack this. But right now, they line up for this B attack here, and they always have that one on flank just to get that intel on one side, especially here at one of the smaller maps in Ascent.
Start off, bit of chip damage there, and just a bit of knowledge. Sinbad snags a kill up through mid, though, and Kevin finally gets rid of that KJ turret. Smokes will be laid down, trying to give some space over to Local Janitor to pass through. Cat seems to be the target, but Piv is lying in wait, watching over this general area. Let's see if he can get a lot done. He'll be forced off initially as Local Janitor continues to press on, continues his aggression. His assault on the A site will continue as Rebex, though, will be good for 1. A good trade for 3-inch Punisher, as he'll be able to grab the plant as well on top of it in a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, and they have sight, and From Heaven will be the challenge here on the retake. Led by Nico, who we've also seen a lot from, a very talented player in his own regard. So we'll look to lead the charge here with the Killjoy. As they pull down, they do locate 2. That'll be a Wham with the kill, but the intel has been gathered here as they know that both will be below. But it's up to Raf in a 1v2 scenario. Knows that they're on the other side, can't choose which way they want to go. They chose the right way, but there was 2 of them to deal with. And with the Frenzy, Wham able to clean up Raf and give the Bald Babies a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, just an impossible situation unless Wham turns off his monitor, so not much you can really do about that. 1-0 for this side here. Sinbad and the Bald Babies coming alive. 1-0, looking for the buy, looking for the force, even a Phantom for Local Janitor. He understands that he's playing the Reyna. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to find these kills. As soon as he gets that overheal, it's going to be a 150 HP Phantom Reyna just running at you full steam ahead. And there's only classics for the opposite side in lead. We'll see if they can find any value as an early peek, an early dart. Look at this. Already the space, the information being gathered. They know nobody is in front of local janitor, and he can just march forward with no disregard, no second guessing himself, and he knows exactly where these players are. The initial kill going the way of Sinbad. He gets rid of Nico, and the site will just be littered with bullets in the utility. They just take it for free. Exactly what you're expecting, Bearlight.
Yeah, they even, like, the detail, the attention to detail. You saw on the back of site the Nano Swarm to hold off anybody who would be there, to buy them time to clear out the rest of the site in order to take it in the first place. That was so methodical, and Lead had no idea what they could possibly do to hold off. And they were already short-handed when we talk about weaponry, but in addition to that, it was just well played by the Bald Babies. And we go back to, you know, last match, in the match prior, where we saw a few times where you have the advantage, you should win, but the thrifty round comes out because you just weren't paying more attention than you should be, right? You're not paying enough attention because you're so reliant on your weaponry. Bald Baby says, we're not going to take any chances. We know we have the weaponry advantage, but we're still going to make sure we check everywhere. We're going to make sure that we hold off the back of sight. We're going to do everything right, the fundamentals, even when we have that advantage, to make sure that every single round win that we possibly can, we will. And one of the reasons why they have this 2-0 lead.
Absolutely. This will be the real start here for the opposite side in lead. Finally going to have guns to their name. Finally a chance to bounce back. Get a round for themselves. It's going to be tough, especially considering how this utility has been used so far. It's ship damage. We'll find towards local janitor's way, but the spike has been left behind, and really just trying to eke out, figure out where the utility is, and then they can rotate back, grab the spike, and figure out what site has less people on it, what site is more favorable to the attack. As a slow push up through mid, and there's no utility really in this general area. There's a turret close, but it's not watching market. It's just going to be given over to Free, and Piv has a sneaking suspicion something might be up.
Yeah, no doubt, and sure enough, something is up. They'll chase Piv right back out through the archway here, as they're left with basically nothing available here. They will set up a crossfire to try to catch them on the back of sight, but Bald Babies know better and are able to hop back, maybe push through market as they grab the spike here. They really haven't determined which way they typically want to go here overall, and perhaps they want to cheat towards A. They notice that maybe through tree is the answer, but Sunset up there and does get one, but Wham able to return the favor pretty quickly. And Kevin here in support of Wham, able to get that second kill, but Rebex good for one, holding off. Rebex making two, making three through the door, able to pull it off, and now with the clear advantage on the 3v1, although Kevin will get one back. Nico through the door to get that important trade and lead with a clutch third round here.
That was going to be disastrous there. Saving the round is Rebex, rebounding off of what would have been disastrous. And it looked like after Piv got forced off, there was nothing they could have done. Rebex confirms those 3 kills. Local janitor had a pretty disgusting whiff, not going to lie. And that's going to be it. But was good damage, all things considered. That was the bonus round for side of Bald Babies. And a 2-1 lead. Continuing though, we'll try to push forward again, leaving the spike behind. Going to try and figure out where these players are exactly, and this smoke will allow local janitor to push through, but it's just going to be another mid play, another mid-priority situation. Rebex ascends the invisible ladder and takes down Wham with the Blade Storm, and a good first kill there for Rebex and Lee to start off round number 4.
Yeah, and holding on to those blades as well. Had the classic out just in case they find themselves in a short situation, just being that confident, even though you have the blades you can default to no matter what scenario. So we'll try to hold on to those for the right occasion, for the right distance, which is pretty much everywhere here in Ascent. Also, Jet, a good pick here because of the verticality you have to cover on multiple sight lines, but gonna pull back and hold off. Nico, you can see, is lined up, holding, waiting. Good patience here to not peek. Otherwise, he might be taken care of by Janitor, who does take out Rebex, by the way. Now we'll pull back through market, holds on to this mid-press, and Bald Baby's determined to be that mid-presence, and it's ever so important here in a sense. So good to see them not be discouraged here, and especially the way that they're able to break through and get a couple kills here to have the numbers advantage as they look to rotate here on this B site. Nico knows this, holds back, has the chance to pull through. Raph already takes out one. They're looking towards site. The Owl Drone trying to find somebody, but they rotate back in time. But then they eventually get one, but by the time they're able to pull back out of the Owl Drone, they're taken out by local janitor. Nico returns one at least through market as they hold on and try to find the right time to attack. As the spike now planted here and gonna force the hands here of lead, as they're the ones that are gonna have to attack this site and try to figure out where it is. But the thing is, here it comes, the lockdown to try to force them away.
And it will do just that. And they have to worry about this player from Maine. The TP, Kevin, slipping through traffic. He finds one. It's a 1v1 situation. Nico, Kevin, pros don't fake. Nico looking to stick. He got half. It takes the peek and takes the kill. The 3K. Kevin did not have an idea of what he wanted to do. Didn't go for a peek. Just let Nico have full control over that 1v1. And he'll win out 2-2. Easy there for the Killjoy. And the Sentinel clutch is massive to tie up this game. And now it's going to be a pretty awkward bye. Going back over to a save is the Bald Babies. Some Stingers, a Sheriff, and a Dream for this side. And the Operator is going to be unlocked for Rebex. And that's huge on Ascent.
Definitely is. Yeah, the hold off, especially in the hands of Rebex, who we've already known to be the ultimate fragger here. Ultimately for lead, that is. So definitely have that in hands. We'll use it to try to go across and maybe catch them through mid, which they know that they like to push consistently. But Bald Babies is a step ahead, as they typically tend to be. They've dropped the last couple of rounds, but they are looking to make a difference here as the push is incredibly quick onto A. That is the change of pace that we know from Bald Babies, where they are just so patient in the first couple of rounds. They take mid consistently, and then right when you commit to the cause, that's when they go right back towards one site, do a full press, and they already have the spike down. Are going to force the hands of lead here, as they'll need to get this retake, but they're typically pretty good at it. In fact, Rebex will pick off one with the Operators. Janitor try to hold that sight line. Nico gonna get another one as well through the cloud. It's going to be Rebex with another kill on Kevin, and left down just one, and Piv going to take them off, and they will get this defusal to make it a 3-2 lead from lead in a methodical retake.
A lot of pinging HP bars. Fortunately there, though, they're able to remain alive. They get the plant. They get 2 kills. If you are Bald Babies, all things considered, a pretty beneficial save round for yourself. But fortunately, the Operator still in Rebex's waiting hands. He'll be having that the entire rest of the game. And if he wants to, if he's allowed to. And once you have this Operator, it allows you to have control over this mid area. And that's really where Ascent is. The mid map, that's what matters most. We saw in previous rounds how much attention, how much focus local janitor and the rest of Bald Babies put towards this side of the map. And if Rebex is able to spot one player peeking, that's all he'll need. They're going to know at least his presence is detected, but local janitor still takes the peek, and Rebex gets a freebie out of it.
Yeah, was able to just take one. I mean, the timing was perfect, and the location on where he wanted to take that first shot, just the timing was absolutely everything. The reaction time to get that first one and then get out as well without any damage taken in order to make a difference elsewhere, which will be in tree, by the way. They hold off here. I mean, not the ideal situation here for where the op is, but with looks like they have weights in hand, so maybe that'll be the affecting thing here. Sun holds back. Rebex does get one, but Wham able to come through with a couple of their own. That will be trying to sway the opinion here, but Nico was able to take out Sinbad. Now a standoff here at Tree. You see the pull, and Wham was able to win that battle too for the 3K. Now holds off, knows they could be having here the 0 point to try to locate them, and also, of course, take the util out of their hands. One agent suppressed off the lockdown as well. In addition, Wham still holding off here, not really affected by it, but lead, and Nico able to get Wham. That's a huge trade, but down to 31 HP here in this battle with Kevin, who does teleport here. They won't know where they are, but they have an idea. One kill, though, at one tap from Kevin. Now in that situation, they do locate him, and Raph going to win this 1v1 situation again, as Kevin does a little bit more than the last time he was put in this situation, but just not enough.
Not enough. One remains alive, and they're going to try to get the Operator. I don't think he'll have time to get there to it, so yeah, the Operator will be lost, but Rebex should just be able to buy it again if he wants to. We'll see what the call is. Don't see why not. And even after they knew he was there, they still take that peek. A lot of ego there on local janitor's part. Maybe he just thought he wouldn't be peeking that. Maybe he thought he could take the angle and just get the kill himself. But all things considered, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more of that. If they do know where that Operator is, I don't think they're going to be peeking it anytime soon. They're going to look for rotation, look look to be more slow and, like you said, methodical pace when they see fit. But like you said, they can change it up on a dime when needed. They're going to walk right into the operator. Can they get the trade? Rebeck scurries off the safety, looking for one more, adjusts and fires, takes down Janitor. He's looking for a third. He's getting pincered by numerous sides, usually utility. The mollies are going to be used to force off his position, but the damage has been done. It's a 4v3 situation after Nico falls.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, and we didn't anticipate that Janitor would make the same mistake and try to peek it, especially when you know that you weren't able to get that trade off the bat. And now Rebeck's just popping off with the off. That's a 4K for him, and now able to just control the pace here, lead just on this streak and continues to be hot. It all stems back to Janitor chasing down the operator. When you knew they fell down the market, you still try to peek it. I don't know if it's because of last map, maybe the past couple of maps, they've been able to get away with it, and so that's 2 mistakes in a row. Surely they can't make it a third time, but unfortunately that kind of set the tone there as the operator has been ever so important, and they continue to pop off with it.
This looks scary. It looks like they're going to dart out. Rebex is watching over, hawking down this mid area. Good smoke, lays waste to that. Rebex will adjust and pop out the shorty, waiting for his moment to strike. It's going to be a daunting push here for the attack. Rebex trying to thread the needle, see if he can spot anyone jumping up and down, waiting, anticipating. Spike is left behind. Look at all the space being gained, Bearlight, really enforcing the issue towards Cat. But how can they get out of this one? And it doesn't seem like they can. They just get mowed down. The lawnmower shreds the grass up top, and Cat, and now Rebex adds insult to injury. It's a 5v1. Yes, this was a save, but to not get anything done is a travesty. What can Kevin do around the corner? That's the question. Maybe he's good for one. He will be. Runs away, can't find much more as Nico scrapes together 3 kills. 6-2, 6 in a row, Bearlight, for the squad.
It's a sign of a solid, well-rounded team who knows how to trade, knows when to time things. As Kevin tried to peek around and try to get away, there was nothing doing there. Just the trades come so quickly. They're able to support one another in all of these instances and just be that effective because of it. Rebex has just been dominating with the op, and there's no way they can get around it right now. You said the op is so effective in Ascent. There's just not that many ways around it, to be honest. I mean, with Ascent, you know, you don't have those flanks like we saw in Haven earlier in this broadcast, like we see on maps like Fracture and Split. There's no way to really dive around this op, especially when you're in that much control, where you're peeking through smoke lines. All of that has been excellent for them as they try to jump into the next round. They do get the first blood, but it's returned by Ball Babies, so at least they're able to even things at 4 and not let it affect them. Even though the save will give the weaponry to Bald Babies, Lead already has that weaponry, and they have 3 ults in hand.
The peak is local Janitor, Wham on top of it in conjunction with one another. A barrage of bullets square away onto the ace site. They can take this back. Still not taking the spike, still looking for more. Local Janitor out in no man's land. It's taken down by Nico. Back into a 2v3. The lockdown is available for Nico if he wants to go for this, and this is a winnable situation for the defense. You're going to see a lurker, Nico, sniffing out this flank if it does approach, and the lockdown will be used by the attacking side here in Sinbad. Another great shot from Raph. Lenscrafters sponsor this man. Another great shot from him. The Sova popping off. The lockdown will be used, giving control over, giving the plant down. But you have a lockdown from the defensive side of things. Nico's going to know he's close. Does he get just in time? He does. It's a 2v1. The lockdown brings out Sinbad. He's got to push. He's got to force the issue. He sees the headpieces of a couple. Gets one. Destroys the lockdown. That's crucial. Jousting with Raph, takes the shot, pulls out the pistol, the reload from Raph, taking his time, walking back forward, he takes the shot, takes the kill, and gouges the Killjoy for his second and the 7th round victory for Raph, and Bald Babies just crumbling lead, leading with force, leading with intuition, leading with excellence, 7-2, 7 in a row. Bearlight, just unstoppable.
They really are. I don't think I've seen this entertaining of a match, you know, that's 7-2, right? With the evenness and just everything in the gameplay for both ways. Lead has been doing a great job to establish this lead. But like challengers might be the only place where you see a team truly far behind, and you're like, I don't think they're out of this quite yet. They're definitely playing things really well, but Lead has definitely done themselves favors here on the defensive side. They've been incredible here. They forced Ball Babies now into this timeout as well, so they can talk it over to you. Ball Babies knows that they're that close, right? They're that close to being able to turn the tides of these fights. They just have been losing in these situations. Rebex has been allowed the chance to just run free with the operator, and it's really been able to haunt them. It's something, it's just an additional thing that they have to think of, in addition to everything else, winning those 1v1 battles, or, in that 1v1 battle specifically where you're running out of ammo, you still pull out the pistol and you're kind of stuck there because you know the FPS timing on the other side is that solid where you can't have a second to reload. You know that you have to switch. And in that instance, you just see them drop down and they take care of business in situation that they should. So we'll see if Ball Babies can make the adjustments necessary here. They did take some time to talk about it, but they'll come back out here, and they'll have the weaponry too in what feels like a force buy here also. As you see, shields at 50% as well to get the half shields, and that's about it. So, I mean, they're going to be basically out-weaponized and out-shielded too, as Lead have 4 ults to their 2 in addition to that.
The problem is there's always an op available. The money is in such a great position for Lead. They don't have to worry about that operator falling. They have always something in their back pocket as Piv will use this one-way watch over. Timing is decent for local janitor and the rest of the team. They're going to get more space, and Piv actually might be caught in a pretty unfortunate position, and he will be. Local janitor gets that full heal, gets exactly what he needs. But this is space. You have to take this. You have to take that pick and go forward to back off. They had time. Now FX Sun gets into a closer position. He could look to punish for more. He doesn't know there's a crossfire here. Does he take that first peek? He doesn't have a flash to play with. He does, but he doesn't end up using it. That could have been big for him. But now local janitor will take this kill and now continue to push forward with 3.
Yeah, that's 3K already for Janitor, who has been really stepping up his game, but they still have to deal with Rebex, who has that operator. But low HP too, as the Cloudburst used to deflect and get away, but still holding it and lingering around. Janitor knows this pulls out. Great pick there too, and just that short from getting the ace, as Raph able to take care of him, and now he'll bounce out. As it's a small victory for Lead, being able to hold off that ace, but so close from Janitor, who struggled a little bit earlier in fights, but now has been struggling a little bit with situational play. But that was the great situation to pop out on after a timeout and giving his team the 3-1 advantage here late in this round.
I wonder if he uses those shock darts towards hell if he gets the chance. I mean, there's just no time to play for. Getting wall banged as well, trying to get it lucky with some of these shots. They'll actually take that peek, get 1. Get a second, looking for a 3rd. Actually almost turns that around. He wouldn't have had enough time anyway, I don't think. Would have been close, but it's a bit scary. That doesn't matter. A win's a win, and that's all that matters. Bearlight 7-3. Finally getting on the board after 7 straight losses has got to feel good for this club. But at least give them the confidence that they can beat this team if they do play properly. And it was off the back of local janitor getting those first couple of kills on that Reyna, getting the heal, and getting the space to go for more.
Yeah, that was great, and bought them a little bit, right? You'd obviously like to keep a little bit more of those, a few more of those rifles in hand after that one, but yes, you're right, the round win they will definitely take. And they also are wise enough, this team is experienced enough in the scene to know that the weaponry is going to be there still continuously from Lead. They can basically, they have a ticker in their head as far as what their econ may look like, and so for them, they're just so aware. Remember when they were basically everything seemed to be against them, they tend to come out in those moments and know when they can strike. We'll see if they can bounce back here, as first drawn is blood against first blood has been drawn against them, and holding off, waiting back. The Ball Babies trying to maybe bait out anybody here on this A site, but Rebex seems to be holding strong right here behind boxes. Knows the janitor has already pulled. He doesn't locate him. It took him a minute to get to him, though, as now that even the Hunter's Fury streak was able to blind them for just a second, or at least take away their view lines, and so that made them hesitate for just a second. But Kevin able to get that trade now in the front of sight. We'll see if they're able to win this battle, too. Bald Babies here on the site, waiting to plant, though, knowing that they're probably lingering on the backside. And Sun there comes around, able to land one on Sinbad as well. And now the Hunter's Fury trying to get the rest of them, locate them on site, but the spike has been planted. And Nico here going to be bested by Punisher. Now holding back, And waiting for the last two to push through. Raph through the smoke. Good timing here. And now does locate Sun as well. He's suppressed, though, so it's going to be left up to his weaponry. And a teammate coming through, Kevin, as his teammate was able to distract just enough for Kevin to come through and take out Sun. So now 2 rounds, 1 in a row from Ball Babies. They're feeling just a little bit better.
I mean, like you said, you mentioned it. This is not over yet. It was 2-7, but we still felt like it was close. We still felt like there were gaps. There were cracks in the armor that were showing, that were forming. And right now, this is a very, very winnable game. And I'm wondering if local janitor just pops the Empress and just goes for broke here. There's going to be a 3-stack on this A site. They realize now lead. A lot of attention has been shown over towards A. B has really been a non-factor. And the flash is there. Rebek's already forced to dart away to safety. The dash using. And they're going to actually probably force the issue. Maybe give local janitor a false sense of security to push into the judge. That's exactly what he's going to do for a brief moment. Actually, Rebek takes the peek too early. And Pip just waits. Doesn't do anything. And he just baits his teammate. It's a 5v1 situation. Raph will be behind 1 to get 1. But that's it. The consolation prize. This is tough. How do you get out of this? How do you win this round?
There's hardly a way at this point in time. You're surrounded now. Backside, sure enough, there comes local janitor, who is so impactful in that round. That was incredible. You know, holding off, knowing that the potential danger and threat that was lurking around the left side of entryway, just past choke, right on that A site, and located 1. Saw them close by, too. The distance would lead you to believe that there's a judge in hand right there. And so you saw local janitor able to win that battle in a 1v1 against one in heaven, and then pull back directly and let the judge come to you. You have much better chance in that instance. Just a wise play. And so fitting to see local janitor get that last kill as well in addition to it in order to pull them back within 2 rounds. This is what Ball Baby does best, right? They are a slow start, like I mentioned. They were able to feel out their teammates, or their opponents rather. They took a timeout, and now they're looking so much better and looking to bounce into this next round with some absolute force right here in the pistol round. It's a whole fresh start, and you're only down by 2.
Looks like we're going to get a restroom break, a toilet issue, if you will. Not sure if you're allowed to do that. I guess you could. Can you pause the game at halftime? Or like, is it not considered a timeout? I mean, hey, if I was the other team, I'd be like, hey, hold it in, bro. You know, hold it in. Not my problem. That's a you issue, bro. That's not a me. That's a you thing. You got to be better at that. But all right, we're going to get a pause. I respect the other team letting you do this. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. But yeah, like you said, losing those first 7 rounds in a row, clearly they weren't phased, though. They remained composed. They realized what they had in local janitor. He started to perform. He started to hit his shots, and that Empress towards the last round, he was getting 3 off the back of that. So really consistent play from this Reyna. That's what you want to see if you are a local janitor fan. That's what you want to see if you are a fan of this squad. And we'll see if it continues, because right now it is a very close game. You win this pistol, you win that high round, 7-7. It's all tied up. This was 7-2 at one point, Bear Light.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed too, and yeah, you're right, they bounced back incredibly so. And one of the reasons why is we saw Janitor and flash back to the last map that we saw at Haven, the last match. Where Starless was trying to figure out how aggressive, how far they can push in before the other team was able to take them out with ease, and it's like a slightly less version of that, right? It's where Janitor was trying to feel it out from the get-go. Can I be this aggressive? Can I be this this risky, right? Overall, and I think it bit him and his team early, which is why they fell back by that degree, and then bringing it back, determining that, hey, maybe I need to wait until later in rounds to push. Their util has been used earlier and earlier in rounds, so Lead continues to try and throw it out and get early picks, which is perfectly fine in their first 7 rounds that they won. But since then, it's been a little bit different, so we'll see if that can be the difference here in this pistol round as the 2 switch sides. And Lead here on the attack, where Sun was able to jump out as that initiator to try and cause a little bit of chaos here. But Punisher going to recognize that right off the bat and find anybody with that shot through window in order to realize where Rebex is. And maybe push accordingly, at least rotate around. Obviously, the pistol round, typically a majority of the team is going to stick together, so that's why you saw that quick rotation on the defensive side by Bald Babies and a standoff here at B main.
Standoff at B main, nothing too much occurring. That's the hot hand gone, though. That's what matters. Local janitor will fall. Waiting for more time here. See what does happen. 50 seconds to go. FX Sun, half HP in a dream. He'll play back. waiting for smokes, waiting for more info. Dagger will be used as well. You have that KJ, that lone wolf, a very important battle, and FX Sun will win it out cleanly. Not taking any damage from Kevin, who loses out a 5v3 situation, but it really, well, like a 5v1. Piv will pass right by the smoke. No timing play there as Rebex will grab one 3-inch Punisher. We'll trade out, take down Rebex, but FX Sun with 3, and this is just Sinbad wandering back over, looking for some sort of way in, but again, it's a 4v1. As long as the trades are there, as long as they're not going for isolated ones, Bearlight, it should be all but over. This should be 8-5.
It definitely should. I mean, overall, this pistol round, nothing to save, so you might as well try to get these 1v1s. Does get one. It thought about the second one too. Had it lined up towards the head, but just not going to pull that one off as they fall back and hit him from different angles as he's trying to come through. So Raph will hold off in the meantime. It was impactful seeing Sun on the pistol round doing all sorts of, able to create chances, right, and get those 3Ks, right? You have all that util that you use by holding the classic in hand and able to get the kills accordingly. I mean, he was definitely strong in this one, and after Bald Babies had quite a few rounds won in a row, that was 3 in a row that they were able to win. Lead bounce back here in the pistol round, which will buy him another one in theory. So lead would push up to 9-5, which would feel pretty good on their in their own regards, and to win it so strongly too will definitely add to that confidence.
Certainly. They'll look for a way back into this game. It's going to be awkward position for local janitor, FX Sun. As the Spectre out, actually caught with his knife out. He'll be taken down. Good adjustment from Raph. He's good for 1, not good for 2. And this is getting a little bit dicey, but it does stabilize as now it's going to be a 3v1. Rebex getting a kill of his own. Takes down Nico, and now we'll see what happens. 3-inch Punisher. Up from top mid, he'll have a wraparound play. Could look for a flanking opportunity, but he will be spotted momentarily. There's the peek from Piv. There's the kill. And it will be 9-5, exactly what you're expecting, exactly what you're anticipating, Bearlight. This is when the game really starts to matter. This is when rounds really start to add up. You cannot afford to be in that last situation and start losing round after round after round. This is when you have to stabilize, hold down the line, and use the gun advantage you do possess to win these ones.
Yeah, just not the best map here for Sinbad. We've seen him perform and pop off, especially with KJ here on Ascent, where, you kind of need that impact. We've seen the lockdowns, but they've been used in situations where it's been forced from them, right? On a retake or a situation where it needed to be used, otherwise it would be wasted in a sense. So it hasn't been able to be that effective too on the attack, and now you find yourself on defense where it's still impactful but not quite the way that you want, especially with the usage on B site. So hasn't been able to get that out as frequently as they want, and Lead's been able to take advantage of it since then. 2 round wins in a row after the pistol round. Wham just waiting outside here, now knows he's being challenged, but he lost 55 in the process. Able to get the flash though to help out Kevin to come through and get a kill, but Piv gonna return the favor and grab 1, and will tailwind and push through up to heaven that quickly to get another kill. Rebex on fire. He's got the mobility. He's got the off usage. He's got the aim. He's got just about everything here at Campbell. It's been impressive to watch as they now hold on. Not get the recon bolt to land on anybody as it was shot down. All they have is the audio cues to kind of deal with when knowing that that recon bolt was shot down, but you have 3 on site, so that's not going to give you much. But does get a kill here as Sun down below, waiting on hell, holds on. Sinbad taking out 2. 3K from a 3-inch Punisher going to be returned, and Rebex popping off with a 4K to make it 10-5.
Rebex turns up the pace, turns up the tempo, goes for 4. A remarkable flick to snag 3-inch Punisher, and that's exactly what you want to see from your main duelist here. Rebex 22-10-0. He is performing and isolating these 1v1s, taking every fight he can get. The ego, the confidence building, brewing for the Jet. And now 10-5, and that was the pie round for the opposite side here in Bald Babies. So this is now a really difficult position to be put in. Where do you turn to? Where do you look? What avenue do you take to gain some control back? It's going to be local janitor looking for this Marshall peak. We'll take another shot, has all the time in the world. Piv, long-range logistics for the Omen as he grabs the Reyna, grabs what has been the hot hand for this Bald Babies roster, and makes things a 5v4 situation, Bearlight. And again, just being stranglehold, a suffocation, if you will, by the offense.
Yeah, they been relentless, to say the least, to just pop in and when they can, and knowing, even with this crossfire, you'll see Rebex takes his time, and now waits for their peak, too. Just like to see a little bit more patience there. I mean, there's no reason to challenge that for Bald Babies. They got to come to you eventually to figure that out. And so, sure enough, they break through. 11-5 now, the lead for lead, and so appropriately so. And now they just have it right in the driver's seat. They're ready to go. Bald Babies have not had an answer. You're absolutely right. There's been no true leader here for Bald Babies, which is, you know, very rare that I've had to see that at all. So. It might be because feed's not available for this one. I don't know the difference here. They need somebody to step up in right now, and nobody's been able to really be that difference maker in those big situations like Janitor has for maybe a couple rounds. They need it a little bit more often. It's just not there.
Not there, and lofting in some utility. They're going to go for broke here. It's going to be the null command used. They're going to clear out backside. A good couple of shots from Sinbad. Does deal with FX Sun, but he can be rezzed up. Probably the worst person to shoot through. Everything just going wrong right now. He should be able to get up the KO momentarily, but Piv actually gets punished. He gets taken down. They need to get FX Sun up. They're going to stabilize the core. Try to, at least. Another fake Sinbad finally grabs a kill. This is turning a little bit difficult. They'll plunge into the site, take everything they can, and finally... things are going the way of the Bald Babies. They'll shave off a couple more shots here. Raph in a 1v5 situation, Bear, like, just nothing you can do. The spike is just out right in front of the site. There's just no chance.
Yeah, looking for a flank, and knowing that they're not going to push, they're playing time, so it was good to look at that flank. Look at that flank. That was insane. As Raph saw them on the far side across that block and was able to take them out. That was ridiculous. Timing there. Now pulls through, and 2 to beat them. Sinbad going to take care of. Raph said, I didn't appreciate that long-range shot, that quick one-tap that you got, and so was able to take care of business.
So many questions.
It's gross. Jumping up into the skies, got a second to react. He gets it. The round win, though, in the favor of Bald Babies. The buy's still there. I mean, the economy, everything. Living lavish is the side of lead. We're going to look for more, look for their 12th and 13th round coming up. They're going to have something to buy for. They're going to have a lockdown to worry about, though. The Empress as well could be a problem if that does happen for local Janitor. Spec will be given over. And really, it's just been the A site. B has not been a target bear light for this roster. They haven't really worried about B. It's been mid, it's been A. And it's strange that they're leaving 4 players really over towards this general area. They haven't really made it known. And Rebex, he's going to take space. He's going to push through. See if the Killjoy can stop this.
Yeah, trying to hold down this A site, and has some support. So not only do you have the util of Killjoy on this A site where they tend to push pretty frequently, like you mentioned, but also have the support of Omen there as well in addition to that. Plus Wham coming across too, holding back, looking through market, trying to catch maybe a straggler that way. As he thought maybe they would be on the rotation that way, but instead it might be a fake the other way. But Janitor's been holding down the B site. One of the reasons why they don't like to push through. He's able to get a kill. Lear to try to find one more, but there was nobody back there. But they know they have the spike exactly where they want it there in attacker spawn, so they can basically just chill here, wait, let them come to them. And in fact, they're gonna flank, come behind. Kevin has the right angle there for him. Now they'll try to corner him, they do, and Kevin does get that kill. And Bald Babies, you always there's no time where you can count them out. They always seem to find a way to win rounds, even when it seems like they can't. And for that reason, they're back within 4 at least, giving themselves an opportunity here.
Absolutely, can never count out the Bald Babies, and definitely a winnable situation here, especially if they win this round. The economy will be in shambles for this attacking side in lead. They got to make sure they win this round. We'll see what they turn to. They're going to have the Hunter's Fury. They're going to have the lockdown to play for a 3-2 split across the map, looking towards that mid priority. There's going to be nobody playing up towards Cat, so a deep smoke here in front of bottom mid could confirm the crossover. Actually hiding inside the smoke. Great alert bot. She'll trigger. Spray comes in. Sinbad with a trade. He's good for 1, good for 2. 3-4 for Sinbad. The dominoes falling ever so gracefully for the Killjoy. And he's on ace alert right now. Where is this final player? Over towards A. Sinbad, you mentioned it. He's come alive and he wants the ace. He's looking for the ace. He's chasing down FX Sun, but he wants it. Just push through your molly, my man. You got to just go for this one. He's running right back into another player. It's the Sova. FX Sun. Crouch walking. Moving forward. They're giving over the ace. Sinbad gets the ace. The ace for Sinbad. Sensational. Indulging in everything. The aggression on the defensive side. Sinbad gets the ace. Let's go. You hyped him up. You wanted him to pop off, and now his fans can do the exact same thing for the Bald Babies.
I knew it was a matter of time, right? Sinbad is usually the one that has himself a killer map, and sure enough, the ace was inevitable. Especially, okay, one, love that Punisher had that shot and said, no, I'm the intel gatherer. That's a sign of a true initiator right there. You have somebody, a teammate that you want to amp up. You want to raise him up on a pedestal and say, you got the ace. And so he's going to have that trigger discipline and say, yeah, it's all you, man. I know exactly where he is, by the way. He's right at my feet. Come get him, right? And then he was allowed the chance to get over, get that ace, and solidify it too. Number two, that's just lifting the spirits of the entire team. You're down now by just 3, and you're getting your best player, arguably, on track and ready to go. That's just excellent work from this team, knowing how they can win and trying to put that into effect here. That being said, Ref got first blood there through the Hunter's Fury, but a couple of trades come out here to make it relatively even as Kevin, the last one found, getting that kill onto Sun, and left in this 3v3 situation. The spike has already been planted by Lead. They're not going to take their time this time around. The flash going to land on one, but Nico doesn't care. He's able to get it back on Wham, who thought he had a free site take, or at least retake rather, but now he's located as well as Sinbad now pulling up. They might fake. Kevin here knows they're on stairs, but Nico was still able to land that one too. That should have been a kill there from Kevin, maybe even 2, but instead it'll leave Sinbad on an island here in this 1v2, and he tries to spam through the wall, but that'll be a difficult situation too. The bottom of the stairs where Raph is able to take out Sinbad as well, and Bald Babies had an opportunity to make it even closer, but Lead was just able to hold them off.
I think it was a good effort with that lockdown. Obviously, you know they're going to push. So I was wondering if they were going to play off each other. Wham was, I think, expecting Sinbad to trade. It was a 2v1 for the K. We couldn't find much success here, but yeah, the lockdown was destroyed, and once that was the case, you just get the spam, you get the 2v1. There's not much you can do, especially when those players aren't giving you that peak, aren't giving you that kill opportunity, and that's going to be now match point for Lead. We're looking to lead the charge now with a 4-1 split. They're going to leave Jet. They're going to leave Rebex on that island of A, try to maybe get a late lurk going. And mid has been the priority for local Janitor. He's lying in wait, looking for an opportunity as he spots FX Sun momentarily and will back away for a brief moment.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Just kind of let it sink in a little bit about where they are, especially in this crucial round here. The Lear going to actually catch Sun, but he still caught a kill. So, I mean, Janitor taken out of the picture, has been the hottest fragger earlier in this map, at least for Bald Babies. Now Sinbad still in as well. Lead only down to their last 3 as Bald Babies now will try to break through. Raph has been very impactful, both on the intel side and also has been known to get a frag or 2 through Hunter's Fury, through his gun skill. He's been very balanced, and now we'll have this spike in addition. So we'll try to lead that charge as well. Now intel trying to locate with the recon bolt. Does not find one. The shoot down by Wham was effective. He holds, waits, tries to jiggle peek it here, trying to get them to shoot, trying to give them to give away their location, but they're not willing to do so as Nico has just been so patient throughout this round. They're going to try to sneak their way over to A site. Little do they know that all the traps they're going to fall into might be difficult situation for them to navigate through. But Sinbad did get one, luckily, but Raph able to trade him out now too. Now down to 10 seconds to try to get this plant off as Rebex knows this. Will challenge, does get the kill on Wham. The plant spike is planted, and now they're going to force Bald Babies into this situation on the 2v2 on site. Kevin and Punisher here on Heaven. The Owl drone to locate one. Does get one. Now below. Gets 2. They know where both of them are. They'll have the advantage here on the retake, and Punisher able to take out Rebex. Now holds. Raph left by themselves. They last seen behind this box. Gets 1, but not 2. And they should be able to get this, and they will. Bald Babies hold on now, and they're back within 3.
A little bit of over-aggression there from Rebex. He stayed in hell. He didn't want to move. And that cost him big. He got tagged, and as soon as that tag hits, he is dead to rights. Couldn't do anything. The wall bangs too much to bear for Rebex. 12-9 situation, and the money is a little bit rough. You're going to get maybe 1 hero rifle into this, but now this is the opportunity to get 12-10, 12-11, and really start to bolster the economy and bolster your defensive line. if you are Bald Babies. We'll see what they can do here. And I just want to point out 17 assists right now for Wham. Looking at a 20 bomb in terms of assists, just shows how impactful and how much of a facilitator he has been in this second half of play. The one way we'll give a bit of safety for this Reyna, for local janitor. Go for another peek in these rounds. Now we're getting so close, so slow. Rebeck's lying in wait, looking for this opportunity.
And that's what you want for Bald Babies. You want them to kind of doubt themselves or second guess themselves at the very least. But now they're going to pull through and kill off Janitor. That's the last thing they needed, was to die off his sight. And that dark cover one way, since they only killed the Reyna, they know that the Omen is also lurking this way, potentially. At least that's the idea, right, is that he should be here on site, and that's exactly where Kevin is. So they know that at the very least, especially when that second dark cover will cover up the choke point, and that'll at least hold him off for now. So holding him off at an arm's distance. Rotate here through center. Wham! Gonna catch a couple, though, on Cat. And now pulls back through. The 0 point will take everything out of the hands here, so no intel gained, and they strike right through. A 3K from Wham here. We talked about the assist. How about in the kill department as well to bring them back within 2?
Massive. And I thought after local janitor fell, that was going to be disastrous. They were going to get a gun. They were going to push site, but they were a little hesitant. They didn't pop everything. I thought they were just going to go for the no command, go for broke, take the site for free. But now they're going to be back here. An awkward situation. Rebex will go for the knives. He'll be able to get this orb right in front of B main. That's going to be huge for him. And the no command on top of that could be trouble for this defensive side. We'll see what happens. 12-10, match point still an opportunity, still a chance for the Bald Babies to continue.
Crossfire.
Look for more. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
On the B site. And a Swarm trying to hold them away. Sinbad, I don't believe that the tip of the weapon was seen. Yes, it was. His son chopped through, but it was a trap. They get 3, they get 5. Right off the bat, the Odin from Punisher just tears through them. Local and Wham as well. And just like that, they're back within 1. What a situation to find yourselves in. The Bald Babies as cold as ice, as it's been match point for a few times now. They don't care. They're on a mission now to try to tie this one up. And if you're a lead, the only positive thing going in the past few rounds is the fact that you still have just one round here to close out. Otherwise, it's been Bald Babies.
You have overtime to look forward to, but you don't want that. I imagine they're just going to instantly use the lockdown. Only one player on the B site. It's Sinbad, but you can see KJ utility that he's placed up, the sludge, the ooze that this team has to work through. It's going to be so much to deal with, and you don't have that low command to deal with it now. So you can't just get rid of all that. The operator's going to be posted up through mid. A local janitor, he'll wait for a moment, an opportunity. Pop flash, the shot, Rebex's skull gets destroyed as local janitor gets the op shot headshot to potentially bring this team into overtime. Now a 5v4 situation, and the Empress is popped as well.
Talk about a taste of your own medicine. Rebex has been allowed the chance earlier in this one to absolutely pop off on the op if you're just joining us, and now suddenly Bald Babies said, hey, this is how it tastes. And by the way, we have all these ults in hand too. The Empress has been popped already, you're right, and they're looking to press in potentially here. I imagine the Hunter's Fury will be used a little bit later in this round too to figure out where lead is. It might be here sooner rather than later, but you see that there's is still hanging out in defender's spawn, so maybe not exactly right now when they could potentially need it. Now all of them wind up here towards the front of site. Janitor took out Nico. Now front of site, they try to push it. Piv able to take him out. So well done to get that trade, but Punisher comes through, and a 4v2 situation ensues as Kevin hangs here below boxes. Altron going to locate him. Now he turns other way and able to teleport across to get that kill, but now he gets 1 but can't get 2, and Kevin gets a couple kills at the very end, and we have ourselves overtime.
What a comeback here at 1.7-2, now 12-12. Oh man, a completely different team. Losing the first 4 rounds in this second half and still somehow finding a way back into this one. Now the timeout is going to be here for Bald Babies. Clearly have a trick up their sleeve. This is when set plays, set pieces become so much more pivotal, so much more imperative. Getting these round wins under your belt. All you need is 2. We'll see what they turn to, what they look for. And I mean, at one point, we thought this was going to be a blowout. Honestly, we looked at it as very close, but it was 7-2. It looked like Lead were just going to run away with this one. So credit to the Bald Babies for staying composed and just staying willing take those fights, take those aggressive plays, playing off of their utility so well has allowed them to bring this to 12-12.
It's the little details that they've been diving into and then figuring out over time. And I talked about it at 7-2 as well. I said, these rounds are close. We discussed, it's not going to get too out of hand. We knew it was going to be, it had the potential to be that blowout if they continuously won. If Lead were able to win these rounds by just that little bit. So those close rounds towards the end of the rounds were everything. And Lead had the advantage there earlier, and then suddenly, that's what good teams will do. The teams that have the practice, that come through Stay Plugged In's weekly tournaments and are grinding away, they have those set plays, like you said, Camel. I anticipate nothing less than seeing them come out here with a strategy to really pull them out of position defensively. You can already see their aggressive nature here with two looking towards Cubby on the A side defensively, and one there right at the choke point to try to hold him off with the one-way again with that Omen. Sinbad will draw first blood out of the bat, and it's no other than Rebix, their main lead fragger. So again, the Ball Babies so methodical and draw first blood.
Main lead fragger and the main clutch factor for this team in those last round scenarios, in those last man standing moments. He's been the one to pop off, and you see the rotation coming forward. They think that A is going to be a free target. Actually, they're going to call one player back just in case a mid lurker is present, but they have the alert bot there. It'd be just a jump peek. Everything stops. Halts. Complete silence here now for both sides, waiting, anticipating maybe a smoke to be placed down by Piv. He's got to wait out for this utility. Dagger will be there. Blinding forward. Here they come. It's going to be a massive amount of damage as Piv is actually good for one. His job has been completed. 3-inch Punisher with the trade. They're going to continue to get out onto the site and get the plant down. That's what matters most, to start playing for this time. And they should get this down with no problem, but the recon dart's there. The reveal is going to be good. But how do you get back into the site if you are lead? That's the main question.
Yeah, it's so tough, especially when they're on this backside, and Turret is going to locate where they are in heaven, but they're trying to distract so that Sun can come back on the less anticipated side, but he's going to be boxed out too because you have 3 in hell. So there is really nowhere you can go now as the Turret will determine that they're there. Nico a couple, and Kevin only gets one. Nico with that last kill, and somehow they pull it off. And now it'll be a lead advantage in favor of a lead here as they're able to get this defusal and move to 13-12.
The lead for lead, exactly. And I mean, they lined up. It was really easy, honestly. They were right next to each other. Nico with the Phantom Spray. Just too much to bear. Overwhelming the players in hell. And now 13-12 for this squad. Will they deny the comeback? That's the main question. Where do they turn to? This is the attacking front. If they get one pick, that could be all they need to gain enough intel, gain enough information to pinpoint where the weakest site will be. We'll see what they end up doing. It's a 3-2 split. They're going to leave maybe one player up towards mid and play this one very cautiously, very slow, steady pace as they take space over into A main.
Yeah, and lead back where they don't want to be because Ball Babies have been so good here. But they do have, again, that 1 round advantage, which is ever so important. They just need this round win. But it's been tough for them on the attack, quite frankly, to get past the Ball Babies defense. Or is the Ball Babies in their own heads now? They had that, confidence, and they had the momentum rolling on their side. And now they dropped 1 round, and now they're back to their comfort side. Yes, but they're also 1 round away from dropping this one. Either way, both teams in good shape as far as making the bracket, but overall they still want this win so that way they can be seated higher when it comes to the bracket happening later here today as well. As now, just like we saw in the last round, silence on the western front, quite literally over towards B site. And they will hold here at B main in the meantime. Sun going to try to initiate, try to pull through, realizing nobody else here on this site. So they're going to try to push through here as they're going to be on defender spawn, and that's where this retake will have to try to come from. But they have the choke point on the far side up on stairs. This flash here on Boathouse as Rebec's able to get that kill on Sinbad. So now they're in a 5v3 situation. Sun will take out another one. Now it's left to just one here, and Kevin is going to be forced back. Rebec's with the 3K, and he's able to pull it off. It's going to be lead that hold off Ball Babies in their immaculate comeback. It won't matter in their eyes. They're the victors here at Ascent.
Playing for the content. Just wanted a little bit of an extra long YouTube video for the highlights. I get it. Makes sense. It's okay. Rebex almost dropping a 30-piece McNugget there. 29 and 20. 0 assists. 7 first bloods for the Jet.
Wow.
Clearly, he needed all those kills. Every single one of them mattered. Every single one of them counted, and he really was the main factor for this team. You can see in the scoreboard there, it was Rebex and then 4 players of Bald Babies performing. So yeah, every kill mattered towards this victory on Ascent, 14-12. A great showing there for this team to top the group, probably, I would imagine, unless there are some tiebreakers to speak of. But again, a great showing by both sides, and this was a very close game, the closest of the day, and we expected it to be very, very intense, and we got a treat.
Yes, we did. Oh, definitely. Sinbad definitely popped off towards the end to make it interesting. I think that was a big key, but also we talked about Wham. When he had 17 assists and he could break the 20, he ended with 17. So unfortunately, it wasn't as impactful late as he wanted to be. I think that could have been a big difference maker too, as he just wasn't able to step up in the late stages of that map. But again, I don't believe it ends Bald Baby's run here. We'll have to double check the details and see if they made it on. I believe that at the 1-1 mark, that might have done it for them. We'll check out, because, yeah, they were both at 1-1. That might be the end of the day for Bald Babies, as Lead was able to move on. That was such a huge map, and it went to overtime as well. All those implications, and Lead able to pull it off. Just a stacked group overall. I mean, credit Bald Babies. They may be out, but that team absolutely had fight. Weren't going to go out without one. And just a little bit short. Not enough can be said about Lead in the way that they're able to facilitate their play and hold off a hot Bald Babies team.
Absolutely. Well, that will do it here for at least me and you on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you. Some great group stage matches. We are not done yet, though. More bracket play to continue. The best of the best here in the VAL Times 1K Invitational. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. Alongside Hail Monkey Man this time, my name is Bear Lights, and we head to the bracket. It's bracket time. That top round of 32, if you will, the play-ins to the top 16 are happening now, and we get to cover all the action. Hail Monkey Man, how you doing today, sir?
You know what? I'm having a fantastic day. I started my day off really early in the morning, but these guys have been able to roll out of bed in time to make it from groups to the bracket. There is a barnyard of animals. We go from the wonderful camel that was here before. He did a fantastic job with the bear, and now you bring on a monkey to bring some awesome Valorant to everyone else. This has been a pretty cool competition so far, Bear.
It absolutely has. These top teams, of course, over the course of the day, figured themselves out. The top two from each bracket, or each group rather, moves on to the bracket. And so what we're seeing here today is a battle between two and one teams here in the Patriots. And yes, we continue with the same barn theme with the Macho Monkeys 5 heading into this one. The only difference between these two, the Patriots at a plus 12 round differential and the Macho Monkeys at a plus 15 differential. This should be a good one. We had to ascent for this one as we go into our agent selection now and see where these two line up. Ascent is a map that we've seen. We joked about it before we hopped on here at Monkey Man way too often.
It's too often, but it's still the measure of a player in Valorant. It is the quintessential map. It's the one that if you don't know how to play Ascent, then I don't know what game you have been playing. Probably Overwatch? I don't know. But even then, you're probably playing a lot of King's Row or otherwise. When we go into Ascent, it's about execution. Taking over mid space, being able to get into A and B, and just kind of running it through. Now, we have seen the dynamics of what controllers do in difference. I like to see a bit more of Astra here. I've seen some good Viper play. It looks like we do have Fire Pumpkins that we were talking about before, floating right back over to that Omen. And at minimum, we're going to have a couple of Sentinels facing off into that Killjoy face-off. But I am looking at the difference here between a KO usage on the Initiator versus the likes of a Sova, and I have favored more KO play here on Ascent more often.
Yeah, especially as of recently, obviously kicking it off, so it has always been a staple here at Ascent, and that times are changing, right? As games evolve, obviously so do the agent selections here, and I'm kind of with you. You have that 0 point, and you have all the needs that will really clear out a lot of the zone space there for Ascent, right? So I think the KO is definitely a feasible option here. Sova obviously gives you all sorts of intel on a rather small map, especially at mid, which is so important to kind of control here at Ascent. So I don't hate the Sova play, especially at B site where you have the little windows to pop through and check B main or on site from B main if you're on attack. So either way, I think you're good to go there, no matter who you choose in that instance. Maybe you favor KO because of his recent perks, but overall, I think either way, you're pretty good to go, and we'll get to see both of them here on Ascent as things kick off.
Yeah, no, actually, we end up with the Sova per side, so we get to have a lot of intel for our attacking half. We get to have Lord Knight, Yaza, and Flop taking care of both passive and active intel off of the Sova, the Killjoy, and of that KO. But I guess the power diff is Perpy Zero has moved over into Reyna. They floated. They were trying to bait me into saying something about it, but I know you duelist mains. I'm not going to say Yoru and talk about it. We will have a small conversation here on defense as Mookie is going to be at least setting up here on box, but it looks to be a bit of a B strike. Have the lockdown, or rather not the lockdown, have the Killjoy out in mid and opposite. Looks like they want to take over mid.
Yeah, that's the goal here on the attack. We saw the same thing for the Ball Babies early in this broadcast, who actually did not make the finals. That's how much pure talent is in this here tonight, so I love to see that. Queen push here through market. Nobody really guarding it here. As you see, Skyproof was waiting in B main. He doesn't have any help, and so the Frenzy will tear through him at B main and give them easy entry into sight. And the spike will be planted here, and will force the defense to try this retake. There are already two individuals down. The door is shut, so no entryway through market as the Macho Monkeys were allowed to do themselves. Although Mookie gets one, the trade comes through instantaneously, and a couple kills from Flop will finish the job here, and Macho win pistol.
I loved the positioning. They actually left Yaza kind of as a long intel lurk. They have the sentry that's planted out in mid, and so they're going to be able to see from that conal viewpoint all the way at top side mid, or maybe just attacker side mid, because flip that map around, the top trades north and south. But they have the positioning to take on duels, especially on a pistol round, from anyone that's going through CT back into that marketplace rotation, and that's just free intel. That's easy, that's peasy, that's lemon squeezy. We go over into match number one, or rather round number 2, and we'll see the buy up. Stingers Tell me how you love or hate stingers, Bear. Is it a weapon of choice for you?
Used to hate it back in the day. No, since your recent buff, I've actually liked the Stinger. I'm one of those individuals that kind of falls into, oh my goodness. Pause that, flawless round very quickly there. So it doesn't matter what I think of them. I know what the Macho Monkeys think of it, and it is we're going to just rip through the defense there. And pretty easy pickings there.
Yeah, I mean, only a couple stingers were there, but, we often see it's either you play a sweaty round 2 to try and make it expensive for your opponent who will be in that power buy up into that next round, or you get your life over with and you move into your buy. Apparently, it was just a wave of bullets against a wave of faces, and it was very quickly that the Patriots fell, but now they get to have their buy round.
Yeah, this is the moment they were waiting for, was that little bit of increase in funding after the save, and obviously a little bit of the bonus as well. You drop 3, you get even more of the bonus, but Fire Pumpkin's going to wait back here and hold off as the Astra Nebula going to try and hold off Fire Pumpkins. It did work enough to distract as he tried to tear through, and so they're able to get the easy kill with another Stinger. But because of the buy from the defensive side, they do have the weaponry advantage, as 5 AM was the only one to land a kill with that remaining Stinger, and Mookie able to take out 5 AM. That was a decent shot, make it 3 on the rounds, and Patriots get their first round win of the tournament here.
Kind of a telegraphed play. As soon as you put the Astro Stars down, especially whenever you have a lot of pressure through Garden onto A, you know that they're going to try and crush it through, and they get rid of the initial controller, as they did get rid of Fire Pumpkins. But Mookie, who has been staying over there and is one away from their Blade Storm, makes quick work. That swift flick when they were in hell, just seeing when everything would get revealed, and they were able to bop the Astra straight in the face. So we go to our full rifle rounds. There's a couple of light shields, I think, on the field, but otherwise it is going to be lots of talent as well in the middle. You're gonna have the recon dart that we'll see. Actually, they just trade recon darts to see who's in tiles, who's outside of archway, and they're trying to get away from them. They actually step forward, so it's gonna be a 2-man swing, and they do have the tailwind up. They're trying to see if they can get to Lord Knight, but they just put a smoke out instead to take over further space.
Yeah, and then gonna try to go across mid to distract them and force them into maybe committing towards that mid push there towards market and catch them sleeping, but that was not the case. The Jiggle Peak will give them intel, but it's only temporary as they force them back, which is actually mission accomplished here, because they'll have a lot more space to work with for the Macho Monkeys, who just dropped their first round recently. So trying to bounce back in that effort in those regards. As you see it, Yaza winning with the Nanoswarm in hand, thinking about using it on Skyproof to bring him back even further. As that first little pushback was successful, they're going to try to clear that corner and do a good job with the Nanoswarm. A good pick there as well from Yaza to pull through, but Skyproof only gets 1, and Flop able to finish off for the 4-3 advantage. The plant will go down, and now with the Cosmic Divide already out from Astra, that's insane, and that's going to make it even more difficult for this retake.
That's why Astra is used so much more often. You saw kind of a deplenished amount of uptick in her agent play, especially whenever the cooldowns happened way so long ago. That's a big blind, and they could be able to take advantage of it. In fact, do 5 AM. You're making use of some flanks. They get the other side. The blind spot, don't blink. You're going to miss them. They do find them from beyond the astral wall. So that Cosmic Divide can be used offensively, defensively, offensively. And I mean that separate from offensively, because it can be very rude at times to use it, because it can make just the tightest of spaces to have to move through, and it's so hard to navigate if you don't have active intel to find it. The recon dart was a try at that. They just couldn't get anyone and identify where they were, so without that intel, they pretty much left it in the dust.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, the Cosmic Divide that early, and then you follow it up with a couple of kills of your own, right, to finish out the round too. So in addition to your util use early and very effectively, you get the kills on the backside too. Cosmic Divide, of course, the only one you can't spam through, the only wall you can't spam through besides, of course, the Sage wall, which you can actually melt down as well with your own weaponry. So really, it's the only one typical of core ult. But Zior was able to catch Mookie going through the dark cover, and now Yazo holds on here at mid. Cats, the turret going to do a little bit of the damage toward them, but Snipe with a couple of kills there with the Sheriff. So you hold on to a little bit of funding, and you still get a couple of kills there, but Yaza doing damage here at mid.
Yaza has been in control. I know Sentinels are about maintaining just good space awareness and control based off their intel and based off of just, establishing where their gadget's going to go, but putting that Sentinel at the top side of, whichever direction, at long point mid, and everyone has to at least, signal off whenever it kind of perks up and starts shooting at them. It is so rough to get around. And then I love that box positioning when they ultimately won that duel against the Lear. But it will be a 1v3. Not much to really kind of save into. They do have a Vandal, and this will be more for the hero play. And it's going to be rough to do because they have to get through some of these stars. And if they lose track, they get the alarm bot now taken offline, and it's a 2v1.
Yeah, the Nebula was only holding off temporarily, and then by the time they pull it down, the timing was accurate, and so they were able to force their way through. 5 a.m. has been so effective. To be a controller and to have that kind of influence in fights is definitely some perks to have for Macho Monkeys, who start this one off strong. Again, both of these teams out of the groups at a 2-1 respectable finish there in the group stage, and now hop in with a pretty similar round differential. But right now, Macho is trying to make the most of this with early pushes on attack here at Ascent. They have the Blade Storm and, of course, the Null CMD if they want to use that. They're, of course, pick back up for KO, as now they will use both here, actually.
Oh.
All right, they're on the attack to try to clean things up, but the Odin holding off on the other side from Perpy, who's now going to catch him running through on the flank, and the trigger discipline unreal, so that way you can tear through the second side, and Perpy gets 3 because of it, and that is so hard to do. Chilling and Wine, they had no idea, and so now I'm going to take out Z or so, basically those Blade Storms for nothing.
Beautiful play to take out any awareness of where the Reyna might be. That'll be a quick peek by Skypoof as they were able to tag him with the Owl Drone. I saw that one coming, and I didn't know if they would be able to see Reyna just as she got over to Wine, because they had the jet peek slightly later. They actually exposed their hand. They're like, hey, I've got a shorty. And just were like, oh yeah, look at me, look at me. And then they ran backwards. That was such a mental play, Bear. That was so good. And then not shooting until they see all 4 running into A main. They knew they would too because of the parade off of the No Fun Police beacon that is that null command. So wonderful execution, be able to get one for themselves, and that's how you play some defense, especially when you're letting a couple go away. They still got that Odin that does go over to Skypoof. Does he play it through the dog? This is more of a default. They won't have the numbers just yet.
Yeah, not quite, so they're going to have to pull back and rethink, hold off the turrets there, just to try and find maybe somebody coming through aggressively defensively through the B main side, but instead of the standoff here, in the meantime, they're at B main. So, ruling off, or B lobby, rather. Here's the Aldrone. We'll pick off one, or at least show one in heaven, but didn't get much more than that. And a Perpy on the other side of the map, being able to take out Yaza. Flop with a change of weaponry and a change of scenery, as he will cycle through attacker spawn inevitably to join the rest of the squad there on A, as they were able to bait out at least Reyna across to try and guard B, so they'll have numbers. Technically, it'll still be a 3v2 in this instance. That first blood is still going to be make it a little bit more difficult here in an uphill battle for Macho Monkeys, but they're ready to hop on site. You can see Zier and his ability to jump up to the Cloudburst dash in, and now he'll be just below box there. And trying to scope out Mookie, just showing his skill with that op and the ability to have the reaction time be 0-0, trying to blow through. Now is able to find Fire Pumpkin as he was trying to load off the dark cover. Unfortunate mistake there from him as Zira again hangs in. And Flop able to get this kill too and almost get it done. But it is going to be Skypoof with the rest of the work done, and the defusal comes out. So back within 1 Hill Monkey Man, so keeping it close.
Very much keeping it close. I think they're going to go pick up that operator and make sure that stays on the defense's hands. But that was very interesting to see how that rotation was kind of developing, because there was not a re-hit off of the initial first blood. They knew that they weren't going to re-pressure onto B, but they sent someone over there in the first place. The timing of bringing the 4 into the 3 instead of 2 when the Reyna and Perpy had to come right back over was just kind of, it didn't hit as well as they wanted to. They were able to get onto site, but ultimately everyone kind of fell. There was some great pressure that they did put into heaven, and I love seeing that. I just need to see them be able to do that with, you know, being able to kind of hold that post plant. That's been really rough for this attack so far. 4-3. And there's another Odin in Perpy's hands, because why not? So that's exactly what we're doing. And they're going to try and get a full scan of mid. This has been the fight over. It's not really been pivotal to have it, but as the option for when they want to go to either site. And look at this defensive aggression. And that's going to be the Odin lane waste to Yaza.
Yeah, he was able to find him right there with his guard down and take him out. That's not very common of Yaza to allow that to happen. But Mookie is still doing work with his operator in hand. And making it more difficult because you continuously doubt. It's not like Mookie stays put on one side. Instead, will move around continuously, so you have no idea where they're going to be. In this case, he is staying on A. Why not just hold off that in the meantime? So that way, when you have that hold at mid, and B is also sightline completely drained, so basically stuck here at mid as you see the challenge coming out here from Lord Knight on the front of A, and sure enough, he's going to get picked off by Mookie in the meantime. He knew as soon as he was going to peek that Mookie had an easy kill. But the attack going to bounce back with a couple of kills, including Zero with the Stinger, but Perpy again with the Odin, which continues to be deadly. They just keep running into these traps.
Moving with purpose, finding people on purpose and laying them to waste. That's a bit of a sandwich kind of stuck in mid as Lord Knight is going to take that really fancy looking gun and die with it as the spike will ultimately fall on A, and now it is a mouse in a trap. Can they be able to get this swing? They at least get it, but it's a down to 9 HP situation. At this point, you're either going to become a hero or you have to wait until that clock hits 0 and just hang on to your gun. They're getting very aggressive. They knew that this was a thrifty round for them if they were to win it. Will they be able to get at least a duel trying to be able to make a swing? That's a teleport on top, and they get an exit frag onto Fire Pumpkins. Zero looking for more, but they've done a lot of damage. So that was a very expensive advantage round for the Patriots, as this defense, you know, it did last. They'd get them to 4 apiece, and so we're even through 8. But they're dropping like flies by the end. They're lucky there wasn't more time on the clock for Zero to find them.
Yeah, exactly. It's Zero, you know, just thinking to play until the very end, in presence of mind to continuously, even with 9 HP, to play that aggressively. Not a lot of players will do that. A lot of players will shy away from the opportunity. I know you didn't have the biggest, you have the Phantom in hand, so it's not like an operator that you're losing, but it's still like to keep yourself alive while still challenging that's super aggressive. Love to see that from him as he continues. This is gonna be a quick push here to try to get through to B, but at the same time you have the lockdown coming through from the attack. It is destroyed though as they snuffed it out on the defensive side. The Nano Swarm, they just kind of tore through as well. Azir has no regards for his HP. He doesn't care. He wants to attack and roll through, but it will ultimately be his downfall and demise as Skypoof adding to the damage too. Finally gets killed off by Lord Knight, but the damage had been done as the knife going to come through as well. The crossfire set up from the defense as they methodically hit the site and are able to kill off the attackers here. And the Patriots, even though they gave up a lot on that last round win, that's still going to be 2 rounds of 1 in a row and enough to force a timeout here of the Macho Monkeys.
Yeah, this one feels like that timeout was coming after surrendering what was 4-2, 3 in a row. So they got to be able to stop the befall of their attack. And that first 15 seconds of that round was the most Valorant I've ever seen Valorant. Just has so many. You had the lockdown, you had the Hunter's Fury, you had the Tailwind dash up into Boathouse to bring down the door, and then also to get blinded by the Leer while burning, I think, from a swarm grenade. There was so much utility and ult use, and it was in such a short amount of time.
It was definitely a lot of chaos there. Typically, you'll see that, you know, as the half is switching or in a map point, but not typically in this instance. But you love to see it, both using their util and not afraid to. We've seen a couple of instances of that earlier in the stream. So for those of you who are just, you know, new to Valorant, and I can say that basically the same for me for the most part, at least still learning. Util, keeping it in your back pocket, good when you're talking about maybe later in rounds, but to hold on to it, no real point of that. You try to gain the advantage there accordingly. I mean, it's kind of sometimes hard to see sometimes with all that happening, all the chaos happening, but if you can make good use of it, it doesn't matter how ugly it might look as long as you're the one on the winning side of that. But unless you need a timeout for Macho Monkeys, who started out pretty strong on this map. I know they had the first 2-round wins, now looking to get back to a place where they can take the lead back, but this defense has been holding strong in the meantime.
Mookie's getting a little bit aggressive out here from Cubby. Oh boy, are we about to lose our soul, our legs? They do put the Sentinel out there, and that does force Mookie to get a pop onto the robot, and so that will force a long-term cooldown for that utility device. For Yaza, a little under toss flash, and they are gonna play with timing, and now there's an aggressive push, and they're looking for the doppelganger, but Lord Knight actually gets a kill onto Mookie with their shock dart. So a big take, another wallbang. That's a 3K in a moment for Fire Pumpkins as they're lit aflame.
And when does the attack typically push through a window or through a tree in order to get there? And not very often is Garden push through to that degree. So they hang there in window and get 3K. Wow, that's just a well-played effort in staying attentive in a place where you don't expect that kind of push to be. So 3K through just chilling in window. So now Patriots This 2-1 advantage. Johnson knows this and is outnumbered, but will try to make the most of it. In the meantime, has to get the spike, but that'll be a difficult route here too, but through window, and will they watch it? They will. Snipe already knew that was one of the instances. You either go through front or you go through back. They had it locked down, so really nothing you could do at that point, and a Patriot's able to get one back.
Yeah, the only way that they would have been able to kind of re-navigate that and still would have ended up being a kind of a 1v1 drop after the fact, they could have swung back out into open tree, but based on their last kill, the telegraphed kind of rotation that they were panning to was the CT. So, great idea. Great by the defense to be able to set up that crossfire. Those situations, you play buddy-buddy, you play buddy-cop off each other and be able to cover each other's flanks and your blind spots. So that worked out really well. And let's talk about it. This is a 4-round streak. This is Patriots looking really, really good after they were put into a deficit by Matcha Monkeys 5. This is a squad that's starting to be much more confident on their defensive position, and we've got a couple of ults as you do have the Empress as well as the From the Shadows to be able to bring that up. But on the attack, same thing. You can no fun police this. You can blade storm it if you want to, and you have an Astral Divide to create a little bit of chaos and unsurety if you have that post-plan featurette.
Yeah, the blade storm is I feel like the most inevitable here. Well, maybe the Hunter's Fury to try to catch and see where the defense is lined up, which is pretty much default at this point to try to capture anybody they can, maybe through, you would think, mid, but nobody's really watching that at the time as they do hear the sound cues and come through market in order to try to pull through, and they do. As Skyboof was the one there at mid that transferred through market and got a couple before he was taken out by Lord Knight. So Perfect going to try to chase this down, but unfortunately the simple crouch feature was his downfall there as he shot over their heads, and Skypoof still in the play and gets another one. So Skypoof very effective here. That's 3K here in this round alone, and left in this 2v1, and not a lot of health here for Lord Knight, who is here with the spike, is thinking about maybe faking the spike plants. No, will instead try to challenge through Nebula, hanging out, just playing so patient, knowing they need to get these kills before they can get the plant down.
Oh, this is a rough situation. 30 HP, it's doable. They don't want to use that Hunter's Fury. There's no reason to, because they'll be just telegraphing where they are. They're going to get caught. Yes, they are. This is, again, the same two remaining Fire Pumpkins and Sun Knight getting a quick kill. It doesn't really, hey, it takes skill. It's a kill. Haha. But it works out either way. That's 5 in a row. Now, as this will have the turn of at best being a 7-5 for Matcha Monkeys and at best for Patriots to go 8-4. And what a turnaround. Very streaky. Ascent can be like that, though. When you have a map in particular that has a lot of playtime, has a lot of footing, it's about who can execute at what measure and at what point in the half. And, for Matcha Monkeys, the attack is just about when the Patriots could respond to it, and they responded well.
They have, I agree, and I think Ascent is one of those maps where it's tricky and you don't have to wait until the half switches because it's pretty straightforward, right? You have mid, you have controls for any retakes that you need, for any maybe rotations from the attack, so it's pretty straightforward how you approach and can play it. So it allows you mid half to really make adjustments necessary to make a difference. Also, the map a lot smaller too, so I think we've seen a whole lot of that through this first bit. But a quick action here as Flop gets a couple there after seeing a lot of his teammates fall. The Odin gonna best him though. Perpy just holds onto this Odin and continuously is just annoying, pestering Matcha Monkeys, who just can't seem to find a way around it.
Empress plus Odin equals sexy death. That's what that was. When the old purple chick is decidedly putting her eyeballs on you and hitting that trigger as fast as possible, you know what? There's no better way to die in Valorant. So it goes 8-4, 6 in a row, a whole half of a half in a row for the likes of the Patriots. They're looking really good, but we're gonna flip halves, so another chance to maybe get a little bit streaky, maybe be able to calm this one down. They get a timeout per half, I'm assuming, into that rule set. So Matcha Monkeys, they can do very much the same thing. If this gets a 10, like in the first couple of rounds, we can say, okay, it's that 11th before they can get things in order. I see a timeout in the future, but you get to see how this pistol goes first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those maps where you can turn it around mid-half, but you can also get that revamp, right? That extra little bit of energy from the switch itself. So we'll see if they can do that for sure. And sometimes a lot of teams favor, the defense, especially when you have a Killjoy and a KO, which are, can be typically signs of defenders. More so, of course, the Killjoy And Asher as well as a defensive agent typically. Perpy, it doesn't need the Odin. In fact, we'll use the Ghost to take out 5 a.m. on that backside. And Snipe, even though the trigger discipline, it wasn't able to catch one before they turned around. So Perpy will get one back and forth. Skypoof able to take out Yaza. And this will allow the spike to be planted here and back to a 2v2.
You know, we talk about video games and one of the most like cathartic and enjoyable sounds, and just a quick fuck, just a quick poop, just a quick bang, and just all the way into the noggin, into the temple, into the skull, off of those ghost shots. I mean, this is a bit of a spam. You're able to see the same thing here, and that's a quick kill. That's able to find the same thing from Skypoof. They just take over site, and again, this is my worry. This is single elimination. This is Matcha Monkeys in a corner. They've not been able to get anything since the midpoint of that first half. So it's a rough situation. I mean, do you kind of take your lumps and just be able to recover later? I mean, you and I are still learning the game, trying to be able to kind of really take ourselves into account to it. How do you keep yourself in a good mental state in this game that can be so long?
It can definitely be pretty long. First of all, tech issues don't help either, and unfortunately we had that situation where we saw a disconnect in addition to all the other things happening. So we'll take a pause here to kind of talk this through. So it'll give me a little bit more time to kind of break it down here. It's tough to do, but now that you have the new half, sure, the pistol didn't go the way that you wanted it to go, but you have to keep that confidence, and it all starts with the utilization of util together, right? So you have to play together here in this instance. You have to find a way to trap out. If you've been playing aggressively, I think a change of pace is definitely owed. If you played aggressively earlier, you want to kind of hang back, let the play come to you a little bit, and design it from there. The last thing you want to do, though, is to play back on your heels and play a style that you're not comfortable with, but you have to make a change overall. I think changing in pacing, the predictability might be killing you right now, so just you get creative with your positioning, find places maybe that you haven't been before, and make sure all your sight lines are covered regardless. So you can't forget that whenever you go to different positions, you still have to find a different strategy that works, and make sure you cover, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, but at the same time change that pace too. But it's much easier said than done.
It also feels like, yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like Patriots are in a place of control. I mean, they're going to be going into this one. They're going to have a better buy-up. They can be able to go to the Spectres, or I like a Guardian up and around too, light shield Guardian, or maybe even like a no shield Guardian, depending on how the shots are hitting on the day. That doesn't happen too often. But some people are also martial demons when it comes to Ascent as well. So I like to see that. This seems to be a squad that's hyper confident and being able to play into it. They are aggressive. Perpy has been leading that charge again and again and again. And I mean, either be it Odin play or just being able to kind of one tap whenever someone exists in front of them on the map. That's exactly what you want. So, going double duelist versus your sentinel, you wanted a lot of intel for the Matcha Monkeys, and they got it, but they just didn't know that it would be a conveyance of knowing that the person in front of them is going to kill them from their flanks. And that's kind of where they've been surprised at different times. But, you know, we go into a round number 14 of this. This is the long-term long con. Instead of just splash attack, both teams kind of just jumping onto each other into this round. I assume this one will be slightly sweatier than our second round of the first half. Maybe try to be able to at least make it a little bit more expensive for Matcha Monkeys, or rather for the Patriots.
Right, exactly. And I was going to say, bring up the same thing for Ball Babies. It felt the same way. You had your moments where you were shining in rounds and then couldn't quite complete it at the very end. There's been plenty of 2v2 situations, winnable situations, even when you're outnumbered. 1v2 situations, 1v3, and they've approached it correctly, but to have like missed a shot or two, right, which is very difficult. Or maybe you know, you had the right idea, using the right util with you know, we've seen it a couple of times with Killjoy's Nano Swarm one way, and then you hard focus the other way, but then they just tear through because they have numbers. They're willing to take that HP in order to come from a place that you don't expect. So I think it goes back to map awareness. They need to kind of calm down, take a deep breath, and say, hey, we can use it in the correct way and moving forward here. But into round 14 we go, and pretty quick start here for Perpy and Mookie as they get a couple here trying to break through the B site, but that is all the distraction as the attack has their eyes on the A site.
You saw everyone, as soon as you're at a deficit, especially when you have to be able to play more aggressive, you have to play into the death ball, and they do get that one, but Skypoof is able to lay them to waste. That's gonna be a shock dart that's gonna try and delay them for the time being. Skypoof is just gonna be running back and forth, a bit of Call of Duty style, but they do have an upgraded Bulldog, and now you have even more shots. 5 a.m. Yaza are able to lay them to waste. This is a one-on-one. Yaza, so necessary for them to be able to get this round win. but it's 12 HP, a dream, and they're not going to be doing much more than just sleeping as Mookie puts them to rest. 10-4. Now, we did have what you could consider to be kind of a timeout light, diet timeout, because of a disconnect. Being able to talk about things. Maybe because of that, we won't see any of that going even if this does end up 11-4. But that was my original design. If you allow that much to go in a row, you have to eventually put on the brakes for your final 2 rounds.
You definitely do. Also, diet timeout is way less appealing than a Diet Coke. Make sure to check out Code Creations when you get a chance. 10-4 lead, yes, Patriots up top. Matcha Monkeys are trying to get that intel, but you see how quickly they locate the recon dart. It's like they have it down to a science. They know what Matcha Monkeys are trying to do and where they want to land those, so that intel continues to not be existent. But they do know at least somebody's here because somebody had to shoot down that recon bolt, but that's about it. But you see the quick rotations. They're going to trust that instinct, and it's going to be correct here. It's just a matter of can they win this battle. When it happens, the flash, but still the attack breakthrough, even though they do it right there on the intel. Flop is now eventually going to get the 3K, though, as I will hold my words, thinking the defense was beat until Flop decided he wanted to pop off.
I mean, when you have a couple of big shock darts and another one that hits Fire Pumpkins, and now, Skypoof is turning it right around. Okay, so Skypoof showcasing they don't need much more than electricity and vibes. That's what they've got when they've got now this Stinger as well as a Sheriff in hand. Recon Bolt, will they use it? Not quite. That's in their back pocket to see if they have to panic. They do have the spike in hand. They're going to put it onto a site for what could be the hero moments. A little bit of love. Oh, they know they're right behind them. Now they go into a just a slight advantage when it comes to HP. They're going to be able to pick up that Vandal. They don't know where they are. Are they in heaven, hell, or otherwise? Are they in open door? They'll never see this off their flank, but they're going for the plant right behind box.
No shot. He was out of sight line for Lord Knight, who should have challenged that, but unfortunately wasn't able to, but Yaza will eventually get through. And so such a patient flank there from Yaza. Saw them a couple of times. Did give away their positioning, which was, I thought was going to favor the Patriots for sure in that instance. Yaza had the opportunity and played that as well as you can in that 1v2 situation. Lord Knights did not peek, which I thought was a mistake, but also held off long enough so that Yaza could rotate around and get that 2-to-1 advantage. So really, it didn't look right in my eyes, but Matcha Monkey has played it all correctly there, and now at least they are able to get one back and hopefully some momentum. At least that's what they're aiming for.
Like a great player once told me when it came to Rocket League, when you play slow, it can make the game go fast. When you play slow in Valorant, you can very quickly be able to make the right decision. And that's exactly what the Matcha Monkeys did, but it's also going to be communication to make that happen again. You now have the real rifle round. Big buy-ups into this one. This is going to be key for Matcha Monkeys. If they let this one escape, they're going to be at an economic disadvantage in a bad way because they'll have to pretty much save into the next and then have to play into 12s thereon. So, can they be able to continue this? That's a big swing by Perpy, taking down Zure. That's a duelist off the board, and now they're going to push through on the fragment.
Look to try and wait for that initiation, but unfortunately for them, it's held back. The attack is going to be on site easy enough for the plant. It goes down, now holding off for the retake, and very happy to do so is going to be the Matcha Monkeys, especially when Yaza is getting his kills, landing him on Snipe. So Killjoy on Killjoy action, going to pop through, and now hanging on Tree as the defense as they are pushed out. The lockdown set there in Tree, and they have that sightline already covered up. No, it's going to be destroyed, so no harm done here, except for Mookie left here on an island, but does a good job to get a couple kills in the meantime, and Fire Pumpkin with the right timing to pop out from front of sight to get the last kill when that 1v1 was going to happen at hell. And Patriots, there's a reason why they're up 11-5, and that's one of the reasons why.
And there's also a big reason that there was the patch changes that went over into doing extra damage to gadgets off of the Hunter's Fury. That electrical output is going to be able to take down a necessary component to create the panic off of sight, and so they keep track of it. It could have been able to hold the bomb if anyone was to go for the defuse, or to be able to get rid of big ultimates like that. So it all pays off. We go into an 11-5 experience that much of Matcha Monkeys are not going to be happy, but look how they've all balled up together. They know to be able to take this one on, and so they got to take on the wave, but that's gonna be a judge out of hand, the Bladestorm in hand, and Mookie will drop. Lord Knight getting judgment laid down. The gavel is ringing on the desk as they're put into the skull. They are able to get rid of at least one, and that's Killjoy that drops before they can get the swarm off.
Oh my, cheeky play, yes, but a very effective one too, as now they have the clear advantage there, the judge, and leave it to a Marshall from Zero to land the next kill on Pumpkin. 2 of them as the knife falls too. It's not the weaponry that you want, but it's the weapon weaponry you need, as they do pull one back in this instance, weaponry or not. Matcha Monkeys looking strong in that round, held through, and now we'll move into the next round, 11-6, so a little bit doable in their minds.
Hey, you know what? Anything that you got to do to be able to stay in the game is fine by me. They're able to make it work off of a judge to be able to crash 5v5. They knew that read was going to be coming, and what a stellar defense they were able to put up in that moment. They've got to do that a lot more times, but they now at least have the economic advantage to play up into this. I think we're looking at maybe a hero rifle situation. You don't have the best buy out of the attack, but they have the leniency to do it here into this 18th round.
We'll see if they can continue to have the presence of mind to hold on and know that the adjustments are coming from Patriots. I think that'll be an important point to watch, too. Adjustments are being made consistently, especially here at Ascent like we covered prior. And right now they're holding up at A, but this seems like the same feel where Killjoy is going to run into some Killjoy util on the B side. So they can lock down by themselves, but they still have that Sova and support defensively. I'm sure you need that with that Killjoy hold off in, especially with the tendency of this attack to always push towards A. But instead, it'll be a bit of a distraction here on A to try to make noise and try to silently rotate towards B. The Killjoy going to run into the other one. The battle is going to be favoring Snipe, but unfortunately had a reload there as Lord Knight was chilling in market with one of the easier kills of the match there. The hold off and will retreat back through market in order to hold off. As now it'll be a lockdown mode. We'll push the defense off. Nobody detained though, and they're just outside of sight. So no real harm done with that lockdown. No real benefits of it either. So the defense looking pretty decent here from Matcha as Yor stays patient. They fall back to Boathouse and are going to try to bait them into this one. In market, they're taken out as well as Yor and Flop, able to get those kills defensively. Now the Patriots... Does the defense here of Matcha know that they're Boathouse right now? They will, because the spike is down and Snipe is trying to take them out, but they do a great job to crossfire there. And Zero able to get that last kill. It'll be a 3K for him, and the defusal comes through, and Matcha Monkeys are heating up now.
You're reading the Sova weapon pickup play in Marketplace like a level 9 CPU and items and turn on in Super Smash. Just knowing that they want to be able to upgrade into a weapon and be able to bring that fight back off of that flank, but they take them out, and then that is ultimately what secured everything behind them so they could focus on Site B in front of them. So great pickup. We've had a couple in a row. Now this is that midpoint of the half. Do we see the runaway? Do we see the finishing form and factor from the Patriots? Because Matcha Monkeys 5 seem to be in a better place of confidence to be able to move forward. You have an operator in hand. Will Jure be able to swing? They're not going to see anyone unless they progress all the way out into Catwalk, because it's a 5-man swing all the way up that north side. You do at least have Sova that, actually because of the dark cover, they're going to be able to progress just fine up and forward with the Sheriff. Who wins this first swing? Oh my goodness, it's Perpy!
And with that Sheriff too, taking them out right from tree and hanging out. They look like they have the angle too. They'll want to try to put up door, but that's obviously going to be broken earlier. The turret of Yata is going to catch Fire Pumpkin. That's rare. Perpy going to grab the operator. See who get that kill or already had it in hands and used both pistol and operator to make a difference in this round. The 3K now too. The shock dart to try to chase Perpy out here as Lord Knight said, I've had enough. I want to win this last situation. The 1v1 and does. As now Perpy made a loud noise, but Lord Knight fought through it in this one to pull him back within 3.
I think the last thing he did, I don't know if it was because of the death animation, but that gun went straight to the sky and took a shot. Like, I will use this final bullet. You'll remember me. So they bring it on back. But that's a third in a row. That was definitely a save. That's why they were tumbling together as a 5-man stack, just all the way up into Catwalk. But now you get to see another real rifle round and the buy up. You do have Lord Knight that has their Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm in the back pocket of Zior, and of course the Empress will be there as well. Now you hear it. Does the Queen be able to be mean and find something that works with this scheme? They're trying to slow them down off of that well, and they're stuck in logs. They can't see out the blind, so that Empress will go to waste.
Yeah, it will, and unfortunately for them, they are also tagged on the other side by the Hunter's Fury, and so now Matcha Monkeys with the advantage and intel as well. But that being said, the transition over. Yasa will take out Snipe as he was just trying to peek through. Mookie going to jump in on site through the cloud burst and the tailwind to push forward as well. And now has the updraft to try and maybe get positioning up top. And we'll hold off on that thought right now. As from the backside, the Owl drone going to catch Mookie in the sights, but going to transition now to Hell, but was right all the way as Lord Knight able to spam through to get that kill. And now Fire Pumpkin with one on the bottom side. They do snuff him out with a shorty, and Zior with that weaponry, and they'll break through. And it's not often that you see the shorty there as a secondary to kind of just chill there in case this instance happens. I think it should happen more frequently, especially with the attack loving that hell area to hold off and try to play off the retake.
Yeah, that's one of the few weapons. I mean, shotguns in general, yes, but like that's one of the few weapons, as now we see a timeout by Skypoof and the attackers of Patriots, as they've felt this streak needs to stop before it ultimately gets even with them. But whenever you drop with a shorty, I mean, shorties are already crazy anyway, and you don't really aim those. You go from the hip, you make it work. It's Gears of War in that way, at least. You drop, put some damage, you see what you can do, and it's their sidearm whenever they have the operator as well to be able to take over some AoE bursts. But this streak looking pretty good. We got Macho Monkeys 5 back, not in the driver's seat because they're still down by 2, and any given round puts Patriots on a match point, but they're slowly climbing their way back.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they are at match point too, which I know it seems pretty obvious, but at the same time, it makes a big difference, right? Because you're not having to play that defensively, right? Overall, obviously you're playing defense, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to play as less aggressive, right? You can kind of go out and play the style that you want to, knowing you have that one round give. So it's definitely a better place to be in overall, but still, especially when you have the 4 ults in hand while you're only down 2. So that feels good as well, in addition to everything else, because the Patriots, they don't have one. And in fact, only 2 of them are close to receiving theirs. So Macho Monkeys definitely with a util advantage here, and of course with their streak, they have that econ as well. So Macho feeling pretty good about where they are, and they've been so much better on the defense than the Patriots have been on the attack, and I think that might be a difference maker here too. As now we'll see if they can transition this into something of a fruitful situation here. Killjoy and their alarm bot and turret set up via tree, via front of sight as well to try and cause some chaos and catch Perpy when they try to break through the tree. It's allowed to second guess themselves. You see the Omen kind of chilling back there towards attacker spawn, trying to figure out, find any kind of intel, but it has been denied completely by Macho Monkeys.
Mookie trying to just maintain at least this thin sight line. Flop is going to go, no, what they're going to, the 0-point knife to see if anyone's coming up into a rotation. They gave up mid-space to more so react than to be proactive. And this is a thrifty save, trying to make the best of it because they know they're caught in this cycle of kind of the buy save, because they've been dying and then not really kind of catching up. And that's the cyclical nature of giving up consistently streaking rounds. So we go in now with Marketplace given up. 5 a.m. has to make the best use of this. You're able to at least get one. Mookie is put to the floor, and you're going to have a recon bolt that will identify who is, in fact, hanging out in CT as they bust on through the door, and the same thing is done on them as they go into side A, side D.
You see the recon dart did, in fact, pick them up. So now everybody coming through defender's spawn in order to try to break through that backside of B. But speaking of backside of B, you see the boathouse. They're going to try to and set up there. A couple of trades out in front in the trenches, if you will, as Flop now going to drop Skypoof there in market. Now to this 2v2 situation now, as you see that kill from Snipe with the Stinger running, Fire Pumpkin as well. So now down to a one-on-one, and Fire Pumpkin going to try the Paranoia. Lands it, I don't know if he knows it though, as Lord Knight is going to try to challenge his nose. He's in Boathouse, and now not looking the other way. Unfortunately, a little bit of lack of awareness there from Fire Pumpkin, and Lord Knight was able to kind of have his way there defensively, and the Macho Monkeys now don't blink. They're back within 1.
Got to keep track of how aggressive players are going to be. I mean, the higher and higher in rank you go, the more that your util is going to be ignored. It will be recognized and it will be walked away from. It will be simply, you put that dark cover down, you're already late to the party of who's coming onto site. And that's another thing for players that want to get better at this game, is knowing to move not away, because that's exactly what the opponent wants you to do, but move through, but with a plan. You don't just kind of go guns blazing and hope for the best. You got to be able to put them on their heels, and getting caught with util in hand feels so bad as an Omen main. But the Lear comes out. They're going to try and get aggressive here on the B, especially with the lockdown coming out.
Yeah, there was a couple of things. It was just a clear there, so that's util used at its finest. You have a couple of Lears in your back pocket anyways, and unfortunately for them, the econ hasn't really gone their way, so the Lears are expensive, but it's well worth worth it to get that lockdown and push them off his site to try to pull on. But they didn't make a whole lot of progress in the meantime because you see KJ just outside. Is it a distraction? It is. Sure enough, Fire Pumpkins is on the other side A. They try to distract him, but the defense already knows this, and they're going to pop right on side. Lord Knight was discovered from Fire Pumpkin, but he wasn't able to get the kill. Luckily, he had some help on the other side by Perpy as he will take them out, and they try to establish some dominance here at Hell. But 5 a.m. right there on Cap. Going to take out Perpy on that rotation across. And now trying to hold off will be the two members here. Mookie, one of them here on site. The other going to be the Omen. Now holding off Fire Pumpkin, trying to hold, but it'll be futile as Macho Monkeys do a great job to break through any kind of hold off on the retake. And they have even things here. Hail Monkey Man at 11.
So, I was wondering about that situation because I was like, man, Lord Knight sure did turn into a W key warrior. Turns out they disconnected. Straight up walked off heaven and just were killed. So that was an interesting situation, but ultimately that was a take back for the defenders. Macho Monkeys have brought it to 11 in the first 22 rounds. It's when this kind of momentum has swung in this fashion, you gotta wonder what's keeping kind of the mentals together for the Patriots. Well, it's got to be your attacker. It's got to be Perpy, who has been kind of creative, had a bit of that attitude about him. I mean, when you bust out an Odin, you're playing Arena, and you just kind of start going ham. You know that you're at least somewhere in the range of being a leader on your squad, or at least bring in the attitude to try and to win a bracket stage match. But this one has dramatically pendulum swung in favor of the execution on the defense. Not really waiting passively, but kind of just evenly going into these duels. And Macho Monkeys 5, they're in a position they can continue to roll with this because they again still have the economic advantage.
Yeah, and Skypoof really started off strong on the defense, which is a little bit odd as a Sova coming in and really, you know, on the attack, it's pretty straightforward. You get it on site, you figure out if anybody's on site, you see how many, and then you kind of take it from there. On the defensive side, it's a little bit harder to get some use out of the recon bolt, and it's been shut down completely towards the latter half of their defensive run, but also here on attack, it's basically had virtually no effect on where the defense likes to play, and that's been unfortunate for them because, you know, you don't have that intel, and then suddenly the attack can strike at exactly the right moments, and that's what good teams will do is have that timing that's necessary in order to hit sight. So I'd like to see Skypoof with a little bit more of that Sova presence here. Been very good with that shock dart as of late, right? And being able to find some damage there. I would like to see a little bit more of that. But in addition, it's been the recon side that's really been struggling, and that's where you really need it most. And we go back to that discussion that we had when we talked about, you know, Sova as your initiator versus KO. Which one's better, right? In this instance, I think KO's gotten the better of the two currently, and you have to kind of change that tide here. It's ever so important at Ascent.
Yeah, and they do have a Sova per side, but you have two active initiators on the defense, and I think that's the difference maker. The attack should be aggressive, and they're trying to create space off of both Perpy as well as with their Jet, but they're just not creating as much as when it's already sussed out based on the KO's null point, or sorry, 0 point. I combined. Imagine throwing the null command with the knife. That
null
would
point, baby.
but either way, it's you have a much better defensive concept versus the attack that just really isn't getting rid of it in the best way. The first couple of rounds, sure, but when you finally even and balance everything out into real rifle rounds, it's much more in Macho Monkeys 5 corner, which has been showcased here for the duration. So it looks like that we're trying to get back a bit of internet disadvantageous players, as I think it was still Lord Knight who had dropped out, moving into round number 23. I need to know. So Ascent, obviously one of our oldest school maps and the one that everyone has played. Have you enjoyed playing the newer ones, be it Pearl, be it Lotus? Like, we're going to be seeing more bracket stage play. Do you think we get to have any of those pop up? I saw Haven with you guys before.
Yeah, Lotus, hopefully not.
No?
Not a big fan of that map. I'm going to be honest, not yet,
Okay.
right? We've seen this happen before. Like in Icebox, I wasn't a big fan of that. Riot made the changes necessary in order to make it pretty exciting from the attack standpoint.
Okay.
Lots of different ways to really create a map that was not the best, but into something great. And I really have that hope for Lotus. As of right now, it's just not for me, to be honest.
Okay.
So we'll see. Pearl's been great. I've loved that since the get-go. I think that's one of my favorite maps. Maybe because I pop off on it, you'll never know. know. But overall, again, it's been a great day. Haven's always pretty fun, being the only map and continues to be the only map with the 3 spike sites. So to have that bit of a changeability throughout the entirety of the day has been really fun for us. Speaking of fun, this one tied at 11. Spike already down, by the way, from the attack of Patriots, and we've seen the spike go down plenty. It's been their retake hold-off. That's been a bit of the struggle. We'll see if they can get it done here, as Nabuki able to take one out from the Spectre itself. The trades are strong both ways, but it will favor the attack of the Patriots now, as they're left down to Yaza on the Macho Monkey side, and he looks through down to hell and will be taken out by Mookie, who gets the 3K, and the Patriots back on top at just the right time, as they'll be map point for at least one of these rounds.
No worse could the Patriots be than to have to go to OT. They could have been down 11-12 and be in a situation where they had to win up to get there, but now they control it. You can actually breathe a sigh of relief even if you were to lose the next one, because you're in a point of control. That was a 5v5 retake situation, and Mookie took advantage of a very close angle. That same angle from just kind of outside hell underneath heaven has gotten them killed so many times off of wall bangs through the floor. Now they have to be able to deal with this one from the shadows. You got both Hunter's Furies on both sides, but the Blade Storm could pop up at any moment. It's going to be up to this defense for Macho Monkeys to not execute the wrong time, and they have to come in surplus. The Sentry will go down, and you have one Killjoy out in Boathouse that has to receive this entire attack.
Yeah, on a boat out in the middle of the ocean with nobody around right now, unfortunately, as they hold off and try to stick there. And Yasa going to take out Mookie, though, from that back of sight. Imagine you're by yourself, but it doesn't matter, as 5AM comes in with another kill, make it 2. And now Skypoof left by themselves. They're on the island this time, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be left there, as Flop able to take that one out and force overtime here. Macho Monkeys back on the attack, where they haven't been as effective. They did get it together recently, but we see and have ourselves overtime. Hell Monkey Man, it was just a hold-off. We thought that for sure they would sniff them out in Boathouse, but they do some damage from it.
Yaza said, "I'm not alone with you, you're alone with me," and took them down when they got the opportunity to do so. So we flip halves and holding their ground like any good Sentinel should. Look, if you're a Sentinel main out there, make the best use of your gadgets and make it a stand for glory. We go into our first overtime. Remember, it's win by 2. So you got to be able to get each half executed. Now, the difference is that we've seen the defenses for both sides do really well, and got to see if who's going to be able to just do it better on the attacking half.
We'll see. Exactly right, because I mean, it's been a struggle for both teams. It seems like the advantage has been fully in the hands of the defenders, where Machi popped off in their own regards, but Patriots had the lead go in the half as well. It kind of dissipated accordingly. How about Cloud Burst rather halfway through? Then, you know, Swarm are going to try to hold off Flop here. We'll at least force him to tiptoe backwards. Ooh. As Yasid takes out Perpy there in the mid. So now we hold off and see that the attack has the advantage numbers-wise, but only by a little bit. As the HP stands there, the spike slowly inching its way towards the B side. As you see now, the defense are pretty heavily strong, convinced that they're going to go A. You saw the dark cover come out on that side, so they are thinking they're going to come through that smoke at any second. But Skypoof doing a good job to hang in here, knowing that there is a possibility they come this way, especially when the turret's going to pick them up too. And from Market, well, good job from the Nebula to force Killjoy back, as they would have had full reign on when they came through the dark cover, but they already do, because Skypoof gets 1, but not 2, as Flop able to get a couple. Mookie going to take him off eventually, and 5AM with a couple kills, and Machi get it done on the attack side to take the advantage here, 13-12.
No fake. I think Skypoof put on their best Yoru distraction, the decoy impression. They just walked straight through that swarm grenade, took the damage and took the shots. They said, "Look, just look around me, fire whatever's firing at my body." They took the death, and everyone else was able to execute. It took seconds when they got onto site to then ultimately lay everything to waste. So match points is going to be going over to Macho Monkeys. Can the Patriots be able to catch up and force us into double overtime? Attacks have been key. Defense has been even more so.
That's right. In the advantage, we said who's going to win the attack first. That's going to give you a huge advantage. Macho was able to pull it off, and they've been hot on the defensive side. This is going to be a battle for the Patriots, who had a lead for a majority of this map. That's got to feel pretty bad here. But the leader comes out. They're going to try to flash one, or spamming through the dark cover. Do eventually get the turret, but a lot of damage was done on that regards. Maybe not a whole lot. Actually, just a few HP there as the do get the spike down. I misspoke. Thinking that it was going to do a lot more damage, so not a whole lot of harm done. In fact, a lot of positives you can take, especially when you have all 5 members in the spike being planted.
You get a triple swing that's going to come up from heaven as well. They're not going to break through that window. They're going to come up from this angle, and you do have Snipe taking care of some business. Yaz, on the distraction of that quick shock dart as it does ricochet off the wall, but they have all their sight lines up. Lord Knight gets rid of Mookie, who has been a menace, a nuisance, a quick one, and that's going to be a nice quick swing as well. Fire Pumpkins is taking care of business. It's a 3v1. It's 5 a.m. in a dream, an early morning, and they have to be able to make the scheme work. To be able to get through, they just jump from out of the darkness into the light and take a bullet to the dome. So we go to double OT off of that execute.
We've seen a lot of clutch moments from 5 a.m., but that was just not going to be one from the Kitco. Unfortunately, with that 1v3 and time ticking down in the head, I thought he had a little bit more time to work with than he showed. Jumping there into the open space, but at the same time, I mean, that's a high pressure situation that's difficult for anybody in the 1v3 realm. So 5 a.m.'s been great, just not quite that great in a sense. So now back to double overtime here. And virtually anybody's. We saw the attack struggle both ways until we got to overtime, and suddenly it's been exactly the opposite moving forward here. As now the Matcha, it's their turn to attack and try to take advantage of it. As the Patriots hold off on the B side here with that util from the Killjoy. Holding off is Flop, trying to get that flash to go. And maybe push forward a little bit, but the Shark Dart going to take a little bit of the HP out of Flop. Maybe a bit of a sound cue to try to get that going, so that way they know the attack's there for the defense and try to hold them off. They'll grab Spike and rotate.
Seems like they're going to prioritize getting that No Fun Police ultimate up. You don't really get your ult very quickly at all in OT because you're not supposed to rely on them. It's supposed to be gun skill, baby. It's supposed to be teamwork. It's supposed to be when you push onto site, and they recognize that the Killjoy setup is in fact on site B. So Flop is going to be given some coverage to go and get at least one more ult if they choose to, and they will. So yeah, they're prioritizing getting on site, and they're going to try and run behind as ZR is able to get rid of Perpy, and that is a massive weapon off the table. That's something that Matcha Monkeys will be hunting for, and now they can start pressing the advantage.
Yeah, sure enough, and right here at Tree, they don't know Fire Pumpkins is holding off, but they'll eventually find it as they don't want to deal with it. So Nebula out to try to get them. They get a flag on the Paranoia, but it won't matter as they just return the favor one behind box in order to avoid it. Great play from them in order to avoid. But now you see Flop with the intel necessary to shoot through, spam through, and get the kill as well in addition. So now the 3-2 advantage here, 4-2 advantage rather for the attack, and they've gotten the spike planted. Now it's Skypoof and the rest of the gang here with an uphill battle for sure. Downhill, if you take into consideration. They'll have to go downward direction into hell in order to try and have any shot, but all sight lines are covered. They're on all sides. All they have to do is play time here if you're Matcha Monkeys.
Zior is also covering from hell, but it's 5 a.m. where they could not execute and be the hero the last time in a disadvantageous position. They take advantage of when they can, and they get the 2 from heaven. Again, match point over to Matcha Monkeys 5. And they're feeling pretty good about it. This was a great push. They were able to do it off man. They did it from a default. They have dropped that spike so many times over to B, seeing if they could be able to crush over to it, but they had an idea to go and get that null command. And when he took it and got the 0 point, they knew how to basically funnel everyone above them, and that delayed the retake push. So many gadgets off the board. This is gonna be an A main. This is for the series. This is for the game. Do we go to triple OT?
And the way that they've been playing, probably. It's
true.
High percentage, but we shall see. That's why we play the games. Matcha wants to close it out. And in fact, I mean, defenses have been strong until this point. And that's a quick, damaging play there. As Skypoof forced off it here. Matcha Monkey is definitely draw first blood, even though the kill isn't there. It's not technically a first blood. It feels that way. As Mookie now steps onto site. It's going to tailwind in to try to find anybody. Nobody in hell located, and going to chill here and try to find angles as it lined up on Zior. Should they fly through the smoke? That's just anticipation and going to go with it and gets that kill. So the anticipation unreal there. Lord Knight going to get a kill though to return the favor. That was an impressive work, but you're still left with this 4v4 battle.
It's always when we see the X-ray and we think as a casters, all right, just shoot, just shoot, just shoot. And they finally say, you know what, instinct is telling me to just shoot, and someone from the booth is saying the same thing. Now you gotta be able to get this retake off the wall bang. No, that's gonna be 5 a.m. That's drop Perpy. Then another big drop and it's onto their skull. Yaza's the hero. And it's a 2-man retrieval. They're able to get the defuse. Macho Monkeys 5. Stay alive. They're gonna be moving on to the next round into the Sweet 16. Looking pretty good doing it.
They sure were. In the latter half of that game, they were the stronger of the two teams, and they continued with it. The attacks were important in overtime, and they were able to get a couple wins to kick off. It was almost like a shootout. You know, you talk soccer, you talk hockey. Either way, you know, you talk about who's going to have the advantage. If you win on the attack, it almost felt like you scored a goal, and now you put all of the momentum on your side and the ball in the other courts of the opponents. And that's what they did, and held them off to a great degree there. Again, Flop at the very top here, so when you have one of your initiators and one of your controllers up top and a sentinel as well, I mean, that's impressive work from this team to really hold off and get this win.
Yeah, with how long this game went, it's more or less inevitable that everyone is going to have like double-digit deaths. But when you have 2 triple doubles on one side for 20 assists with 27 kills on Flop and 17 assists, 23 from 5 a.m., that Astra KO, when they're executing, that means it makes everything so much easier for your duelists as well as just the rest of the squad. So that was Macho Monkeys being able to get past themselves and those early rounds, that streak that seemed almost forever, and they came back. What was the deficit at one point? It was 10-4, I think. That's huge, and they were able, I think it was like 11-5 thereafter, able to come back all the way. And I said round 16. I think it's still round of 32. Am I wrong? What range of the bracket are we going to next?
That's right. We're going into the round of 16. So that was the round of 32. So that was the play-in, and already finding some entertaining Valorant for sure. And yeah, you're right. I think I know it was 9-4. I think it went to 10-4 as well. So in fact, it was 10-4. I remember now. Impressive work to bring that back. We saw it from Ball Babies earlier, but they weren't able to quite pull it off in their instance. But this time around is a little bit different. This team was on a mission. Their defense was just that strong, and when they were able to figure out the attack, which they did in the later half of that first half, so in the second quarter, I guess. Either way, they were able to pull it off and really figure it out, and that helped them in overtime because they were able to default to something that they knew worked, which I think made all of the difference for sure. You're right. We're going into the round of 16. It'll be the last matches that we have here today. Remember that the VAL Times Invitational continues tomorrow as well with the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the best of 3 finals, so you don't want to miss that. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow the channel and hang out with us. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant after this quick break. Welcome back to the VAL Times Invitational, hosted by Stay Plugged In. Again, alongside Hill Monkey Man, my name is Bearlight, and today it's been a very fruitful event. A lot of great matches have been played. I would like to again share the love to VAL Times for helping us host this event too. VAL Times, if you haven't checked them out already, make sure to do so for sure. Exclamation point VAL Times in chat to check out what they're all about. They're one of the coolest sites for Valorants. A bit of satire, a bit of news stories too to follow around the Valorant areas. If you're into the Valorant esports scene, definitely a site to check out. Also, Stay Plugged In. Go to staypluggedin.gg if you're looking for collegiate opportunities. It doesn't matter if you're in high school, if you're in college looking to transfer maybe to another school to play in esports, or if you're looking to return to school too, if you want to play esports in college, if you're looking for scholarships, well then staypluggedin.gg is the place for you. Create your player profile for free now at staypluggedin.gg. Now that my soliloquy is over, Hail Monkey Man, welcome back, and talk us through a little bit about that last match and what we can anticipate here moving forward.
You know, these games, when we talk about momentum when it comes to games, when it comes to esports, talk about coaching as well as, just squads that are ready to kind of take on these timeouts. You saw some key timeouts, some stoppage of play just to be able to pause. There was obviously some tech issues when it came to Matcha Monkeys, but they were the ones that ultimately were motivated. They were fighting through, and it was not executing well when it came to running from behind Perpy. It wasn't Perpy that was on the Patriots. That was the sole advocate for success, but they were the big player, the big weapon on the field for them that was getting the majority of it done. And when you have to run behind a duelist, that means that they have to be executing a lot more often. And if they are not getting that support from the initiators or from the controllers, then it becomes do I just straight up swing and win these duels or not? Opposite of that, the Astra with 5 a.m. as well as oh my goodness, Flop on top as the KO.
Yeah,
we talked about that diff for the initiators and having that great active intel, especially to be able to take over wide expanses of space, be it from the null command or the 0-point knife. So key, so clutch. So they just never let the deficit get to them, and they're able to make it happen. But they did it on a map that everyone knows how to play. Ascent. They got through. They got it done. We're going in a slightly different direction, one that you've seen today, going into the next match.
That's right. We head over to Haven now, in fact, and see who they might lock in. Do they go with the same composition here? Obviously, probably not the right choice here, as you see 5 a.m. Hinting towards perhaps a lock-in of Fade in this time around. Lord Knight as well, of course, coming in last time. Silva sticking with the initiator route, perhaps, as they're looking towards that breach, which is not a bad play here at Haven. As you saw on the other side, Jake Hara already locking in a breach on their side. Kufa as well, going with the Killjoy. Yanza, not a surprise to see them go back to the Killjoy, as they were so effective in the last match. And when it calls for a Killjoy here at Haven again, why not?
Hey, so right now you've got the playground for Omen. That's pretty much what you'll see all the time, given that Haven is where they run the best. The lockdowns, I'm not sus about it, but I'm not too surprised that we're seeing 2 Killjoys walking into this. A lot more execute when it comes to utilizing your duelist in Raze, but when you pick Breach, you have 2 options. You've either got to execute when it comes to having a secondary initiator with a wide expanse, and that is going to be Fade with that Nightfall, which creates a nightmare situation, especially for defenders on your attack, or for the retake, and create wide open amounts of space. Or you're going to have to be able to really work that around creating individual pressure, and that's why BAM is going to be over onto the Sova. So they're going to be looking for that active intel from them. This is kind of a big swing play if we do see Matcha Monkeys be able to work off of this execute. It takes lots of good communication with a breach and a Fade to make that work.
It's coordination to the next degree. As you see, very aggressive positioning defensively. Asagi going to take out the first kill of the map. And that's a strong start here, trying to take C-Long. A pretty common strategy here at Haven to begin things and really start off aggressively and make an exclamation point, put that out early. As far as the defense goes, the attack going to be pushing towards A. They will run into a lot of the Killjoy activations here, including the alarm bot, which will alert everybody there defensively to rotate around. Again, here defensively, you don't have to rush into a retake. Sometimes the right strategy is to calm down, hold off, and then go for the retake, which will be necessary here on this plant that has already gone down on A. So now on the back side, maybe hinting towards a heaven push, and through doors actually is where Jet will go through. Is Soggy. You see their point of view now. Flop on the other side of that dark cover. It depends on when they want to go. The challenge from 5 a.m. on Coop, who had the advantage height-wise, and Heaven was effective, and Flop with the 3K as well. Jay Kara gets one back though, holding off in this 1v1 standoff just around this wall, and now has to reload, but the timing's right and gets the kill on Jay Kara. 5 a.m. continues their streak that they had in the last map.
I couldn't tell if they were about to shoot their blind or an aftershock. They definitely had something in their hand. Maybe that was just the final kind of gunpoint that kind of lit them up. But that's going to be Matcha Monkeys that, in fact, do get round number 1. And though they give away Yaza at the very beginning on Long C, everything looks pretty kosher and clean going into round number 2. And again, whenever you kind of execute onto site A, especially with a breach still alive, I've seen the big execute point. You either have your Omen, who takes over Heaven, or staying into Hell, along with that breach, because you can be able to use that aftershock to delay with all of that open damage that comes out of it. And same thing with the Paranoia, makes it very difficult to push through easily. And this is already some pressure as they're looking at mid, at least looking for some of these defaults. But First Blood goes to 5 a.m. as they take oh, okay, it looked like 8 a.m. from a distance. It's BAM.
They're 3 hours in the future now. They pull out, Flop able to take out Jay Kara now and push forward. Zior does the same with the Spectre, and will now have a clear advantage here. Weaponry, we kind of figured that would be the case, but Matcha Monkey is making their statement known as the spike goes and is planted rather. And now holding off on the other side is Saki, down to low HP and a dark cover. Zior spamming through the smoke, trying to take out them in the process, but we'll hold off. It's just a matter of time before they push through here, as Kupel 2 is Soggy able to get a kill through a bit of confusion there, and still able to get that kill, but 5 a.m. will trade out, and ultimately now left back the Killjoy hanging out, just waiting for things to kind of tick down here, as the attack will inevitably go to a 2-0 count here. A great start yet again for Matcha Monkeys. Koof doing some damage though, able to get one with this shorty, and now going to push forward. No reason to really hold on to any weaponry here, I don't believe, so they'll look to think about pushing on side, but it's too late at this point. So they hold off, and just outside of that bomb, and actually, wow, I mean, they'll drop anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that's also to keep just intact. Any weapons gained in that, it's good, but it actually, you end up behind the bell curve when it comes to the credits. You want to die to that, and you want to do so based on kind of, all right, let's make sure that we can buy equally into our same total economy. So not a terrible call. They in fact will be at 50 remaining apiece, but this is their buy round to the 3rd. So I've seen that a few different times. When I first saw it, I was like, why did you choose to die? It is a credit differential you want to keep track of with the rest of your squad, because as soon as you become out of sync, it starts getting a little weird out there, and you want to just make it as easy as possible. Look at Isagi also hanging on to this tight angle. Will Jur swing on this, especially because they're distracted from that main sightline off to the left, whereas Isagi is just hanging on to this tailwind.
You see the Killjoy coming in and really giving the audio cues towards that C site instead, so that way you don't know that the garage is actually being occupied on the other side of the box. Either way, the play is going to be here at B as they try to get the spike down. Yaza was that close, but couldn't quite get it planted, and now it'll be hanging there on the B site, but Zior able to get a kill there with the Sheriff now, and they have full advantage here in the 3v1. Kuf will get one down to 6 HP, so they're holding off in the time being. Zior going to try to push far side, does get the kill after all, and now a 3-0 lead here for Matcha Monkeys.
I drastically underestimate anytime I play against or with someone that is breach moving on to B, how much of that big box is basically hollow. You just throw blinds through it. You throw the aftershocks through it, and you think, oh yeah, I can just play around this. That thing is ridiculous. You apparently it's made of paper, just paper mache and hopes and dreams, and just can throw and spam as util. I am a breach spammer by trade. Okay, like you ever face off and you wonder why you got blinded twice and stunned by the aftershock, or rather the fault line, and then a lot of tick damage. Sorry, that's the only way I can get kills. Okay.
Listen, lightweight crates. That's how it gets through. You know what I'm saying? They got to ship multitudes of different crates throughout the Haven landscape. So that's how they do it. But listen, Flop.
Okay.
Gonna start out strong here for Matcha Monkeys. And now already in hand is, of course, the ult there from Omen that they could use at any time. They won't need to. They've already got the 5-on-3. And in fact, they're going to pull through another one as Flop gets a kill. Bam. One with it. So doing a little bit of damage here on the save rounds for Starfall. But that'll be just about it, as the plant will come down here inevitably. And one C long and one coming from backside, so at least they'll have a crossfire to some degree, and they'll coordinate accordingly. But that's tough, especially when Yas is popping off the way he is with another kill. Far side, it is Bam with another one. That's a long-range sheriff kill, but eventually falls to Zior. So not the worst for Starfall, even though you're sitting at a 4-0 deficit.
Yeah, lightweight crates and light work being made of Starfall in these first 4. Now, again, Matcha Monkeys, whenever we saw them on Ascent, they looked very much the same. They had what I think it was a 4-2 diff before it became an 8-4 ending to the first half. So they want to keep up that momentum as best as they can. And right now, they're doing so with confidence. Operator will be in Isagi's hands, and they're going to be setting up where? Long C. And this has been a lot more kind of mid to A presence. I think that's where they better execute. I could see them working their way over to garage, which does look like they want to open up at least some space and see if they at least don't get sussed out onto B, but they're more default, and this could be a parade over to A here soon.
Yeah, Zior is just trying to clear out mid, make sure that they had an option should they need it, a backup plan, a contingency plan, and it's definitely a smart move to make, but right now they really can't make up their mind because no hand shown from the defense as they hold off these sight lines too. Did you see the Aldrone going through mid as well, trying to pick up anybody that might be there on the other side of the equation? So mid was cleared out by both, and nobody dares to hit that ground quite yet because of it. And now down C long, you see Flop waiting, trying to catch Hyper, maybe peeking outside that box, but still going to hold strong behind it. In the meantime, they don't know the Jets there. Isagi on that far side, but luckily the dark cover there to cover it up. That's just experienced play from Flop, feeling and sensing that that might be the case, and now you see the push come through mid.
This has created so much havoc, and not in like a compulsory way for anyone to have to do much of anything, but just for the fact that they now have to be able to execute 40 seconds and less, and they're waiting. All right, we move through. You, in fact, do have the showstopper. Does Zur able to find anyone? They just kind of blindly throw it through, thinking that someone was hanging on to that hard corner, and then they get dropped by Jakira. So good patience and trigger discipline before they reveal themselves, but the plant is now down. You do have long point off just outside of window, but the majority of these numbers are going to be coming from the flanks, and so it's a top and bottom situation, and now Bam's going to try and run it through all of the Omen. There's a dark cover up and pretty much covered. Flop is not going to give up their gun for free. If they're going to find this angle, it's going to be from distance to get at least one headshot, but that bomb is all the way up on site. They're being told to save, to walk away, and surrender the first round over to Starfall.
Yeah, Starfall played that really well, plus they'll have 3 ults running into the next round, and I was wondering when they're going to show up, to be quite frank. I'm going to be honest, they were 3-0 through the group stage, and a +8 differential, whereas Matcha Monkeys had +15 and a 2-1 win loss. So really the win losses here, maybe Starfall was, fortunate to get a bit of an easier time in the groups. Maybe that's the difference, but I was wondering when they would show up here on the attack for Haven, and they really did, not only getting that first round after a huge bonus that they got econ-wise for losing the first 4, but now on top of that, they'll have 4 ults in hand to use, and hopefully they can coordinate it. That's going to be a telltale sign of what we might see here in the future. So we'll see if they can coordinate that accordingly here on the defensive side, as the Killjoy are going to lock down everything on the A site. So again, not aware of this fact is the Matcha Monkeys, but they are going to go through B here to start things off and at least locate a little bit of that now as they check sewers, and they see that they might be able to, and sure enough, they would run into Nano Swarm, as Lord Knight was able to call that out to the rest of his team. They'll try A-Long instead. The problem is they're going to run into more members of Starfall should they go this direction.
The longer you take to execute on a Haven, though, the more that the puzzle gets solved for the defending team. Often, if you execute a little bit too quick at the very beginning, it's actually an attacker's advantage because everyone is so spread, but the longer it takes, then it basically starts getting telegraphed, and now they're able to at least get a jump peek. The Sentry is going to be able to get some damage on Azure, and they're going to have a rockin' and rollin' Thunder that's going to keep them at bay as well, but the bomb is moved over to C, so what could have been the major execute, they get a couple dark covers over, is all of a feint. Hyper is left alone, and they're trying to get away from both the blind as well as the stun, walk their way around, but they get taken down by Lord Knight, and now this is full side hold. They're trying to contend out in garage, and they're walking around from CT.
Yeah, that paranoia there was just a guess, and a good one at that, as it struck right through the lone member on C there for the defense. So yeah, it took him a while to get there, and there's a disadvantage for taking your time, but you also got the insight just enough to hold off there. But Zior Causing all sorts of issues here for the defense too. Jay Kira had enough of that though, as Jay Kira able to get that kill too. Now they're gonna hold, try to pull in. You see Isagi here on the site here, but knowing that he's gonna be challenged at some point, tries to get the kill on Yaza. So, I mean, had the awareness to know they might be coming through Garage and turned in time, just didn't quite find the aim there. And now the Matcha Monkey is able to kind of pause and halt Starfall after their round win. So momentum kind of swinging back towards Matcha.
Hey, you were asking a little bit before. Hey, like, when are you going to show up? If I was esports teams that I've seen at LAN and trying to get into the heads of my opponent, it's leaning back in your chair saying, "Where are they at? They here?
Where they at though?"
It's 5-1. The first half of the first half. I respect anyone that treats this game like quarters, because it definitely can be. The first quarter of this, if we go to full 24, is in fact complete and has been dominant by the Mancha Monkeys 5, who are acting like a barrel monkeys, having a great time. They have the Rolling Thunder, and they're 1 away from 5 a.m. Also having their Nightfall could double execute either pre or post plant to move it through. Yaza knows this is a great read, but they're gonna get caught in the crossfire. No, they're gonna be able to swing onto Jay Kira. They're gonna be able to get their gun out. No way, Jose! They take 2 away.
I can't believe that. Full and he knew where they were, and then tucked down behind that little bit of a crevice, just enough to be behind the wall, so that way when they did try the crossfire, he couldn't be seen. That is just map awareness at its absolute finest. Macho Monkeys are feeling themselves right now, and that is a telltale sign why. Now holding back now. He's got the Marshal, trying to wait for them to come through and potentially get this kill. Could not quite find it, as CR was just trying to buy some time. And, you know, you're right between a rock and a hard place at that point for Coop. And now Macho Monkeys rolled a 6-1. Just absolutely textbook at this point.
This team went 3-0 in groups?
Yeah. That's correct.
So
That's
this
I'm checking.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
That's
Okay,
correct.
all right. Did the rest of the teams also forfeit in bracket? What happened? Because this team is right now getting rolled 1-6. Now here's the thing. This is also Starfall that was waiting on their opponent. So a bit of a buy situation. You're kind of not in that competitive mindset. And, you know, I'm talking big-ish. I'm the guy in the booth. But this is also Monster Monkeys that just went to what? Double OT and won. So they are at like that competitive peak mentally. They are feeling good and they are doing so well. This is also an attacker, you would say, objectively and percentage-wise, attacker-sided map because of the split in defense. Trying to get that dark cover to get out of the way. Hyper just wants to survive. They want to see who's coming up and they want to get out of getting killed as Sight C is taken over by the lockdown. And you do have the plan. Trying to be able to TP out and they will actually get taken down by the Hunter's Fury.
The Bam Bam comes through there from Bam and Flop. Was taken out from the Hunter's Fury. Starfall here on site. This should be an easy retake at this point. Coop going to clean up 5 a.m. and left with 15 HP and just trying to get a couple of tags. Could not do it. BM is going to take them out in a flawless round. When are they going to show up? In this round, clearly, as they get their second round victory here. They've had enough of your little ish talk there, Hillmonkey.
Hey, you know what? That's why it's here. Look, they don't hire people on ESPN to be nice. They say words, and then things maybe happen. But I'm glad that they, in fact, are showing up. Now that's only been twice. I have seen these situations where 6-0 becomes a 6-6 by the end of the half, and we have also seen Matcha Monkeys not lean into the pressure and instead become more passive into second halves of their attacking sprawl. I want to see if they can continue to be a little bit better moving throughout the remainder of this one.
Tackle end up here for B, trying to regain any gain momentum lost here as Starfall took the last one. As now we're on the B just outside, that is Ziora going to be held off by the dark cover. In the meantime, Koof is doing damage from window out into garage, where Yaz had thought they had a clear path, but Lord Knight right through in a quick transition in order to get the trade out. Which was not an easy one, by the way, to fight through the dark cover and still get that kill. And now still hanging in garage, but let his guard down for just a second. And Asaki with that op kill now bounce back. Was waiting for the next one to come through door. Now holds off and traded weaponry in order to get that last kill on Isagi. And Zior now looking through on the far side, knowing Bam is there, trying to get some intel there from his recon dart as he tries to get through, but 5 a.m. able to take him out before Zior was. It was one of the two that were going to do damage, but Hyper trying to get it back now. Knows and looks high, even though it's raised, still is able to locate them, so great job from Starfall. They will get this retake, and now they are up to 3 rounds won, 3-6.
respect to the Rays movement, you know someone is confident in their style of play when where they're moving seems just so fluid, it's almost abnormal. Same thing has been happening for Isagi, but you know, just like the anime character they're named after, they're trying to look for that missing puzzle piece, and they find it in the form of some good contact. But then when they try to change out from weaponry they had before, it kind of just doesn't mix well in the pacing. But ultimately, the defense does come back, and that was off of the back of Hyper and Jakira that were able to win their individual duels. Didn't really like that crossfire. I like the crossfire's positioning, but not executing whenever they kind of brought them on the site. You can kind of succeed away, become a bit more passive. The fault line comes through to slow down what would have been an A rush and crush. They're trying to be able to form it into a parade, but they're just taking over long A for right now.
Yeah, holding off there with the dark cover as well. And pulling back into the defense is Isagi right here on top of box with this operator, trying to locate any from on top of this dark cover.
Okay.
We'll have to hold off in the meantime. Now it'll be a Killjoy lockdown, trying to force them backwards in a way, as apparently the defense didn't quite, or the attack didn't quite like the look that they were given there on the other side of the dark cover. And with good reason, now the Showstopper coming out and getting the kill on Bam, and holds off in the meantime. And they did just enough with that lockdown to force him off his side. 5 a.m. doing even more damage on the side of things as Q falls as well. Now holding off from Heaven. Jakira waiting, holding back. If they waited just a second longer, they would find Zior, who is just on top of box using verticality as Raze is impressive and continues to be effective.
That is I mean, just great movement. Well, awareness. We were talking about map awareness, knowing how to use your just your total territory and being able to use the terrain to your advantage. Those boxes are there by design. The developer made a cool little brick box and put it where you wouldn't expect someone, especially that's challenging and from Heaven, to look. So they're just going to give that one up, have operator in hand. They know the investment is a little bit too high to challenge forward, so this will become a 7-3, 70% of the rounds going over to Matcha Monkeys here inside of the first 10. And with only 2 remaining, they would love to get to 9-3 curse area because they had a long match in double OT into their first round.
Yeah.
They love for this one to be a little bit quicker.
Oh, for sure. They wanted to take it out, and I think that's more reason for Starfall to take a time. Oh, look at that. Right on cue, a timeout taken here from Starfall. They did it. It was a good call because they had 3 rounds in a row. One, and then suddenly you see one fall, and so you were like, hey, let's get back to business and figure out what we're doing right and how we drop that one to get back into to where we want to be. So a quick timeout. They'll talk things over here from the defensive standpoint. They have just been kind of manipulated a little bit. So the attack just doing what they want. They have found ways around the defense. Any setups that you have from Killjoy on one lockdown site completely, you just ignore those and play it like it's a regular two-site map, and that's been effective here for this attacking team.
Yeah, I've seen great teams be able to come out from defense, be a little bit more aggressive, and try to kind of entrap attackers. This is very laterally minded because everything is kind of spread over between those 3. Same can be said a bit more of Lotus in kind, but it's a bit more trapdoor heavy whenever you have to move through those hard set territories. But I maybe want to see a little bit more aggression because of that passive positioning that is from a Starfall. They've not really been able to dictate it. It's the couple of follies that have occurred have been because of timing and just when they want to execute by the likes of Matcha Monkeys 5. Oh my goodness, the blast from the boom bot is going to leave a drop beat, and they're going to try and do the same thing as Isagi is now trapped in a corner, but they've got an operator for anyone that wants to trespass. Luckily for them, they get escape with a tailwind, but this is going to be more testing of a site before they start really moving that spike.
Yeah, with the breach in hands, and you know how effective they can be on util on this map. Just running into their doom at this point, it feels like, for 5 a.m. And sure enough, Jake are able to take them out. So that's a good sign for Starfall, who's been struggling early. Clearly, this timeout had a little bit of an effect here, because even with the Sheriff, Bam takes out one as well. And held down and left is Yaza, as he holds it off with Omen. Kind of a standoff here on the other side of the door. Not sure if they know that they're there. Either way, Bam's going to take out Flop. So now it's left with just Yaza, who will get 1 kill. Now going to fall back a little bit, knowing that this round is a lost cause. You're going to hold on to some econ, you would imagine. Maybe take out 1 more in the process, as they will sit here. Spike has already been down. The round is lost, but is your weapon, and that, I think, is what's in the mind of Yaza right now. Going to be in a standoff here with 1 more, and does win that battle with Hyper. And now it's where can you hide, or maybe you want one more in the process. What are you thinking here, Hell Monkey Man?
So if they get that kill, you usually start thinking, okay, are they pressing through B? Are they going to run it up? Have they done enough damage? Doesn't matter. This is going to be the run through. You go for more. You're bloodthirsty. You've also gotten 2 kills, which is going to give you at least what, another 400 credits. Moving into the next round, you have the final round of the half, and at best 8-4 or 5-7 for either side. So, you know, you make it expensive. When we look at it, no matter what, full buys are going to happen. You just get a little bit greedy. You try to be the hero in that moment. But this is what operator, at least on one half, Isagi has been able to do the same thing. There's only one ultimate available right now over to Starfall, and that is the Rolling Thunder. And you have the Showstopper in the front of the shadows from the side of Matcha Monkeys. They gotta be a little bit more clever and on point, and they see the operator, they peek that shoulder, and they're like, you know what? C-Long seems to not be it.
Yeah, that's not the play right now. Surely.
Unless?
Still trying to jiggle it in. That's a mistake. Not sure why you keep continuously pressing for it. Maybe you wanted some intel. Maybe they rotated off. Maybe you were confident in that fact, but not a decision that they're probably proud of right now. They probably want that back. But either way, we move on to the later half of this round where B is the push. That's the play. Instead of C, it's flop on Jakira, but they trade out a couple to make it not matter much for Machi here, as now Starfall able to just hold off and control. And even though, you know, you have the From the Shadows in hand, you're going to try to go across map. This is a long map after all, but you're going to run into the turret. You already know it, so you kill it. And so that is a huge ult. At least you'll get the spike down, but they're already coming through doorway. You know that. You have to be quick. The teleport. Going to go basically nowhere. A Cloudburst too, maybe trying to get the sound cue to make you think that they're going elsewhere, and it almost worked. Got the 3K, but Coop will finish it off just in time. I mean, there was not much you could do there, but at least Flop made it close.
Flop was trying to get the absolute drop on all 3 of those guys. And yeah, you're trying for the fake TP to say, hey, are we going up to heaven? And they're just progressing up. They don't care. You know what, Intel, whatever. But just get to the bomb. Make sure that he can't be the hero. And what an escape plan. That is one of the most fun things to do when you're an Omen. Like, oh, you think you have me? No! And then just kind of, move your way out the window and just splash attack, and everyone thinks, oh, where did he go? Smoke and mirrors, people. It's the name of the game. But now we get to switch sides. Solving the puzzle bit by bit was Starfall, but it was high amounts of execution through the early portion of that half. That was Matcha Monkeys laying them to waste. I think that was, what, 6-1, 7-1 for a good long time. And then it was a slow comeback. This is attack-minded because you have to split that defense up so often. If we can get faster executes by Starfall, they can put Matcha Monkeys in a corner.
They sure can. Yeah, it was 6-1, and that's what Matcha Monkeys did in their previous match, right? When we saw them with that double overtime win against Patriots. So, I mean, in my eyes, it's wild to me that that it might happen back to them. I mean, Starfall, we saw the same exact things when we say that the momentum was gained in the second quarter, aka just before the first half. And so when you switch sides and, Matcha Monkeys go back to attack, Starfall back on defense, they'll know how to approach it this time around, and that gives them a clear advantage in that instance. But Matcha Monkeys here on defense will have a clean start here, a couple of classic kills early, and have the 5-3 advantage too. And with the attack a bit spread out, you have 2 on the C side, but 1 in garage holding off and waiting. Should be an easy retake here for Matcha. Starting with Yaza. No, got some damage done, but Hyper was able to take out Yaza. Now will fall, and a Lord Knight back down. You hate to see the Shock Dart do what it just did there. Man.
Shock Dart team kill. Bam and Hyper, they're going to have to say, sorry about that. My bad, my guy. But 8-5, it was already a rough situation. This is also a team in Matcha Monkeys that is not afraid of being aggressive as the defender. They were aggressive, obviously, off the attack when they needed to be, but they know about creating space. They know about map control and not allowing, especially with a map like this, for the attackers to dictate where things are going to just be attempted. So Jakira has been on top for this squad, and the rest have been sub 500. That needs to flip-flop, but it's Flop that's also on top for the side of Matcha Monkeys. They're going to be going to a buy-up round, and look at this push-up. They're going to be all together as this kind of little classic and Sheriff death ball, but everyone is getting very aggressive, especially up through sewers.
Yeah, they have been pushing through. this has not been very typical of them, so I see them change pace here. I know we've only been through 1 round, but changing the pace off the bat, and Zior again from the backside with the Stinger, and now Spectre and Stinger consistently between 3 different players. We talked about how Starfall has been basically one individual popping off, and Matcha Monkeys with a much more team-rounded victory, and that's how it's going to happen here, as that is clearly the case, especially when you have a team ace.
9 to 5. It is both a day at the office as well as business as usual for Matcha Monkeys going into that round. They are 4 away from progressing into tomorrow's quarterfinals. They'll be making that top 8. But again, you have to execute. This is a buy-up round. There's only light shields across the board, and that's not the greatest thing. You do have the power differential for a lot of those Vandals. Sheriff in hand, Isagi is going to have maybe that, maybe more. Either way, the attack hasn't hit just yet. It's been a little bit not lackadaisical. They just haven't been able to find this kind of comfort zone that Matcha Monkeys have themselves.
A little bit of a difference maker here is the breach both ways. It's been more effective for Matcha Monkeys so far, and keeping them back for sure. Now holding off here. And Ace Sewers is held down. You see them backing off to you. Lord Knight able to get the kill on Isagi. And it just kind of damages the confidence here. They'll rotate around to the C site, which you see is being held down by just 1 member here. It's the Rays back here on C. J-Kira tries to force them back and off of it. The breach will rotate around here to try to hold them off. J-Kira in the meantime looking and keeping up sight lines here too. And the dark cover is 5 a.m. Once that comes down, you can see it's all hell will break loose here. J-Kira able to take 5 a.m. off before he can do anything though. In a 3v3 now, J-Kira takes out 1 to make it that way. Koof going to return the favor. Matcha Monkeys down to their last effort. It's Lord Knight with the Sheriff. That's not going to do. It'll be Hyper to shoot through the box and get him as well. And they're back within 3.
Making it expensive again, though. They took 3 off the board. I think they're going to be able to buy up at least a couple, but that's not a bonus, but it's a boom for the side of Matcha Monkeys. You'll have a Guardian in the hands of J-Kira. A little bit more comfortable with it. Do they do the same thing with Isagi? They're actually going to have a Vandal form instead. So the operator to 5 a.m. See, they don't really have a true opper on this squad, at least when it comes to agent picks, because you're not using anything like a chamber or even your or a jet. So they're putting in the fade, but also that's your wombo combo with them as well as the breach. So I like to see that kind of combination. They're leaving it more default. What can they get off of some of these picks, and look at the aggressive play off of C as well, as you have the Rays moving all the way up from Matcha Monkeys.
Yeah, the Killjoy right here, and kind of playing the slow play, and it's going to be the Killjoy Koof that is winning that battle. Says Yor got a little bit aggressive, got a little bit ballsy there for Matcha, and Starfall going to take advantage of it because of it. And you see right off the bat, because that happened, the fade rotates over directly for C Long in case they want to push that way from the attack. Now we'll check Garage, but nobody's there because the attack has already been kind of working their way over to A. But they'll have to deal again with that Killjoy weaponry here. But bam, a couple of kills here. Incredible work from him to really clear things out now, and A should be all but an easy takeover. I mean, you have 1 Heaven popping up. Flop can't even get the job done there against Isagi. So that being said, Starfall will inevitably win this round, and I don't anticipate that the Matcha Monkeys 5 a.m. is going to challenge anything, especially with this op in hand that you want to save here this round.
Yeah, no, that's a high investment. I don't exactly know where the initial execution or positioning of 5 a.m. was. They did kind of rotate it over into C once the first tag was there, but getting that aggression punished is going to say, okay, all right, we tried. We were trying to really kind of push the issue to get to double digits, and this is going to have now a flawless route over to Starfall when they need it most. None of them trying to get tagged. They do have 5 a.m. They could be looking down the barrel at them. They actually may look out towards them. Actually, they're just going to keep themselves safe. That is the smartest idea that they could do. And let's see, we will have at least 1 Rolling Thunder off the defense. You'll have the lockdown onto the offense, maybe for post plant, but probably to create space to have more of that. And the rest of this is going to be saves. You got Sheriffs. So again, that high investment rifle will be prioritized for Matcha Monkeys. So this could be, and theoretically on paper should be, another win for Starfall.
Yeah, on paper, and we've
Yeah.
seen when it has been at this level, it typically does favor and tilt that way. And we'll see if that's the case here. Aggressive positioning again from Machi as they want to get early intel here. You see Zior struggling, though, to fight through that breach. Again, Aftershock that's just been pretty deadly on them overall here. So we'll now hold off and play through. It's Koof. Looking for anybody that can find on site. Siege being held down in the meantime. No, Yasa is going to be left in an island. Does get a kill, though, with that Sheriff, and Isagi able to clean that up. So you're right, the attack had the advantage here, but they're still down with a 3v3. And so the defense not feeling bad for their efforts so far, but 5 a.m. in a very disadvantageous area here. And Garage held down by the defense, too, trying to push through and break through this retake as the spike had been planted. The Boombot going to try to find somebody on site, too. Will break through the dark cover here. Isagi finally gets to it, but the shooting will give away the sound cues here. Koof able to get that kill, and Zior waiting back, but also eliminated too. The Prowler going to take them out. Flop able to get 5 a.m. to follow that up 2. Now a 1v1 or a 2v1 situation, and they've chased them out his side down C long. Will try to land this one too, but Hyper going to kill them off now. One more opportunity for Flop, but it's ticking down. He has no choice but to try for it, and the clutch comes through from Hyper.
That's beautiful. That is how you get off site. You take over a lot of time, and the lockdown forced them into a kind of punch up or punch away situation for the Matcha Monkeys. So Starfall has really shown up now. Now, again, that was a lot of Sheriffs, and there was an operator then lost, but ultimately the investment becomes Matcha Monkeys going into this cyclical economy drop. So if they were to lose this one, obviously this becomes then a 9-9 situation and another save round forthcoming. They've got to win this. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to redictate pace. We go into round number 18, where it's all up for grabs. Matcha Monkeys got to find their footing. And again, it's been these C-long duels, and then you have this Killjoy from distance. Trying not to give up the goat here, because there's a lot of gadgets that are still activatable for Yaza.
Yeah, and holding off in the meantime, knowing that is the attack here. Starfall holding, waiting. Lord Knight here in window, waiting for them to come through Garage so they can have their heyday here, because it looks like it's inevitable at this point. Jakira, no signs of anybody through here, so they will attempt to push. Killjoy holds down C long both ways. That battle continues to be a stalemate at this point as far as positioning goes, just trying to gain that advantage. As the breach eventually is going to back off, and now Yaza going to take the place here in Garage to try and hold him off too. Bam, right through. Now a dark cover, not going to do much as the far side does get 1, but not 2. So that actually favors the attack here that should have had 2 loss. Instead, Isaga going to get another one, and now they push C-side, should get the plant down, and this will be a retake effort here and a difficult one, but 5 a.m. will start it off the right way, at least getting one back.
Buddy Cop movie starts in B, and they're going to throw this grenade all the way over, but everyone has cleared out. I believe that, yes, they do. This is going to be protecting Bam, because he's got the Hunter's Fury, and they're going to cover that one from distance. They're going to put out the Owl Drone, see what they can find intel-wise. They at least tag 1. Not going to go for that kill. They're going to just hang on to this, and they want to get to 9-9 because they know the situation this will put the economy in. They begin the set now. They're going to get at least 1. That's sure that's pressed up through because they know they have to commit to it, and they're able to get a second kill. The third is waiting. Can they go forward? They can be able to get this defuse from just behind the wall, but they don't know they're from long in distance, and so that's Bam holding their nerve, and they're able to hold it down. So now we go to another save round. This is quite the comeback and the catch-up for Starfall, and of course, here comes the timeout.
Oh, of course, yeah, gotta talk this over because it's been all Starfall for the past few rounds. Incredible job from them to pull this back in within. Yeah, and that standoff there at the very end, I thought they pulled the Hunter's Fury a little bit too early in my opinion, but still were able to get it done. I guess, you know, you still had the time to kill, right? And so if Hunter's Fury holds you off for a certain time, and then you're able to get that kill even with the attempt on the defusal. So I mean, either way, damned if you do, damned if you don't there on the retake there. So now you're left in a position where you're kind of vulnerable here. Obviously, you know, it's been all momentum shifted completely, and as far as this half goes, it's been pretty dominated. So changes that need to be made here. What are you discussing here in the timeout?
I mean, goodness, it's maybe reaction of faster rotations, sitting people more into the joints of sites versus just hard committal onto each of those interaction sites. Because I liked Yaza taking on the kind of the flood into Garage, but not from where they were. That's a hard commit when you go into that corner. you got to leave room for flexibility, playing a bit more what they call for life versus playing for the kill. So because I love those executes. It's great when it kicks off, and you kind of see some of this this current economy as it comes up. I wonder how many of these will go into buys. Jakira and Isagi, they do have Isagi on the Blade Storm, and there may be some late term buy ups when it comes down to it. But you got to think, play to stay alive. You don't want to give up your life too soon, even if you're going to be able to get that 1-for-1 trade. It's just not finding the value you think it is.
Yeah, for sure. Matcha Monkeys now, they've got 4 ults in hand. They have the lockdown should they need it, and the Prowlers to kind of chase them down accordingly, and you have the first blood too. But bam, look at a couple backs. So every single time that you're able to establish at least a little bit of a numbers advantage, it falls directly. Going to fall even further as Hyper does get 1. Lord Knight finally trades out 1, but again, because of their save here with the Sheriff in hand, it's going to be Bam with the 3K again. Bam has been so effective, not only as an intel gatherer, but also as a fragger in addition to that. Wow. It's been so difficult to try to break through. Although Yaza now does get a kill with the Sheriff, so that's good news. Also in the save round, going to be able to pick up a Vandal in the meantime too. That's not a bad situation to be in. Sure, you're down to 49 HP, but I mean, this is definitely doable, especially in a 1v2 situation where you have a couple of angles that you can attack from. The issue is they know exactly where you are for the most part. It looks like they're going to try to hold off this from B. Yeah, sure enough, he's located. Now it's going to be difficult, but he gets 1, almost 2. But Bam does eventually get the 4K because of the trade-off there. A good attempt there from the defense, but it continues to be rounds 1 from Starfall.
Isn't that just like an FPS, especially in Valorant, to not get the guy that's a little bit closer, but to swing immediately on the dude that's like a home run away, just all the way back and spawn. They hit the breach. Look how many ults though that we have. This ult economy is full to the brim for Matcha Monkeys, and this is what they're gonna try and do. They're gonna try and make sure they create that space, repel what comes at them. They're gonna have a Rolling Thunder, and you have the trickiness of your from the shadows opposite of you from the attacker's side, Omen, but it's making sure to stagger those. They also can be able to retake 3 different ways. You got a showstopper, you've got the lockdown, you can be able to do the same thing individually different times, as well as your Nightfall and your Rolling Thunder. They really could stagger that through the remaining 4 rounds. They have to get 1 under their belt. If they lose this one, they're again in another economic cycle.
For sure. The issue with the lockdown is you just haven't been able to really detect where Starfall wants to go in order to keep them away from that site, and that's been the difficulty for them for sure. And that's really the first one that you want to pull, because then you can kind of chase them away from the outside edges of it. But now they're going to try to showstopper, but Ishagi got him before he could even pull it off. And so now a double kill too, because 5 AM going to go down to Koof to add to it as well. And Starfall continues to tear through here. And now they push through. The defense up top, a dark cover already going to keep them away for the time being, as the attack has taken the A site. And now the spike already planted, and at a disadvantage again. The Matcha Monkeys have lost all sorts of grounds, not only in this round, but in this game. Flop, though, trying to keep them alive with a great snap right on the head of Coop. Holding off his Hyper in a crossfire now, trying to hold off from Garage. Any push that might be coming through there, but really no push will be coming from there. As Lord Knight from the back of the site able to take off J. Kara now. Is Flop now trying to pull through, but Hyper able to get that kill also. And now it's left to just Lord Knight. And no need to try and use a Rolling Thunder here to try to solo it, because time is running short. So you will carry on and get the save, so at least you can try to push into the next one. But it's so frustrating with the amount of wins strung together here from Starfall, just 1 round away from this map point.
11-9, and the good news is the only ultimate that you surrendered in vain was the one that has the highest probability of death to its user. That showstopper, more often than not, it can find a kill because of the splash damage and the power behind it, but also it puts the user in a very dangerous situation all the same. You do have the other ones that can be able to find intel as well as be able to create some space. So that's the good news. The bad news is you're in another weird cycle when it comes to your buys. You're going to have that 1 hero rifle that was left with you, and otherwise it's sheriffs and trying to be able to click noggins before they can spam you with a lot more bullets more of the time. You're trying to be able to press out, and again, they just have to play for the death. I mean, my initial interpretation was when you're playing into a real rifle round, when you're on the low buy, just head on in, be able to turn into a parade of death, and that is what's been happening. Yep. The defense getting aggressive for Matcha Monkeys. Oh, but the 2K for Hyper.
That's going to keep them within arm's distance, or within reach here, as now they are going to get the spike down and planted here for Hyper, as now not only a 2K to keep it now within 1v2 situation, but also now going to force the hands of the defense. But they'll work hand in hand. They'll work together here. They're going to be able to time this, I would imagine. Both going through sewer, though. Hyper, if he just turns, he might have a very close advantage, but he continues. Oh, and he thought for sure it was coming from back his sight. And no, that was not the case. Macho Monkeys, I mean, they are lucky in this instance. If he was looking down sewer, that would have been an easy lineup and potentially. And I think Starfall might have been able to take advantage, but Macho Monkeys at least get one back here. That is a huge round win.
I mean, how's he to know much different as well? I feel for him because, like, you just got pressed in and you think, oh, that's all because maybe they're still spread. So he's looking straight to heaven, considering that the A site defense was still kind of floating nearby, but didn't realize how closely collected everyone was for Macho Monkeys. They were literally a barrel of themselves hanging out together. So eco's still good for Starfall. You still have 4 ults on the board, but they're starting to gain ground in that situation on Starfall as Macho Monkeys need to be able to get another one. It's looking so similar. They had the lead, and they're trying to keep the reversal from happening to them.
Yeah, it's inevitable here. You see the full hang down here in the sewers, perhaps, here from the A site. Hold down here. The Killjoy holding off on C there for Macho Monkeys, but Starfall has all their full eyes on A. In fact, the dark cover going to go far side. That means that a push should be an imminent, but that's until the dark cover going to cover out. So Koof will actually pull this down. So because the dark cover is out, that means you have time to buy for yourself. Nobody can get into sewers in order to get the kill on this lockdown. So this should be able to fall its way through here for the attack. 2 have already fallen on the backside for the defense, and the Starfall now will get the plant down, and Isagi going to try to catch somebody maybe coming through doorway here on the backside of site coming from this defender's side. Isagi waits, has the corner. Will they check it? Well, first, they'll now have the advantage of the dark cover as well. In addition, when they try to push through, and in fact, they're standing right there. Isagi gonna wait for them to come through. There it is. Easy kill. Now we'll try to swing on the other side of that dark cover, because you know they're going to try to check that corner coming through, but they took too long to do it. I think Matcha has accepted their defeat in this round.
That's rough too, because this next cycle on the eco is not a great situation. Not at all, because they're about to be down 12-10. They have to win the next couple, and I don't know what the weapons or what the full eco will look like. We at least have light shields. There's going to be 2 rifles alive. They're prioritizing weapons, prioritizing output, and getting themselves into OT. At worst, for Starfall, it will be OT. I asked them to show up. I asked them where they at, and maybe some of the same was said before, but this has been a flip of the script, but it's more of the same. Attackers having advantage. Look at this. It's a, what, 7-3? Quick, no, 6-3, no, 7, not math, yeah, quit jumping around, Flop, it's hard to see, but either way, it's been a dominant fiesta from the attackers' half, and more so for Starfall. They've got a couple of chances to get it done.
A lot of chances, and in fact, the Hunter's Fury in hand, the defense, well, you can expect that util to come out, right? I mean, have to now at this point. If you see the spike down, you will see a lockdown on whatever site that is. So the Killjoy are going to play a lot more conservatively, I would imagine. You see them on the back side of that C site and just checking long, knowing that they can kind of default back behind box if they need to and be able to use that late into this round. So anticipate that the Killjoy will be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more shy to use it in their right appropriate time. In fact, it seems like both sides have been shy in the meantime, as nobody's really made moves here. The attack know that they have them in their back pocket, so they're going to continue to play patiently, and they have just under a minute to work, so still plenty of time to try and find and pull out any defenders here. As they have things, the sidelines locked down, it's just a matter of will they doubt themselves here. Flop on the other side of this one. It's not able to locate him, so he's going to back out. It's a smart move, the paranoia out to try and get around it, the teleport to get away from it too. But now the attack have them on their heels, so they're going to try to push through. No, Isagi going to hold off on the other side of that dark cover and keep within Garage, while Hyper is slowly and silently trying to push behind him and catch them off guard, because you know Flop's going to try and challenge this at some point in time. But now the Killjoy on top of the box, Justin gets one. The trades come through. Flop has another one too. And now the defense has to spike down in place. They have it covered. Macho Monkeys feeling it, but Koof and Isagi have different ideas as they get another kill up top. The Jet, but Flop holds off just in time. Macho Monkey's still alive.
Oh my goodness. I thought that was going to be the worst decision ever because he went all the way up top and I was like, okay, got to be able to go and get that kill and got aggressive chasing him down. Could have just been able to sidestep around the box and stay low, but they went high and the verticality plays against them pop like a pinata. So monkeys, matcha monkeys, the 5 of them looking with hope and a breath of life, a single spark remaining to try and make this defense work. They've got 3 of them. They got the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, but they've got much of the same with the Blaze Storm against them on the attack, and those are popped immediately. This is going to play default. What pick can they get to try and get the man advantage? That's been the toughest part of this so far because as aggressively as they were playing before, that was being punished by Starfall, and now they're playing passive. Oh, but Hyper finds Yaza.
And Yaza was the obvious choice there. Down C long is, you know, they've been holding off, or trying to, at least attempting to hold off that C side for the last few rounds. You knew that was going to be the case, and Yaza, a strong player, yes, but fragging ability, not going to be their top fragger, so it's one that you try to target, and it was a well-executed plan here. Sagi with the blades is not what you want to see as Matcha Monkeys, as numbers are against you, and as you are trying to hold down for this final map point, as now you see Ziora just trying to straddle behind boxes, trying to find any cover they can, but now kind of out of no man's land, as Sagi was thrown off. As the util from Breach able to take care of them, Lord Knight is doing everything they can to hold Matcha Monkeys in this. Spike works his way over to the C side. Kuv thinking about this spike plant and will eventually get this one planted too. And they will need all the help in the world they can get from the other 3, as the retake is what Matcha Monkeys was after here in the first place.
Gotta be rough though. No, Hyper! He was right behind him on that flank. He just stood his ground. 2 went on down, and Flop is trying to be able to get a wall bang, and this is all that's left. They're gonna be able to execute, but no! They're executed with the Hunter's Fury. Not able to pull it off a second time. OT, no C. We are going in with this Starfall squad, making it to the top 8. Oh, what a rough situation, and Hyper coming up clutch at the end. Look, they played the middleman, they played the middle ground. They were the ones that had the triple-double, but it's positioning. You send 2 onto site, and then you have Hyper sticking where they are outside of Garage, and that is so punishing if you are not ready for clearing those sites and corners and entries.
That's right, and just didn't let their guard down for just a little bit, and so Starfall, who looked like they were out of it, you know, right when we switched sides, and it seemed to be like the Matcha Monkeys were continuously playing into it. But I think you got it right here overall on paper. You know, we expected that Starfall was going to be the team to pull it out, so we said, when are they going to show up? Apparently, the second half was the answer to that question, as they just continued to tear through. They had a mission, and mission accomplished here, too. I mean, Matcha Monkeys, credit them. They were 19th seed coming in. They didn't have the best of group stages in their minds, but they wanted to prove themselves overall. I thought they did a great job to do that, to hold them off for the time being, but Starfall woke up eventually. You said that time that they spent waiting for this matchup to happen maybe gave them a little bit of a late jump, but it didn't affect them overall.
Yeah, no, that's... They were a late half kind of team. They late half of the first half and late half of the next half. So just making use of the time they have, and ultimately it was for the content, is to make me say words that, you know, possibly I'm going to be added on Twitter for, but eventually showing up and showing out when they needed to. They're high seed for a reason, and you know the professionals get it done as if they've been there before. So they're going to be moving over into quarterfinals, and I can't wait to see what they get to do tomorrow. But you know, because you know it's single elimination bracket play, they have as much time to clean up their act as they get into harder and harder matches.
That's right. Well, the stream tomorrow will kick off with Shift Academy facing off with Georgia Tech Gold. So make sure to be here at noon time Eastern. Right, so noon Eastern time in order to catch that one for sure. So it's the same time as today. Also making it through is Adobo Gang. They'll be facing off with Starless, who we saw a little bit earlier. We have Verity Esports facing off with Leave No Witness as well on the lower half. That'll be a good one too, as Leave No Witness we saw a little bit earlier in this one. And then Starfall, like you mentioned, is going on to face Guardian Esports there in the quarterfinals, and that's where we'll kick off. Based on the teams that you've seen here today, which ones have the best advantage here moving forward, at least in your eyes? Are you a Leave No Witness guy? Because what we saw from them earlier was pretty spectacular.
Honestly, Leave No Witness looks like they're one of the big favorites, but I do want to see what Shift Academy can bring to the table. That one in a splash against a collegiate kind of mainstay in Georgia Tech. They're trying to be able to kind of really grind up their program. I like that squad. Give it as well to Adobo Gang that just went through and beat Amacity. They were the 13th seed, and they were able to take down Amacity, who was the number 4. So very interesting to see that kind of Cinderella story driving from groups over through this bracket. I would love to see that continue. They're going to be going against not Starfall, but Starless. There's still a lot of stars that we've got to see today. So I am a leave no witness kind of gang after what I saw, but you know this only gets tougher, and they have to go against the number 2 tomorrow. So either way, it's going to be great competition, and I can't wait for this channel to showcase it tomorrow.
Be an amazing time. Again, I'll be here on the main Stay Plugged In channel, twitch.tv/Stay Plugged In, right here. So make sure to hit the follow button. That way you're not missing tomorrow's competition. Again, a big shout out to VAL Times. Make sure to check them out as well, as they were able to organize this with us. Much love goes out to the Valorant Times. You can search on Twitter and check out what they're all about. Love that too. And Stay Plugged In, of course, is the premier place for esports scholarships. If you're looking to play esports in college, well, StayPluggedIn.gg is for you. Any players can create their free player profile to participate in events. Well, that's free too, and you'll be listed on scouting reports for colleges around the nation, which means for you get your name out there for sure, and also you get to talk to colleges and see where you want to land, what colleges offer the studies you want, etc. Check out StayPluggedIn.gg. Thank you for tuning in here. Again, the quarterfinals through the finals, well, you can check out here tomorrow. Thank you so much, and good night.